love Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas. No politics here. 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 No politics here.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy, not so sunny New York, New York. Ladies and gentlemen, I am in Manhattan, the beautiful island, the wonderful, spectacular New York City, the concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do now that you're in New York. That's right. Real voice. Is there something wrong with my voice? I don't know. Is my voice different? Because I am using a different audio processor, so there could potentially be something. Yeah, it's too hot. Wait, really? It's husky? Okay, clip it and send it to me. God damn it, we just started and there's already issues. We just started and there's already issues. All right, well, in any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we are live. We're live here in New York City, concrete jungle, where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do now that you're in New York, as always. But I didn't go live yesterday because I actually did a broadcast with the Austin Show, the one and only, the great, the GOAT, Austin Show. And therefore, I suspect a lot of people are going to be a little crazy today. A lot of people are going to be a little wild today, as they are known to be whenever I am not live for one day, and then I come back, and then everyone's like, dude, where have you been? This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. By the way, it's July 7, 2025, and 10:35 a.m. in Los Angeles, California. It's actually, what time is it here? It's 1:35 here in New York City. It's 1:35. I'm 30 minutes early, and that's because, you know, the early bird gets the worm. You already know what it is, but there's so much happening in the world, and we're going to talk about it. What is this? Failed to determine content classification. That clip doesn't work. Anyway, you should review Wade Plem's tweets. It's honestly so crazy. I have no idea who that is. Anyway, show us your gun. I'm in New York. I don't have my gun here with me. But, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker. You already know, baby. I ended the broadcast on Saturday night, as you guys know, and I went live with Austin yesterday. I went to Drag Brunch. We'll obviously do a recap of that. We'll do a recap of Drag Brunch because it was pretty crazy. There was a lot that happened. I got gagged pretty spectacularly, pretty aggressively. I'll be honest. I mean, there was a bunch of moments that I got absolutely cooked. Absolutely destroyed, absolutely cooked. Did you see her queen noticed you? Who's that? Oh, the Labibu lady? That's amazing. It's fantastic. Anyway. Did you recover from the moaning contest? Okay. Shut up, newsboy. When are you going to see Uncle Sam? Most likely tomorrow. I'm going to be on Majority Report tomorrow in the morning before I go live on my own stream. So I'll be late to my own stream tomorrow, but that's tomorrow. In any case, personal news-wise, folks, I'm in New York. I'm in New York City. What, DC or cold brew? No, this is a cold brew. I'm in New York City. Yesterday after Drag Brunch, I got my stuff packed, ready to go. I actually, March is not here with me. He stayed in LA because he's dead to me. He's a dead man. But yeah, after Drag Brunch, I got ready. I packed my stuff up. I had already packed it up ahead of time, and in an effort not to be late, I gave myself like a 3-hour window. Okay, a 3-hour window. Like I basically went in. Yo, let me hold the camera. Ashley Giuliao. I already have someone doing the camera, but maybe we can do a IRL or something. Potentially, we'll see. Parasocial, did you go to Lud's party? No, I did not. I ducked Lud's funeral / his party, his birthday party, and the reason for why I ducked it is because, one, it's too sad to see another person die like this in the industry, and by that I mean turn 30. Look, you see this? You see this? This is homegrown, okay? Lud's gonna be getting there soon too. What is this? But I'm in the cutie camp. I don't get the drag stuff. Looks like bad karaoke. That's crazy. Anyway, I didn't make it to Lud's birthday, obviously, because I was on a plane. I literally got to the airport at like 7 for a flight that was at 9:30 because I did not want to get caught again. I did not want to get caught in traffic again. It was one of the easiest, it was one of the fastest, most expedited processes I've ever had. The TSA guy was having fun with it. He was making jokes. It was like weird. It was weird to have an experience at LAX that was actually so smooth. Like, not only, like the one time when you actually go to the airport 2 hours ahead of time, that's when everything is so fast. Everything is so expedited. I obviously still got stopped. Also, I'm doing new moves not known to man. I got devious licks. Okay? I got devious licks on top of devious licks. My new meta is I do 2 check-in bags, right? Like, I mean, no, not check-in bags. Sorry, I do 2 carry-on bags with me, and the carry-on bags have gotten increasingly larger and larger. I swapped out the Pelican for another bag that I had gotten in Japan because I needed extra space. And I feel like I'm really pushing the limit on what kind of carry-on you can bring. And I got to show this to you, okay? So I came in for a 6-day trip. As you guys know, I'm here for like a week, right? And that's crazy to go somewhere for a week and not have, not actually bring in a checked-in luggage. And it's like, I'm already flying business, so it's free regardless. They let you do it for, they let you, you know, bring in 2 pieces of checked-in luggage if you want to. I gotta show you this, bro. Look at this. This is the first one. This old ass bag that I've had for years and years. I mean, it's so busted, but this is the arm. This is the sling over arm bag, which is massive. Like, you can't, it looks small. Remember, I look small. I make it look small. It's not. It's a grandpa bag, for the record. And then this. Pushing the limits of what's acceptable, basically. Really, really pushing the limits. That suitcase is a carry-on. Both of these are carry-ons. I carried them on, both. I think it's one of those. I think it's one of those instances where like my size plays a good role here. Where like because I'm so big. Like I make it look like it's a carry-on when it's like clearly not, if that makes sense. I know the other overhead users hate to see you come in with those too. Yeah, I mean, luckily, like I said, business class, like you actually have enough. Like I would never be able to pull this shit off in economy, I don't think, because like by the time I get on the plane, all the overhead would have been taken. I'd be cooked. And the reason why I do this is not because of like, I'm not trying to like, it's free to check it in. I can't check in one of the 2 luggage, one of the 2 pieces of luggage though, because it's like, it's got all my electronic equipment, which I always get stopped. I'll always get stopped every single time. I get stopped because of the TVU backpack for the most part. This one, that one back there. I put that TVU backpack inside of the carry-on. So the big black one is now I'm testing it out right now. It's not like fully established, but the big one, the big black bag, I put my TVU in it, like the bag in and of itself, and also on top of that I put like all my laptop and my streaming equipment in there as well. Have you tried economy plus plane seats? Yes, dude. What are you talking about? I've fucking flown economy my whole life until recently. Yeah, of course I've tried it all. I'm so old. Back in my day, I used to be able to get, like airlines would let you sit in the emergency aisle for free. Like that's how old I am. Do TSA agents ever ask you for a photo? Yeah, always. Did you pack clothes? I did, but I brought only t-shirts. You want to know something crazy? I remember like 6 days, I brought 3 pairs of pants, 2 shorts, and like 6 or 7 t-shirts. That's it. Nothing else. Like no jacket, nothing. Because I was like, it's gonna be hot as fuck. Oh, and then obviously underwear, enough underwear. And you know, enough socks, enough underwear. But it turns out it's gonna be raining all week anyway, which is crazy. Now I like a lot of the outdoor IRL stuff that I was planning on doing might get absolutely cooked at this point because of the crazy amounts of rain. I don't know. We'll see. Bro is thinking of the hotel room right now for sure. No, chill. But yeah. What was I saying? New York City summer is torture. Yeah. Always check the weather before you leave. I know, but I'm here for like a couple events that I was gonna do anyway. So it's like I can't do, like, what do you want me to do? I can't cancel those events. So I wanted to like, to make it a larger thing. Is the intercom behind you for Pledge of Allegiance? Yes. Yeah, we're doing. It's for Azan. It's for the call to prayer. It's for the call to prayer. 5 times a day, baby. You'll hear it. Because remember, Sharia law has been implemented out here. We are now officially under the Shia imamate. So, like, it's not even a caliphate. It's like the imams have taken over. So obviously, like, every room has to have loudspeakers so that they wake you up and make you do dua 5 times a day. Mashallah, it's good. It's good. It's like it's actually good. White Boy Jihad summer is here. We're straight up cooking. Did you check Bad Bunny's song with Trump Airways on it? No. Yes, I'll be doing Majority Report. Don't worry. Welcome live from the Islamic Republic of New York. Yeah. Those shorts better be below your ankles or you're gonna get detained. Sure. All right, anyway, so, you know, I'm here. I knocked the freak out. The flight was awesome. I'll tell you this much. I was in the lounge. I was in the American Airlines, like, flagship lounge or whatever, and the food was ass, but I did something so crazy that I guess, like, my dad does. It was a real dad move, where the only thing that was good was, like, all of the accoutrements that they have for, like, the drinks. They had like bacon strips. They had like mozzarella cheese with like tomatoes. So I got a bunch of fucking bread rolls, cut them up, and made myself like a BLT, basically, with like, you know, all of the stuff that they deconstructed. I had that, and then when I got on the plane, I just boom, passed out. I got on the plane and I knocked the fuck out completely, and woke up. This is weird, but actually, I don't know if I should say this. I don't even know if that's the case or not. But I think Kim Kardashian and Kanye West's daughter was sitting in front of me. But I don't know. Obviously I didn't ask. I was like, and I was also too busy falling asleep. But yeah. I don't know. Is her hair blue now? Come on, man. You are better than this, man. Wait, what? They use private jets law? I mean, I thought so. I don't think they're flying commercial. It wasn't her. Like, she wasn't. Kim Kardashian wasn't there, obviously. But who knows? I think it was. I literally thought it. But I don't really know. She has like, wait, yeah, her hair is blue and in braids? Then yeah, it was literally her then. Yeah. She was sitting in front of me. for sure. Yeah, she had blue braids. Yeah. Which I guess is a recession indicator. Anyway, what was I saying? I also thought that same thing though. I was like, that's weird that like they're not flying private. And she wasn't flying by herself. She was flying with a bunch of people. But yeah. In any case, celebrity culture is counter-revolutionary. Yeah, I don't really care. Where was I? El Hasan. What did I say? There's a El Hasan. Thank you to Macy's for the playlist. Yeah, so yeah, I knock the fuck out. I get in the car. I knock out again. I come to the hotel. I check in. I knock out again. I basically just slept a lot, which was good. I slept a lot. I got a lot of the sleep out of my system. I needed to. So that was good. And then here we are. You know, I basically set everything up. And I'm live streaming from the hotel. You fart a bunch? No, I did not. Not this time. Not this time. Not this time, friend. Chill. Hold on. Wait, let me see if I can find this. Felix, Lola, Adam collabs. Yeah, we'll do some collabs. Don't worry. We'll figure it out. All right, let's get to some of these clips. So yesterday was crazy. Yesterday was a movie. Okay. Here's one of the parts about the movie that was yesterday. First of all, I got absolutely gagged, destroyed. Drag queens are lethal. Drag Brunch was a movie. I had a great time. I was downing food. It was crazy.
Show?
Yes.
That's what they're saying. I have been to a drag show before. Oh, okay. Are you gay or straight? Why are you laughing?
I'm straight.
Single or taken?
I don't talk about my private life.
Oh, sorry. Well, you tell her I said hello, and let her know that I will eat her out just to know what your dick tastes like, okay?
That was lethal.
Not trying to make you uncomfortable, just her.
That was the most lethal thing I've never been destroyed like that before in my entire life. I had nothing. I was cooked. I usually have something to say about everything. This was an instance where I had nothing to say. Okay, nothing at all.
Okay. Where are my other versions? Oh, we got one over here. Oh, we got quite a few over here. Yeah, you definitely look like you've never been to a drag show. Yeah. Oh, and it's your birthday.
She was great. She was killing it. She was killer. There was some crazy stuff that we did, but this was the other thing that we did that was crazy. Obviously, we had a moaning show. We had a moaning competition. I feel like I did all right, but she roasted everyone. Joe was amazing. That wasn't getting destroyed. That's getting glazed. Austin's moan was kind of ass. I did twice. I did it. I tried my best. You can't say I didn't try on the moaning competition, by the way. You cannot say I wasn't trying. I absolutely was trying. Okay, chat. I was trying my hardest. Yeah, I saw this. This is obviously that is not how you feed the poor. I cannot believe she picked that up like that. Amazing. Here, this was mine.
1, 2, 3. I hate straight people. I'm so sorry. One more. hate you more.
I mean, that was good, right? At least the second one, I tried my best. I think I was getting, I think there was this was some anti-breeder hate. That's what it was. Okay. Hey guys, time out on the hate. Time out on the hate. Chat. Time out on the hate. Okay. Stop the hate. Because that was anti-straight behavior, I think. That's all I'm saying, because like I kind of cooked, especially on the second one. I straight up I tried hard. It was a classy moan. Anyway, listen to Austin's though. That was way worse than mine, so at least we got that.
Wait, was that your moan? Hold on. Wait there. Will you show me what it actually sounds like? Ready? Go.
Bro, the Abbey is so gay, especially at drag brunch, that they treat tops like they're straight men out there. Okay? Like Austin being a top is treated like a straight man. Like they look at him like he's a breeder. Okay? Like bottoms rule. Wait, what the hell? No. What the fuck? No. Oh my God, it's trying to get me to restart the computer. Holy shit. That's crazy. God damn. I got scared there. If you don't twerk in Gay City, they kill you. No, they literally do. They do. I was forced to twerk in Gay City, and I did the go ahead girl, give us nothing. Okay, I did the go ahead girl, give us nothing meme right here. Look at this. Look, I try my best, but this is all I got. Ooh, that's loud. I trained for this too, and I still fucked it up. Conversion therapy ass take. Tops are straighter like some Jehovah's Witness type Exodus international ethos. I went to Gayville and everybody knew you. I mean, it's true. I forgot all my training. I fucked it up. Anyway, that was fun. Also, it seems our queen, the Labubu queen, has seen the Labubu memes. The Labubu lady saw a compilation of Hasan saying Labubu, and she hit it with a heart. You are dominating the Finnish media right now. Wiley keeps making articles about you. I didn't know that Finnish people are falling for the Hasan as anti-Semitic propaganda, but based on the comments on Wiley's most recent IG post on the article, there's lots of people thinking you're a raging anti-Semite. Funny. Yeah, I don't really care. But, where was I? So you didn't stream because you were sleeping then? What does that even mean? Okay. It's okay. Finland is the suicide capital of the world, right? They aren't here for long. That's not true. I thought Finland was like the happiest country on the planet. Yeah, you hear the sirens, baby? We're out here in New York City, okay? There's things happening all the time. You can have one moment, there's a 9/11, another moment, a small business could be opening. You already know what it is. Oh yeah, I also donated to Alveus Sanctuary as well while I I wasn't live at the time, but oh, boom. Immediately the alerts are busted again. Let's fucking fix them real quick. Boom, boom. Not a problem. Yeah, Alveus was fundraising. Alveus is fundraising right now because like their street, the road up to the Alveus sanctuary is busted in the Texas floods, and I don't know how much money they raised, but I saw that they were doing that, so I just dropped the stack in there.
Super, thank you so much, Hasan. Hasan just donated 10K. Hasan! What the heck? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh my god, that is insane. That is insane. Thank you. Wow, what the heck? It's still called Valky Way, but thank you for the 10K. Thank you for the $10,000 donation. That is insane. Is this on live? Or you did that offline too?
I was not live.
Offline is crazy. Thank you so much. Hasan also texted me this morning just to check on everybody here, which was really nice. Wow, thank you so much.
So when are you gonna get a building named in your honor of the sanctuary? I don't know how much money I've fundraised for the sanctuary, but you know, I don't think I'll be getting a building named after me anytime soon. But I'm down to do more. Row still called Valky, but you got Culvert Pipe named after you. Wait, what is this? I don't know what this road naming business is.
For the raid.
I was not watching the stream, like, so I have no idea what you guys are talking about. But
Aiden, thank you for the $10,000 donation. Absolutely insane. Marm, thank you for the $50 donation. Absolutely insane. Hasan also donated $10,000, so we officially have Valky Way Road and Hasan Piper, our culvert pipe.
what is the pipe? The culvert pipe? What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. What the hell?
Lock it. Oh my god. My baby. My baby. Ray. For the roads. Ray just donated 10 grand. Yeah. Valky Ray.
Dude, that shit's
$10,000.
expensive.
Ray, thank you so much. What the heck?
Yeah.
Oh my
W
god.
Ray.
She'll make me cry.
What? Thank you. Is she live right now? Ray, what the heck?
I'm gonna cry.
Thank you so much. Oh my god.
That's so fucked up.
Rainbow Road. Rainbow Road. That's so cute. Valky Way. Wait, fun. Those are both so good.
Damn, look at her slamming blue moons on the job. Drinking on the job. We're not paying you for this, all right? Get back to work. Get back to building the roads.
Valky Way.
Valky Way. Oh, it's so cute.
Oh, it's the drain pipe that goes under the road that lets the water pass through? Oh, nice.
On the autism test.
What is this?
I want him to retake it,
What?
and I want to correct his biased answers.
What the hell? What?
Minimum 150. Because I think I remember seeing clips of him did I watch I can't remember if I watched the whole thing or not, if I saw clips. It's been so long, but I remember seeing him answer some of those questions incorrectly. Like, he thinks that he's not doing some of these things.
No.
But he does them a lot.
No. That's
I think he has
crazy.
to redo it.
127 is good. It's a nice number. Let's not go crazy here, okay? It's not higher than 127. I don't want to max out my autism score. Okay? I don't want This is slander. 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 These are slanderous lies. Maya switched up on your laugh. Exposed.
The clip. Hassan,
What is-
funny laugh. I love Hassan's laugh. Everyone loves Hassan's laugh.
Oh my God. Exposed.
Did you hear it? It's hard to hear because these mics are on our mouths, but Connor laughed at his laugh. Do you hear it?
Exposed. Exposed. Freaking caught, dude. It turns out my laugh is not bad. It is contagious, as a matter of fact. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. This mustache was not it. I disagree. A lot of people are demanding I bring the stash back. They're saying that. Many people are saying that. They're saying, Hassan, bring the stash back. I mean, I'm growing the beard out right now. I'm trying to do a little ASMR for you. But yeah, your fit's fire today. Thank you. I can pull off the stash. I can pull off the stash. I can do it. But yeah, what about a landing strip? My man's got gray patches in his beard. Oh yeah, I do. What is this?
I was gonna say he's walking on thin. I was gonna say he better walk on thin ice, but that definitely was not what I was trying to say. He's walking on thin ice. Yes. Period. Okay. I can get Cutie to quit Fear and I could be like, listen, Cutie, we could double down on these episodes. We could do so much more, but I fear.
That's crazy.
I fear your time.
This is like just as I squashed the beef. Just as I squashed the beef with Maya, out of nowhere, another one of Cutie's podcast co-hosts. They always take Cutie away from me, okay? This is how it works. This is how it's always worked. It's bullshit. And now we got a new op. We got a new op chat. Straight up, new op time. New op alert.
I fear and is holding you back. Okay? I will continue this war in Maya's stead. I will do Maya proud, and I will ruin this. That's crazy. Surely, I mean, Cutie, what about his Cutie's baby? There's no, like, Fear and is it's like the unloved second child. And now it's yours, yes.
For the new beef, what is this?
Speaking of old buildings, as Water just pointed out, I didn't know. This is actually Mao Zedong's old house.
No.
Mao- he's neither in this case. He's a,
Wait,
he's just like old
did she say, is he a monk about Mao Zedong?
house. Mao-
The glorious chairman, the founding father, the man who restored China to its glory after a century of humiliation, Mao Zedong? Is he the monkey or the monk? What? She don't know. How do you not know you're in China? Oh my gosh, she's in China. This is the second time she's in China. She went to China once and got like, I think food poisoned or something, and then she couldn't stream. This is the second time she's in China. I haven't been to China yet, and she doesn't even know Mao. God damn.
he's neither in this case. He's a, he's just like old China guy that did things. Anyways. Yeah.
China guy?
Mao.
That's crazy. That's crazy, Jake. Jake, that's crazy. Old China guy? Are we serious right now, dude? Just say he's the founding father of modern China, the People's Republic. She's not half Chinese like you. She's Moroccan. I'm not even half Chinese. I'm full Chinese. I'm white Chinese. That's what it is. My man said old China got fake and bake. Yeah, they should deport his ass, bro. Straight up. Anyway. Yeah. Cutie ain't never coming back to Fear Ann. We'll know what I'm talking about. The song from Batman, dude. Yeah, R.I.P. to Will Nev. He died. R.I.P. to Will Nev. Self-suck on camera, caught on camera. This is a unique one because you rarely ever see the self-suck happening on camera like this. But you guys got to see it. What size shirt is that Y3 jersey? It's really big. I thought it would be really tight because it's Japanese. Like I thought it'd be Japanese sizes. Turns out the Y3 one is like American size, so it's like a triple XL. So it's massive, but I love it. It's, you know. All right, well, let's get started. We got a lot of news to cover, obviously. We got a lot to get to. Let me blast off real quick. Hold on. Wait, I'm texting some people as well. Hold on. And I gotta pee. You not being on Majority Report saddened me. Dude, what are you talking about? I'm not supposed to be on every fucking episode this week. What are you talking about? I'm gonna do it tomorrow. Okay? I'm gonna do it tomorrow. Calm down. All right, let's blast it. Let's blast it real quick and let's get to it. Let's get it twisted. Okay, hold on. Blasting off. I'm in New York City. Epstein files hidden from the public. No client list. Claims. Okay. I'm in New York City. Epstein files hidden from the public. No client list claims. Texas floods. What is the total? What is the death toll now on the Texas floods chat? 75 dead. Jesus Christ. Lives. As admin cuts. No. Oh, it's 80 plus? Okay. Well, the news article says 75. NOAA. And NWS. Trump tariffs are back soon. Trump tariffs are back soon, and then BB/Trump ceasefire meetup, and more. Get in now. Do we have a blast off meme, chatters? Do we have a blast off meme for today, or do we not? You're on early. You didn't even give me time to. I already did the God Zoran, the Godzilla Zoran. Okay, I like this one. Good luck, Soy Right. All right, I'll use that one. Something in the air. Okay. All right, let's blast it off. Okay, we're blasted off. Chat. A 27-year-old man has been killed after opening fire at a U.S. border facility. And yeah, I know that one. I know. I'm gonna cover all of that in a second. Something in the way. Okay. Let's get started on the warning systems and the potential failures. I'm gonna go pee real quick.
We're going to begin this morning with the heartbreak and the hope you see there after that catastrophic flooding in Texas. More than 80 people have died, most of them in Kerr County, Texas. That's outside San Antonio. We're sorry to say that dozens are still missing at this hour.
And that number includes children from Camp Mystic, one of multiple camps along the Guadalupe River. Many people are now asking, was there enough warning before the floods hit Friday morning? CBS Evening News anchor Maurice Dubois is leading our coverage. He's in Kerrville, Texas. Maurice, good morning.
Nate, good morning to you. The Guadalupe River just about 100 feet behind me here, but on Friday at this very time, it was nearly 100 yards over its banks here, well above me and well beyond where I'm standing, uprooting all kinds of trees, leaving behind a trail of debris. Summer camps and campgrounds like this one, popular draw here in Kerr County, where dozens of people were simply swept away and killed after the river rose rapidly from all that torrential rain. Video from nearby Center Point, Texas here shows the moment the river started swelling. And then minutes later, the landscape becomes unrecognizable, submerged in the floodwaters. As the recovery process begins, many have expressed concern about the lack of early warnings from local and federal authorities. While flood alerts started coming in during the day on Thursday, the first alert warning people to evacuate Kerr County did not come until 4:03 in the morning. Most people obviously in a deep sleep at that point. Some blame the National Weather Service for underestimating the flood risk and for lack of urgent alerts. Others note that Kerr County does not have its own flood warning system. We spoke with one family, Carmen Jaime, and her 8-year-old son, Esteban. They recalled the moment they decided to grab all their stuff it into their RV, and get away from this RV campsite where they'd been celebrating the holiday.
I was thinking like, oh, it's time to go to the water park. No. The water park is outside.
You thought she was waking you up for fun?
Mm-hmm. But no, this was bad. This was a warning.
What do you think of this whole situation?
Scared.
Scared?
Nervous.
What scared you the most?
The river rising up.
What did it sound like?
Racking, all of that. Like tree branches falling off, like chairs flying, barbecue pits, everything.
Do you think we were going to make it out on time?
Probably not, but we safely did.
Brave little boy. His mom there, she has been a science teacher. She told him about the power of Mother Nature, and now they actually witnessed it firsthand, and they're simply trying to process it.
Texas is grieving right now.
Oh, wow. Ted Cruz is there instead of flying at the Cancun again. Shocked, I tell you. I guess it's because his house is not at risk of flash flooding, so he didn't have to escape. Shocking to see him actually doing his job. Yeah, maybe he had a layover. Yeah, maybe the flash floods actually didn't let him fly out with his private jet or something. Yeah, here, people don't understand how fast this developed. A time-lapse video provided by an eyewitness showed floodwaters rising over a causeway in Kingsland, Texas, completely submerging it in the span of a few minutes. Just so you understand. And like we've covered this over the course of the past couple of days pretty extensively. 26 feet in like 4 minutes. But one of the issues with these kinds of like flash floods and whatnot is that oftentimes you get warnings and nobody takes them seriously. And usually it doesn't happen this fast. But the reason why people don't take them seriously is because like you get them all the time. Like I've gotten flash flood warnings in Los Angeles and it's led to nothing, right? And I don't know. I mean, here, let's take a look at this just so you understand. That's Llano River, not Guadalupe, but yeah, same principle. This is a 50-minute increase, but like, look how fast it goes from 1711. The road exists, okay? Look at this, look at this. 1711 road exists. Boom. 1717, it's gone. Okay? It went from 511 to 5 by 5, from 511 to like 516. The road is completely submerged. Like, that's crazy. Is it because of a storm? It's because of rainfall. They got tremendous rainfall. It's basically like a dam collapsing. Like that's what it feels like. Yeah. The issue is there's massive drought. So then there's already massive drought. So then the environment is like the environment is already susceptible to flash floods for that reason. And then there's massive rainfall that follows after the massive drought, and the ground can't soak up the water fast enough. Okay? And you create this incredible condition where these areas that are known floodplains have a significantly higher amount of water that blow through. Here's some more footage of the flash floods as well. 4 videos: the initial wall of water. 2, 15 minutes after the wall, tree sucked under the bridge. 3, 25 minutes after the wall, flood at bridge level. 4, 30 minutes after the wall, flood, floating house hits bridge. If you want to understand why the soil was struggling to absorb the water, try watering your houseplants that you forgot about and watch how the soil and water behave. Yeah. Even in the Alvey situation, someone had concreted over a culvert. This is also going to be an increasing problem whenever Nestle has sucked up water table dry to fill those fucking bottles they sell us. Oh, you mean Nestle. I don't know why I read it as Nestle. Yeah. Also, you have to remember, there are always people that turn around and say like, oh, these are red states, they deserve it or whatever the fuck. Obviously, they don't. Okay, nobody deserves this. I don't give a fuck what they voted for. I don't even care if they deny climate change. Okay. And obviously, that's not the case regardless. In many of these circumstances, you have like 40% of the state, some of the most underserved, marginalized communities that live in these areas that are literally voting for the Democrats. It's just that they're so disenfranchised through voter suppression and numerous other methods that, you know, it doesn't matter. Like, their existence doesn't matter. Just like there's 4 million registered Republican voters in the state of California. A lot of people forget that, like, California as a state has more Republicans than Republican states, like 3 Republican states combined. Okay? And in the red states, there's a fuck ton of Democrat voters as well. Not that party allegiances matter at all. It doesn't. Okay? Party loyalty doesn't matter, especially in times of, like, natural disasters. Okay? It does not matter. So I don't participate in that kind of talk regardless, but I always try to, you know, I always try to make a note of this this kind of attitude that people have, like, to immediately just to suffocate this kind of sentiment before it starts. It will matter to Trump, though. He will dictate it as if a state gets help based on state voters, sadly. Yeah, I mean, that's a totally separate situation. But listen. Like, look at this. That's a house. It's picked up a house. And it's slamming the house into the bridge. How do you talk liberals down who have zero empathy for people who vote Republican? I have friends who continue to celebrate people's suffering. I mean, a couple things. One, liberals are very aware of I guess, like, marginalized people living in these places. This is an instance, like, these states not turning liberal is also a consequence of, like, voter disenfranchisement and not, like, some kind of issue with the morality of the people. Okay? So understand that first and foremost. Secondly, there are millions of people that, including children, but also millions of fucking people that are in these states that already vote liberal and also have oftentimes in these areas a higher density of black and brown people as well in these areas. What is voter disenfranchisement? Gerrymandering, making it seem as though, or creating an environment where your votes don't matter at all, even if you are a Democrat or a leftist in a deep red state. Creating new barriers that get in the way, creating new barriers and unnecessary hurdles that get in the way of voting. There are many different ways in which Democrats in red states and in red districts, depending on gerrymandering, could actually swing a state, but they can't. Not that it matters. Like I said, I don't personally care about. I don't care about the voter, the ideological background or the types of voters that are getting destroyed in a natural disaster. Just like I always advocate for universality unconditionally when talking about what must be done in terms of, like, social safety nets, in terms of, you know, Medicare for all. Okay? This is the same principle. You know? Especially when everyone gets cooked in this process, everyone gets destroyed in this process, and it's very important for people to understand that, and it's important for people to also make an argument that isn't like weirdly unsympathetic for no fucking reason. Especially when this should be an opportunity for people to educate people. This should be an opportunity to be like, first and foremost, it should be an opportunity to lend support, and then educate people. Like, that should be the goal here. Like, this is yet another crisis that was avoidable. Okay, these things, like, we have the capacity to create successful prevention methods. We have the capacity to harden our infrastructure. We don't do any of those things. Okay, so get mad at the real people that are get mad at the people who are actually responsible for these deadly events, rather than victims of said deadly events. I don't share your optimism, unfortunately. Well, you should. You should suck it the fuck up. Even from a cynical, sociopathic perspective, you should act as though you are empathetic, even if you're not. Because it is utterly unproductive. Not only is it immoral, but it's also utterly unproductive. So suck it the fuck up. And talk about how these are issues born out of climate change. And if we can't even handle the realities of climate change, we at least have to work to harden our infrastructure and to make sure that we limit the damage that these once-in-a-lifetime extreme weather conditions create. On the other hand, you have Republicans who are actively working on conspiracy theories, trying to move people's attention away from the real issues. Okay? You have the Marjorie Taylor Greens of the world claiming that this is a consequence of, like, man-made weather modification or whatever. Okay, it's important to educate people. It's important to educate people in the aftermath of events such as this one, and bring them on board with a more productive solution, rather than to leave them astray. Because that's how you arrive at people believing in chemtrails and cloud seeding initiatives that are causing these, or Jewish space lasers that are causing these fucking these natural disasters. Okay? Anyway, let's get to Ted Cruz.
The pain, the shock of what has transpired these last few days has broken the heart of our state.
Hasan, I'm from Lampasas, Texas, where we're currently experiencing flooding as well. My Facebook is full of Jesus Take the Wheel posts. I post opposing views all the time. They double down that it's not this administration's fault. They say God is good, and how dare I question him? It's insane. I feel like these people can't be educated. They're so stuck. Yeah, but for every person that you feel like can't be educated, there's definitely still going to be people that recognize that these things are happening way more frequently, and they've noticed that they're happening in an alarming rate and an increasing frequency and increasing magnitude in their lifetimes. And there's always someone you can convince. You should never give up on convincing people on what the truth is, okay? I don't, and you shouldn't either. Can you imagine if I was like, what are you going to do? Fuck it. Fuck these people. If I just did that, I mean, that undermines everything that I seek out here. That undermines everything that I want this community to do. You feel me? So let's continue.
As of yesterday, the confirmed death.
This fucking sociopath is like trying to come across as though he's like empathetic here, which is crazy.
Toll was 82, and those numbers are continuing to go up. The children, the little girls who were lost at Camp Mystic. That's every parent's nightmare.
Yeah, also, this is a point as well, obviously. A common progressive fantasy is that once conservatives see the consequences of climate change, they will have some sort of come-to-Jesus moment, but it's always pretty obvious to people paying attention that they are just going to blame it on deep state flooding tech and learn nothing. But I think this is a defeatist attitude to have, because for every 5 people that will do this exact same thing, there will be 3 people that can be convinced. So you have to work every single day to convince those 3 people, to find those 3 people and convince them. Okay? I think it's unproductive to just like harden your stance. It's unproductive to harden your stance and just be like, well, you voted for this, have fun with it, especially when plenty of people there did not vote for this at all. And even the people that did vote for this are they're obviously first and foremost victim to the horrifying nature of these sorts of disasters, but then they're also a victim to the misinformation from the start. You all have family members, immediate family members, who are stuck in this incredible misinformation vacuum. You know? Think about it like that. Think about trying to convince those people, your loved ones. Because you never know, you know? You never know. One day something might stick. And I know that the government is never going to engage in this sort of like deprogramming, and that's already a scary thing to say to begin with. You know, people will go, oh, you mean camps? You want to do re-education camps or whatever, right? So you need to use the immediate relationships that you have with a lot of these people to educate them on the truth. This is a large enough community that we can make an impact that way. No matter how marginal, it's still significant. That's why I don't shy away from talking to people directly where they're at anytime I can. Now, of course, I still have my moments. I still have my angry moments where I just like pop off. But otherwise, it's always good to try and engage in messaging discipline and to be cool, calm, and collected and use it as an opportunity to teach people.
Every mom and dad, last week, we were picking up our daughter.
Hasan, left side question. Why you let people speak ill of your name for this long? That's crazy. What the fuck are you talking about? Who gives a shit?
From camp here in Hunt. Our girls have gone to camp here for a decade. The Hill Country is an incredible part of Texas, part of the country. The natural beauty here is incredible. The camps that have raised generations of little girls and little boys and instilled character and love and faith are extraordinary institutions. And I'll tell you, the pain in our state, and it's every part of the state. You've got Texans from all over the state who were here celebrating the 4th of July. A week ago, this was a time of great celebration. You're dropping your little girl off at camp, your little boy off at camp. You're celebrating Independence Day. You know that your child is going to be swimming and canoes and horseback riding and doing archery and making lifetime friends. And then suddenly it turns to tragedy. For the last several days, I've spoken to multiple parents, scared out of their mind. What, do you know anything? Where is my daughter? There's still 10 girls and 1 counselor from Camp Mystic that are unaccounted for. And the pain and agony of not knowing your child's whereabouts, it's the worst thing imagined. But I want to say, in the face of all of this, it is simultaneously inspiring. Every time there's a tragedy, every time there's a natural disaster in Texas, Texans come together. Texas is a big state. We got 31 million people, and we have hurricanes, we have tornadoes, we have wildfires. Tragedies hit this state, natural disasters hit this state, and without fail, 100 out of 100 times when that happens, we see Texans coming together, helping each other, engaging in acts of heroism. There have been over 850 high water rescues since this flooding began. 850.
Cruz's a bad actor. I know. I mean, he's both a nefarious player here and also responsible. I met a new girl who believes in weather machines and all the classic conspiracy theories, but she's from a small town in South Dakota. She's lived her whole life. I don't blame her. Many of these people are nice people, but just misguided and are in an echo chamber of misinformation and wrongly placed anger and fear. Exactly. Exactly. Especially when you can like directly point to some of the initiatives of this government. This is part of the reason why I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot, but this is part of the reason why I get mad at the fucking Democrats. Because Democrats should be, one, immediately helping in the recovery and relief efforts, which they are, but also simultaneously speaking from every podium, every avenue available about how cutting the National Weather Service and cutting NOAA and the defunding and the austerity that this government is engaging in is so devastating, is so deadly. people are still going to obviously talk about how you know, this couldn't be prevented. It's a natural disaster. There are systemic reasons as to why these natural disasters that are supposed to be once in a lifetime are happening with higher frequency, right? There's obviously that. And that should be talked about. Climate change specifically in this context. But then there's also the prevention and the infrastructure hardening that needs to happen, knowing full well that the magnitude and frequency of these extreme weather conditions, extreme weather events are increasing at an alarming rate. It's no longer once every 100 years. It's no longer once every 50 years. It's not even once every 25 years. It's not even once every 5 years. It's happening yearly. And at that point, it's just a normal part of existence, and we have to, at the very least, create some sort of protection to make sure that we protect people and to avoid unnecessary deaths. And it's not just happening yearly. Yes, it's happening multiple times a year as well. It's like, that is the reality. And then on top of that, and then at the last stage, we talk about the recovery and relief. Okay? There's also that aspect of it, because on the recovery and relief side, the Trump administration is cutting FEMA, reallocating FEMA resources to immigrant detention centers, to build immigrant detention centers like the Alligator Auschwitz that they build in Florida. They're utilizing the National Guard they're federalizing the National Guard, or utilizing the National Guard to work in these apprehension, these kidnapping operations of your neighbors. Utilizing the Marine Corps in this way. It's our priorities are completely out of whack. It's completely distorted. It's completely busted. And I think it's good to talk to people about that. It's good to talk to people about this and show them what the administration is tasked with doing. In the same ways that the Republicans will actively point the finger of blame at the Democrats and be like, oh, all they care about is like trans people. All they care about is trans people. Ironically enough, the Democrats don't care about trans people, but that's besides the point. Use Republican tactics in the same exact ways against them. Okay? They're nowhere to be found, and the moments where they are, they come in after the fact, after the devastation is done, and they turn around and say, oh, thoughts and prayers. Okay? Thoughts and fucking prayers. When in fact, their actions also led to the devastation and the impact being much larger than it should be.
You look at extraordinary stories of Eagle Scouts pulling campers out of harm's way. I was just hearing a story of one counselor whose head was right at the water holding up 2 mattresses with campers on those mattresses. That kind of courage, that kind of selflessness. And then they're the first responders. The local first responders, I want to thank every one of the first responders at the local level, at the city level, at the county level, at the state level, at the federal level. In the first few hours of this flood, I was on the phone with Governor Abbott. I was on the phone with Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. I was on the phone with Nim Kidd, the head of the Texas Department of Emergency Management. And then I called President Trump. I called President Trump. He was having dinner at the time. It was still early in what was transpiring. And I wanted him to know, I said, Mr. President, everything we're hearing right now, this appears to be bad, really bad. There may be a very significant loss of life unfolding right now in Texas. And I will tell you, the president said, Ted, anything Texas needs, the answer is yes. Whatever assets you need, whatever resources you need, Yes, let us know, and we will provide everything. Within hours, we had helicopters, over a dozen helicopters in the air. National Guard, DPS, game wardens, Coast Guard, doing search and rescue, reaching down. We've all seen the videos of little girls being pulled up, hoisted out of harm's way. Incredible courage and heroism. Search and rescue is the first stage, but the process of coming together and rebuilding is going to take longer. And I will say to all the grieving families, to all of those who've gotten the worst news imaginable, that your little girl, she's gone.
Turns out Cancun Cruz was in Europe over the weekend. Ted Cruz caught vacationing as tragedy strikes again. The Daily Beast reports that Ted Cruz was vacationing in Europe as floods ripped through central Texas, killing at least 89 people, including 27 campers and counselors from a summer camp. The Texas senator was spotted visiting the Parthenon in the Greek capital Athens with his wife Heidi on Saturday evening. Brother, are you joking? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, brother. Busted again. Motherfucking Cancun Cruise, this time in Greece. Oh, my Lord. This man is... I mean, listen, guys, you have to understand something. As many of you work tirelessly day in, day out with no hope of a summer vacation, both because you don't have the disposable income to pay for a summer vacation and also because your boss will never let you go, you have to understand Ted Cruz is a really hard job. And he just did his really hard job when he went to vote for the Murder Poor People bill. Okay, and after he did this like really difficult thing of voting for the continuation of tax cuts for the wealthiest in American society, while simultaneously murdering poor people by cutting off their access to Medicaid and cutting off their access to SNAP, food assistance programs that they need necessary for survival, he had to obviously take a big vacation. One that will never be afforded to you, just like he has a platinum healthcare program as a consequence of being a senator. You will never have that, obviously. His job relies on you. His job basically is telling you don't deserve that, okay? Something to also remember, something to also consider. But he had to celebrate. He had to celebrate with his family. He had to celebrate with his family on vacation, okay? A lot of you are being unnecessarily rude and ruthless to Ted Cruz. I mean, he had a really tough go at it, okay?
I will say for many of us, those are friends and neighbors who've lost children. Got multiple kids who go to school with my girls. The mayor asked for prayers.
Dude, this motherfucker is also like trying to be like, we're all victims here. It's like, bro, you were in Greece. Okay? Like, oh, we're all victims here. Let me tell you, okay? Me, Ted Cruz, I'm a victim of this flooding. You don't understand. Half of the people who live in that area, Ted Cruz literally voted to cut their Medicaid. You understand me? Like, that's coming down the line. Half of the people, he voted to cut their Medicaid and also has actively petitioned alongside the Trump administration to cut FEMA funding or to reallocate FEMA resources to, the immigration detention scheme that this administration is doing, the immigration enforcement scheme that this administration is doing. And after doing all that, which is, a lot of work, it's just a lot of hard work, he had to fuck off and go to Greece. Okay?
And I want to say thank you to the millions of Texans, to the millions of Americans, to the millions of people all over the world right now who are praying for Texas and praying for those parents. Going through this grief, it is going to take
Do you think a Zoran-style campaign can work in Texas? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. It can work everywhere. It needs to be adjusted to whatever the expectations of the state is. But overall, the Zoran thing, the Zoran campaign is a national one. We saw this with Bernie Sanders, okay? Because Zoran, like the optics of Zoran in New York work because New York is a immigrant city, okay? So people are more susceptible to hearing this kind of left-wing populism from a Muslim dude who's Indian and from Uganda, right? Now, there are obviously racial hurdles that would make it harder for someone like Zoran to craft a campaign, craft a successful campaign in a place like Texas. Having said that, it's not impossible. Even someone like Zoran could do this in a place like Texas as well, exactly with the same kind of background. But like I said, it's not Zoran's background that's important here, okay? His background can be a hurdle, make it harder to communicate effectively to as broad an audience as possible, especially if they're just like fucking straight up racist, or if you have like a female candidate, they have to overcome misogyny, you know? Like these are things that just make it harder, but that doesn't make it impossible. And Zoran's importance here, Zoran's campaign here, is not who he is as an individual, it's what he said, okay? He was able to make people realize that there is an alternative method out there from a campaign that actually puts people first, rather than the interests of corporations and the wealthy. You can absolutely do this everywhere. Okay, there are versions of this that even in places like Texas that have started a fire, like the Beto O'Rourke campaign. If you look at it, like the initial Beto O'Rourke campaign that was like an underdog story was cultivated around the same kind of progressive messaging, had the exact same door knockers. There's a lot of people in this chat that live in Texas that probably found themselves awash with the Beto O'Rourke method and the Beto O'Rourke movement. Now, what he became shortly thereafter was obviously another establishment machine politician, and it failed spectacularly. But even the significant gains that Beto was able to make in a short period of time in the exact same style of like door knocking, that in and of itself, yeah, not 2020, we're talking Beto, 2018, I think. Like all of those, like that is that should not be looked at as a failure, okay? Because if Beto O'Rourke was a earnest, real progressive fighter, a socialist, okay, card-carrying socialist, he'd get back to work and he'd keep pushing, and he would still focus on progressive policies, left populism, create a campaign around universality, uplifting the poor. These sorts of things are very successful. They're so successful that Donald Trump has lied about them. Donald Trump has lied about being this person, okay? So yes, a Zoran-style campaign can happen all around the country.
Love, it is going to take friends and family embracing and hugging and holding them while they weep. And it's going to take the church. With every disaster, one of the things we see here in Texas is the church steps up and the church helps and the church feeds and clothes and comforts. This morning I met with a group of chaplains who've been going through the incredibly difficult process of talking to mom and dad after mom and dad who just lost the most precious person they ever knew. And those chaplains are just trying to love them and show God's love. So I want to say we will come through this. To those in the midst of grief right now, that might seem hard to fathom. But
yeah, church should replace the welfare state. Here's another great take from this. Obviously, the initial reports are coming out already. Officials feared the flood risk of Texan youth camps were imminent, but rejected a warning system, deeming it too expensive. Okay? Officials feared flood risk to youth camps, but rejected a warning system. And Adam Johnson says, one thing the left, such as it is, needs to emphasize over and over is that local/state budget constraints are entirely artificial. They're manufactured austerity. If the federal government can invent $38 billion out of thin air to fund a genocide, it can afford to build flood warning systems. These budget shortfalls are not real. The federal government can invent money and transfer it to states for essential projects whenever it wishes. We simply choose not to because subjecting 50 states and thousands of municipalities to a game of neoliberal bum fights empowers capital. This person doesn't understand the point. He says local state budget constraints are real. They are, except the federal government can aid and abet, okay? The federal government can always offer additional funds and additional resources in times of necessity. It is always a matter of interest. It is not a matter of, it is the biggest hurdle. The biggest hurdle here is never, oh, where will we find the money? Because there's always money for war. The biggest hurdle is, how do we actually reallocate these resources to these sorts of incredibly important and sometimes costly prevention methods? The conversation around deficits only become a serious point of contention when the expenditures we're talking about help the working poor, okay? They only talk about how will we fund this whenever it's something that helps you out. The government literally only talks about how we're going to fund this. How are we going to fund this? This is so costly whenever it's something like you getting health care. It's something like you getting the proper education. It's something like your infrastructure getting the proper funds. There is never a question in either party about how are we going to pay for it when it comes down to funding war, funding endless militarism, funding all of these imperial adventures overseas. There is never a question about how we're going to pay for it ever. Every single year, every single congressional session, we increase the military budget by hundreds of billions of dollars. Even in this last Trump tax cut bill, the big beautiful bill, the big bomb for the working poor, there was $150 additional billion for the military. There was $175 billion for Trump's immigration enforcement scheme. There's always money for the military. There's always money for the police at the local budgets, okay? And there's always money for some kind of enforcement mechanism. There's never money. There's never enough money for these sorts of resource allocation initiatives when it's saving people's lives. Okay? Here's the New York Times on this as well. As floods hit, key roles were vacant at Weather Service offices in Texas. Some experts say staff shortages might have complicated forecasters' ability to coordinate responses with local emergency management officials. Do not let these fucking assholes get away with it, okay? They'll say thoughts and prayers. They'll say now is not the time. That's the thing that I told you. Initially, when people ask these questions like, how could this have happened? How could this have happened? The first response from Republicans will be, oh, now is not the time. Now is not the time. No, it is the time. When is the appropriate time? They do this with mass shootings too, which aren't even fucking natural disasters to begin with. Now is not the time. Don't politicize this. Now is not the time. Don't politicize it. It's like you politicized it. Oh. You are responsible for these preventable deaths. You are responsible. If you are a Republican politician, you are especially responsible for these deaths. This is what you wanted. This is what you actively designed society around.
Will come through this. And I just want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to these gentlemen here who are working. They are not sleeping. They are working every day. Thank you to the families. Thank you to the Salvation Army. Thank you to everyone who is just reaching out and saying, how can I help? We will come through this, and we'll come through this together. Thank you. And now we'll take questions.
Senator, you talked about how you know kids here, how you've taken your own kids to camp. Was it ever communicated to you that there was a need, that it was a priority to have a warning system so people had a chance to escape something like this?
Well, listen, I think anytime you're dealing with major rivers, there's a risk of flooding, and there's always been a risk of flooding, particularly on the Guadalupe River. I will say, in the wake of every tragedy, there are things that are predictable. One of the things that's predictable is that you see some people engaging in, I think, partisan games and trying to blame.
See, there you go. There's always a chance of disaster. God willed it. God willed it. God is great. God is good. We don't know the ways in which God works, but don't politicize it. I told you, right on fucking script. Right on script. Now is not the time, and this is a natural disaster. It is what it is. It happens. Okay? Dude, the entire purpose of mankind that has been able to go to the fucking moon, that has been able to build ginormous dams, that has been able to build massive skyscrapers is to overcome nature, okay? And yes, part of that hubris is what's causing these kinds of extreme weather events to take place because of anthropogenic climate change. But there is still so much more that we can do. Okay, there's still so much more that we could do in terms of proper prevention. Not building campsites and not building campsites around, for example, a riverbed. Or if we do, ensuring that we have the proper resources allocated to warning systems. Bro, we can conquer a little rain, I think. I mean, this isn't that. This wasn't a little rain. That's the whole point. That's why I gave like the Pompeii example, where it's like we just keep rebuilding in the ash cheeks of a volcano over and over again, and then the volcano explodes and the lava takes over the city, and then we rebuild the city once again, and we say, it won't happen again. It won't happen again. And we don't even monitor the tectonic activities. We don't even we underfund we underfund the warning systems ahead of time so that there's no evacuation. We just refuse to learn any lessons from any of this, and it's so devastating. Sorry, 10 missing now. How many dead? There are more than 80 people that have died so far.
Political opponents for a natural disaster. And you see that with a hurricane, with a tornado, with a wildfire, with this flooding, where people immediately say, well, the hurricane is Donald Trump's fault. Look, that, I think most normal...
No one thinks the hurricane is Donald Trump's fault, jackass. Everyone says that the Republican Party has actively worked against, with the unlimited resources we have, the Republican Party in the United States of America is actively creating a more harmful environment, a more dangerous environment. I don't think that people behave in the ways that they're claiming. That is the Republicans that will say, oh, the hurricane is Joe Biden's fault. Okay? Nobody says natural disasters are a direct consequence of, like, whoever the fucking president is. Unless you're a Republican and the president is a Democrat. Okay? They say these things are happening with a greater frequency and greater magnitude. We have to have the proper resources allocated to prevention, to infrastructure hardening, and to proper warning systems. And then we have to have the proper resources distributed back to the recovery and rebuilding efforts. That is what people say. And the Republicans have steadily created a hurdle against such things.
Americans know that's ridiculous, and I think this is not a time for partisan finger pointing and attacks. Now, after we come through search and rescue, after we come through the process of rebuilding, there will naturally be a period of retrospection where you look back and say, okay, what exactly transpired? What was the timeline? And what could have been done differently to prevent this loss of life? And that's a natural process. I think it should not happen in a bitter and partisan sense, but it should happen in a reasonable sense of saying, what lessons can we learn? And I will give an example. You know, Houston's my hometown. If you live on the Gulf Coast, we get hurricanes. That's part of living on the Gulf Coast as hurricanes hit. And I do think Texas as a whole has learned over time how to deal more effectively with hurricanes. And so you look here, we know the National Weather Service put out an emergency warning just after 1 a.m. and a second emergency warning just after 4 a.m. Now, obviously, most people at 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. are asleep. And so I think we will have a reasonable conversation about, A, are there any ways to have earlier detection? And some of that, the limits of a flash flood, they're very difficult because they can arise so quickly. But everyone would agree in hindsight, if we could go back and do it again, we would evacuate particularly those in the most vulnerable areas, the young children in the cabins closest to the water. We would remove them and get them to higher ground if we could go back and do it again. Obviously, everyone would. The people in RVs by the river's edge. We know in disasters like this, RVs and mobile homes are particularly susceptible, whether a flood or a hurricane or a tornado, they're particularly susceptible to that. And so my hope is, in time, we will learn some lessons to implement to next time, and there will be another flood, there will be another disaster.
He's wrong. I mean, this is a lie also. This is literally a fucking lie. Okay? When he says, we will learn from these lessons, his previous response, and his current response, as a matter of fact, shows that he's not interested in learning any of the lessons. He literally said, oh, there's nothing we can do about it. You know, these things happen. And then turning around and being like, oh, well, you know, we'll figure it out after the fact. We'll figure out what went wrong here after the fact. It's like, no, you're just pushing it down when it's no longer important in the public's eye, when it's no longer newsworthy. This is a defensive posture against. This is a defensive posture that is the opposite of problem solving. Okay, an issue happens. People seek out answers when it is the most prescient. And these guys desperately move the attention away and delay with the hopes that they don't ever have to answer these questions. Okay? He's not lying. They'll learn what other publicly funded services they can cut, maybe the emergency text warning system next. Republicans have become so ghoul-like. I mean, they've always been like this, chatter. Yeah, you mean salient. Sure, salient's a better word. Yes, salient. When the issue is most salient. When people are actually paying attention, when people are demanding answers in this time of crisis, they don't want to give answers in this time of crisis on purpose, because if they were to properly analyze the situation as we have done so far, even with like the limited amount of information we have thus far, we very quickly arrive at the real villains in the story, which happens to be the fucking Republican Party. Okay? The people that are actively underfunding these systems of prevention, alerts, and analysis.
Next time there's a flood, I hope we have in place processes to remove especially the most vulnerable from harm's way. But I think that's going to be a process that will take a careful examination of what happened and how can we implement processes better in the future to prevent this same loss of life.
Senator, there were claims that the National Weather Service sent that first flash flood warning that should have alerted phones at 1:14 in the morning. But we have a federal public database maintained by PBS Warn, that says the first emergency alert wirelessly here in this area to Kerr County.
It's like, oh man, how could this have happened? How could this thing that I worked hard on, how could it have happened? I didn't realize when I cut the funding and advocated to cut the funding by cutting the fat, by trimming the fat in the federal government, that these already underfunded resources comprised of woke gay scientists were actually doing woke gay science in the form of figuring out when how devastating flash floods might look like. I don't know how this could have happened. Guy who literally is responsible for it.
It was not until after 9 a.m. That was more than 4 hours after the severe flooding had come to this area. Did you know that? Have you seen that? And what's your response, knowing the state and...
Yeah, look, he said the same thing in 2018. Senator Cruz, we will rebuild together because that's who Texans are. Surveys, flood damage in Burnett and Llano County urges Texans to heed warnings from local officials. When asked about the rebuilding process, Senator Cruz noted the bipartisan cooperation of the Texas delegation in the wake of Hurricane Harvey and the more recent flooding events. I'm amazed at the bipartisan cooperation we saw in the wake of Harvey. Harvey now goes down in history as the second most costly natural disaster in U.S. history, and we have bipartisan cooperation. First concern is getting people out of harm's way, Senator Cruz said. If there's more flooding that comes, and some of the weather reports suggest they may be coming, then please take seriously if an evacuation order is given. Don't risk it. Don't think that you can make it through. They have this script. They have just the same script that they hit over and over again. Every single fucking time. Every single damn time. It's like the same script that they hit. Same footnotes. Same bullet points. You know, thoughts and prayers. God is good. God is great. How could this have happened? We will figure out how this could have happened, and we'll make sure that it doesn't happen again. As they literally work to make it happen again and again and again and again, and make things worse in the process.
And NWS in recent months by this administration.
So I don't know the source for what you're saying. All of the public reporting I've seen is that there were two alerts that went out, one just after 1 a.m., one after 4 a.m. You know, I can tell you, I talked about the partisan finger pointing. I think there have been some eager to point at the National Weather Service and say cuts there led to a lack of warning. I think that's contradicted by the facts, and if you look at the facts in particular,
look. Direct question. Let's see.
A.m. one after 4 a.m. You know, I can tell you, I talked about the partisan finger pointing. I think there have been some eager to point at the National Weather Service and say cuts there led to a lack of warning.
No, those cuts were good. Those cuts were good. We saved so much money. Excuse me, sir. Talking about these cuts, you're kind of making it seem like I need to take accountability for things that I've advocated for, and I don't like it. How dare you, sir? This is not time for partisan finger pointing, sir. These cuts were good. These cuts were great. We need more of them. Also, how could this have happened? I don't like the facts that you are presenting to me.
I think that's contradicted by the...
Yeah. Texas Observer, Trump's Doge cuts are a Texas-sized disaster. Okay? This came out on July 3rd, 2025. Reckless agency layoffs and the dismantling of federal relief programs could leave the Lone Star State in peril. This was before the fucking flash floods. Right? I think. Like right before. A day before the flash floods happened, they were like, this is a ginormous issue. President Trump's commitment to energy dominance would seem to be good news for the Texan economy, but in the administration's reversal of environmental policies, including via the chaos of the Department of Government Efficiency trashing federal agencies, it is easy to overlook changes that are of particular importance to the state. On the one hand, our increasingly smaller window of short-term profit seeking seems to be focusing in the direction of accelerating fossil fuel production Okay, and Texans are like, hell yeah, baby, let's suck the earth dry. Ironically enough, that leads to more erratic weather conditions, more extreme heat, more extreme drought, and then also more extreme flash flooding incidents like the one that we just saw. And then on top of that, because a lot of these resources, as I've detailed out, as I showed you in the Project 2025 reporting on this, okay, the reason why they're cutting these initiatives is twofold, the NOAA and NWS. It's twofold because those woke scientists are actively tasked with identifying climate change. Like, their job is to literally look at this and say things are going to get worse. But that's too alarmist for these people because they have to keep lying to the public and make it seem as though climate change is not real, that it's a fucking it's a hoax, that it's made up, and it's woke, right? It's woke and gay. So they want to cut it for that reason, because it undermines their overarching agenda of focusing on fossil fuel production. Part of that is because China has complete dominance over the renewable energy sector. So we have to do everything in our power to fucking continue working on drill baby drill mentality. That's good for Texans in the short term, at least like the way that they see it. But then also, their second reason is because they want to privatize the NWS so that someone who is close with the administration, another wealthy dipshit, can basically take over the NWS, which provides a service that is an absolute necessity for all aspects of commerce, so that they can paywall this stuff. And privatization of this sort, as we have seen time and time again, only leads to less efficiency. Okay? Efficiency that a capital owner understands very different than the efficiency of a service. The service diminishes, the service gets worse, but they make more money. The efficiency means someone can make super profits in the process. What a capital owner believes is efficiency is not necessarily good for you, the average person, okay? A lot of these things that the government is tasked with doing basically have to work invisibly. Like, they have to work, and they're working, they're working in a way where you don't even realize that they're working at all times, okay? You only realize the government is failing when it actually isn't working. You only realize that the government is there when it actually fails in a moment like this. So this is a really important time for leftists and Democrats alike to explain that these are resources that we cannot take funds away from. These are government instruments that we have to rely on, that we have to continue funding, and the Republicans' austerity measures against the war that they're waging against these government systems is actually deadly and will continue to have devastating consequences, such as this one that we just watched.
The facts, and if you look at the facts in particular, number one, that these warnings went out hours before the flood became a true emergency level, but number two, the National Weather Service here, New Braunfels is where they were headquartered. They had additional manpower. In fact, they had 3 additional people working that night, anticipating that it was going to be a very dangerous weather situation. I also think it's worth noting that the National Weather Service Union, which has been very critical of the DOGE cuts, has publicly said that they don't believe that the reduction in staffing had any impact whatsoever on their ability to warn of this event. And so, look, I think it is reasonable over time to engage in a retrospective and say at every level what could have been done better, because all of us.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good actually that we actually had key roles that were vacant. Like, there were people that took the retirement plan, the accelerated retirement plan, and the government did that specifically so that there were less people in these positions. Okay? They didn't like directly lay them off. In some instances they did, but in many instances they just basically said, hey man, we're giving you an opportunity before we lay you off. We're just giving you severance pay, fuck off, with no interest in rehiring. Here's the New York Times reporting on it. Crucial positions at the local office of the National Weather Service were unfilled as severe rainfall inundated parts of central Texas on Friday morning, prompting some experts to question whether staffing shortages made it harder for the forecasting agency to coordinate with local emergency managers as floodwaters rose. Texas officials appeared to blame the Weather Service for issuing forecasts on Wednesday that underestimated how much rain was coming. But former Weather Service officials said the forecasts were as good as could be expected, given the enormous levels of rainfall and the storm's unusually abrupt escalation. The staffing shortages suggest a separate problem, those former officials said. The loss of experienced people who would typically have helped communicate with local authorities in the hours after flash flood warnings were issued overnight. The shortages are among the factors likely to be scrutinized as the death toll climbs from the floods. Separate questions have emerged about the preparedness of local communities, including Kerr County's apparent lack of local flood warning system. The county, roughly 50 miles northwest of San Antonio, is where many of the deaths occurred. In an interview, Rob Kelly, the Kerr County judge, and its most senior elected official said the county did not have a warning system because such systems are expensive and local residents are resistant to new spending. Taxpayers won't pay for it, Mr. Kelly said. Asked if people might reconsider it in the light of the catastrophe, he said, I don't know. This is part of the reason why I sometimes say, like, it's better to just do it and not tell people that you're doing it. Okay? It's just like, why? Why do you need public feedback on all of this stuff? What is the purpose of the fucking government? It's not like they ask every working poor individual whether or not they want to get their fucking SNAP benefits reduced. They just do it anyway, right? I don't understand it. Yeah, here, I have an initiative in mind. Are you ready for it? We're saying that the National Weather Service alert system is actually against wokeness. It's actually homophobic and anti-woke, which is why it must be funded. Boom. There you go. Funding secured. Okay, just say that all the people that want to cut these resources are woke and gay. They want to cut the resources in a gay way. Funding the police is gay. We must redistribute resources away from the overfunded police budgets, which are woke and gay, and fund it back to like the homophobic parts of American governance. Big government is anti-gay. Little government is gay as hell. I figured it out. The weather service, yeah, or you can say it stops the Democrat weather machines. Yeah, that's another one. We have to fund these institutions and these warning systems because they warn against the Democrat gay machine, the gay weather machine. Okay? We need to have a big, macho, muscular, manly government. The Weather Service nearby San Antonio office, which covers other areas hit by the floods, also has significant vacancies, including a warning coordination meteorologist and science officer, Mr. Fahey said. The National Weather Service San Angelo office, which is responsible for some of the areas hit hardest by Friday's flooding, was missing a senior hydrologist, staff forecaster, and meteorologist in charge. Okay, San Antonio office also has significant vacancies. Staff members in those positions are meant to work with local emergency managers to plan for floods, including when and how to warn local residents and help them evacuate. The office's warning coordination meteorologist left on April 30th after taking the early retirement package the Trump administration used to reduce the number of federal employees, according to a person with knowledge of his departure. Some of the openings may predate the current Trump administration, but at both offices, the vacancy rate is roughly double what it was when Mr. Trump returned to the White House in January, according to Mr. Fahey. John Sokich, who until January was the director of congressional affairs for the National Weather Service, said those unfilled positions made it harder to coordinate with local officials because each Weather Service office works as a team. Reduced staffing puts that in jeopardy. A spokeswoman for the National Weather Service, Erica Groh, did not answer questions from the New York Times about the Texas vacancies, including how long those positions have been open, and whether those vacancies had contributed to the damage caused by the flooding. There's also another problem here where the NWS staffers that are still employed might be fearful of speaking out against the administration out of an abundance of caution, out of the fear that the administration might actually enact revenge upon them by fucking firing them, which is insane to even think, but it is quite literally a reality. It is within the realm of possible options here. Part of what the Republicans do expertly is consistently claim that these services are not working, so we have to just continue defunding them. That is a part of their advocacy. A part of their advocacy quite literally is to say these systems are failing. They failed our people. They failed our citizens, which is why we must defund them. They're just taking your tax dollars.
Would want to prevent this horrific loss of life, but I think just immediately trying to use it for either side to attack their political opponents, I think that's cynical and not the right approach, particularly at a time when we're dealing with a crisis and we're dealing with grief.
So speaking to whether there should be cuts at the National Weather Service and FEMA, you've been supportive of FEMA.
Look, I am very supportive of FEMA. I'm very supportive of the National Weather Service. They both perform essential roles, and I think it is critical in every federal agency, particularly when you're dealing with public safety, that we make sure that critical roles are maintained. That's a longer and broader discussion, but as I said, everything from the public evidence indicates that was not a contributing factor to what occurred here.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Jason Allen has been following this story since the very beginning. He joins me now. Jason, what have you been seeing out here?
Maurice, what has really struck me immediately and over the past 3 days is how in some places there is nothing left. You can't even tell what was there before this flood came through. And this is a part of the country that people here know as a flash flood alley. There's a combination of extreme rain events, very thin soil. So officials here over the last 3 days say they have rescued more than 850 people, some of them from the tops of trees and others from rooftops.
Hundreds of first responders spread out across the Guadalupe River. They climbed over debris piles, searched mangled cars, and combed riverbanks that flood.
There's been a federal hiring freeze for NWS. I work there, so even if they wanted to hire, they can't.
Waters scoured. Torrential rain caused one river to surge nearly 26 feet in just 45 minutes early Friday morning.
We're at Camp Mystic looking for our kids.
Children's summer camps dot the shoreline of the Guadalupe. At Camp Mystic, an all-girls summer camp, the river started running through cabins where children were sleeping. Nearly a dozen 3rd and 4th grade girls are still missing.
We're looking for places that they're going to potentially be alive.
Further down the river, the flooding ripped through homes and campgrounds where families were staying for the holiday weekend.
We're still hoping for the best. And that's all we can do in that and pray.
Brian Blackwood came to the house his family owned, looking for signs of his sister and brother-in-law, Beth and Hutch Bryan. They had friends staying with them. Only one escaped.
He said he and Martha made their way, fighting the current around the house, and that's when she got swept away.
Amid the heartbreak, incredible stories of survival.
All of a sudden we just hear somebody say, "Help, help!"
Sisters Natalie and Emily Rayford said they spent 20 minutes trying to pinpoint those screams. Then they said an 8-year-old girl who had floated 6 miles from Camp Mystic appeared from a pile of debris.
Did you ask her what had happened, how she was able to make it?
Yeah, we asked her what happened, and she said that her cabin was flooding and someone opened a window and she just flew out of it.
The sudden rush of water reached this RV park, packed with campers.
Everybody on the level where the water is in right now, they were barely getting out with their pajamas on and their dogs.
Lorena Guillen said in the rush to wake people up, they could only watch helplessly as one family was swept away.
Just hearing those kids cry, screaming, it was very, very difficult.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott said no one anticipated the severity of the storm.
The moment of time when they knew the magnitude of the water, it's a difficult decision about whether or not to begin.
It's pretty crazy to think, but it's pretty crazy when you think about it, but like Republicans do actively work against the best interests of the public in every aspect of governance. Someone in the chat was talking about like harm reduction initiatives for safe injection sites. Like they literally are anti-human, anti-welfare, anti-humanity in general. They're pro-capital, pro-profit, and anti-human for every single issue. I'm joining the side of cancer on the war on cancer. I'm joining the side of COVID on the war against COVID. I'm joining the side of the natural disasters and the war against climate change. I'm siding with climate change every single time. It is fucking insane. But because this kind of death is often, as we've talked about before with Luigi Mangione, social murder, most people are oblivious. Because it's not immediate. It's just like, you don't see it. You don't see it as like action reaction. You see it as like something that is totally out of people's hands. It's crazy.
Evacuating people or not?
Despite deadly floods here in the past, there are no outdoor warning systems here, no sirens. Instead, people rely on predictions and forecasts from the National Weather Service. Now, local officials debated adding a system back in 2017. They held off because of the cost of that system. Maurice, President Trump expected to visit the area on Friday.
Okay, Jason Allen, thank you so much. Extraordinary stories there.
Now then, Texas preparing for more heavy rainfall after at least 82 people, 28 of them children, killed by flash flooding over the course of the weekend. Many more remain missing, including 10 children and a counselor from a summer camp, as the search continues for survivors and bodies.
Here we go, once again. British newscasters covering the horrifying events that are unfolding in America from afar, like we are, like they're watching, National Geographic. A classic.
Authorities say 850 people have been rescued so far. Well, Donald Trump has denied that federal government cuts, including to the agency overseeing the National Weather Service, may have impacted the response. The US president also said he may visit the state later in the week. It comes as authorities warn residents in Texas to prepare for further bad weather.
We will remain 100% dedicated, searching for every single one of the children who were at Camp Mystic, as well as anybody else in the entire riverbed. To make sure that they're going to be recovered. There are dangers over the next 24 to 48 hours that could pose public safety threats to people in these regions. There is heavy rainfall that's already occurred, and there's more heavy rainfall that's expected that will lead to potential flash flooding.
Well, we're now starting to hear from survivors, including this woman who's spoken about the harrowing experience of having to flee with just moments to spare.
Honestly, if my husband hadn't been awake, I think it could have been a different story. We were worried about leaks in the RV with the heavy rain, and he heard screaming outside and came and woke me up immediately, and we had to be out of there in about 10 to 15 minutes. The hardest part was there was a little boy who started floating downstream, and he was screaming, asking for help, but there just wasn't anything anybody could do at that point.
We're also learning more about the people who died in this tragedy, including 8- and 9-year-old girls at Camp Mystic, just feet from the Guadalupe River. The pictures we're showing you here show the inside of cabins at the camp. After the floodwaters rushed through, you can see everything is covered in mud. It is not clear whether the girls in these cabins were able to escape. Janet Shamlian is downriver from here. She has been gathering stories about what happened. Janet, good morning to you.
Maurice, good morning. You can only imagine the anguish and the heartbreak as some families are still waiting on word of their loved ones. And the moms and dads who dropped off their little girls at Camp Mystic, some just a few days earlier, thinking these girls were about to have the summer of their life. Even though it has been 3 days, for those who haven't heard, you know, they are holding up.
Yeah, GOP cycle, cut funding, ruin lives, pray hard. Rinse and repeat. Devastation takes place, rinse and repeat.
Hope this morning.
This is the aftermath of unimaginable tragedy. Devastated bunkhouses at Camp Mystic, where some of the girls who went missing were staying as floodwaters engulfed the grounds. 8-year-old camper Linny McCown of...
It's crazy to think, like, we're doing this kind of child murder overseas. Okay, we've delegated the responsibility over to Israel, right? And a lot of our resources and funds go to that. And then at the domestic level, we're doing it to our own citizens as well. Like, these guys don't care about anybody, okay? They are anti-children across the board, both in our foreign policy and also in our domestic policy as well. It is, I mean, this is yet another glaringly obvious indication that the government simply does not care about anyone other than super profits for faceless, lifeless corporations and big business owners that are aligned. They're the only interests that they care about. China breaks more records with surge in solar and wind power. Yeah, I mean, obviously, this is part of the reason why, as I said, this is part of the reason why, as I stated, the American government is going aggressively in the opposite direction of renewable energy. Instead of funding research and development that would make it more cost effective, that would make potentially make renewable energy the future of energy, we're moving desperately away from that because China already lapped us on that front. So the more China focuses on renewable energy, the more America moves away from renewable energy.
Austin died in the storm, her father confirmed, as did 18-year-old Chloe Childress, a counselor from the Houston area who had just graduated high school, and Camp Mystic's longtime owner, 74-year-old Dick Eastland.
Thank God my granddaughters are okay.
Georgia Congressman Buddy Carter said his 2 grandchildren survived, but their cousin, 9-year-old Janie Hunt, died. She's related to Kansas City Chiefs owner Clark Hunt.
God has wrapped his arms around her, and our thoughts and prayers are with all of those involved.
It just started pouring in. We had to fight the door to get it closed.
Christina Wilson said her fiance.
Which one's cheaper, setting up flood detection systems or picking up kids' corpses? Kids' corpses for sure. Actually, it's probably not. It's probably not cheaper, but in the grand scheme of things, it's kind of like this, okay? The calculation in the absence of government intervention, the calculation that like companies make in terms of safety and creating fail-safes and redundancies goes away because it's easier to make a cheaper alternative and cut corners in the production of airplanes, for example, and increasingly cut costs that way so you can keep driving up the profit margins. And then make this calculation that if people die in the process due to your elimination of safety measures, for example, ultimately, it's still more cost effective to let people die. And the same thing goes, and the same thing happens here as well. We need more tax breaks. We need to fund Israel. We need to fund military incursions overseas. We can't fund the safety measures because they're too costly. And we'll basically, you know, they're banking on people's inability to pay attention to a singular issue and who is perhaps most responsible for said singular issue. What ideological force is responsible for these issues? They're banking on people's inability to understand who the villains are here. So then they just move on to the next thing. You have a lower baseline which looks good in headlines, but you end up spending more with more debt because emergency spending is far more expensive. It's actually not more cost effective in the long term. I mean, this is the self-defeating aspect of capitalism. If you're hyper-focusing on short-term profits, or if you're hyper-focusing on a lower baseline in the short term, it doesn't matter what kind of devastation it creates in the long term. That's it. That's it. Like, when you think about it, this kind of devastation also in the long term destroys additional commerce from taking place. Okay, like, people are predisposed with recovery and rebuilding. People are people are focusing on, I mean, they're not going back to work now. Productivity is diminished, if you even think about it from that perspective. Yeah, shops and businesses are destroyed. It's the same principle behind, like, building a reliable railway system in this country. You don't want to do that because it's costly and expensive, but nobody even thinks about the investment and the return on the initial investment that would take place if you had a more robust railway system, if you had better public transit in cities, for example. Increasing foot traffic would increase commerce. But that's too long term. We can't think about that.
The 27-year-old Julian Ryan severed an artery in his arm as he punched open a window when floodwaters inundated their home in the community of Ingram. His family was able to escape. He was not.
He had lost all of it, all his blood. He looked at me and the kids and my mother-in-law and he was sorry, I'm not going to make it. I love y'all.
In Kerrville, Emily Gutierrez told us her cousin Leo's house was swept from its foundation. She said Leo, his wife, and their 2-year-old son are still missing.
As much as we want to pray and hope, there's only so much a human can actually hold on. All the muck, all the dirty water, all the trash, the trees. If the cars are flipped over and the houses are moved, what chance does human have?
Indeed. And those are just a few of the lives lost. Let me tell you about some of the others. Reese Zunker. Reese was a high school soccer teacher from right here in Kerrville. 13-year-old Blair Harbor and her 11-year-old sister Brooke, reports indicate they were found clutching each other's hands, those girls from Dallas. And 62-year-old Tanya Berwick. Tanya worked at Walmart in San Angelo, which is nearby. Friends say she was warm, determined, loyal. This morning, Maurice, here in Texas and across the country, just such profound loss.
Truly, Janet Shamlian, thank you. Those stories.
The victims of this tragedy range from young to old and include a family of 6 spanning multiple generations.
We're learning more about the victims of the flood disaster and the survivors trying to come to terms with what they witnessed.
I had to swim through a window and hold on to the meter box outside of the house.
28-year-old Christian Fell says he stood on the electric meter box outside his home for nearly 3 hours to stay alive. 27-year-old Julian Ryan died heroically, saving his kids by placing them on a floating mattress. Beloved high school teacher Jeff Wilson, who taught auto body repair.
Not to be an annoying person, but it's so frustrating how there's always a lack of critical analysis, root cause analysis of these tragedies, and focus on the emotional impact that keeps Americans diluted of context. I don't even know if it's deliberate. I don't even know if it's by design. I suspect it is, but I mean that's where I try to fill that void to the best of my ability by covering this aspect of it, the human aspect of it, of course, the human tragedy of it, but then also explain to you how these systems are designed in a way where these sorts of preventable deaths take place. But I think, yeah, it's I don't know if it's like deliberate because they're invested in corporate super profits. I think that plays a role in it, but it's more so because this is what people pay attention to. It's boring and hard to pay attention to when you when you try to look at the systemic the systemic factors at play.
Also lost his life in the flood. His wife and son are missing.
He was able to build relationships with kids, maybe kids that didn't fit the traditional classroom model.
And at Camp Mystic, where more than 24 campers were swept away in the night, at least 11 are confirmed dead. Among them, Jamie Hunt, the 9-year-old cousin of Kansas City Chiefs owner Clark Hunt. His wife announcing Jamie's death, saying, "If your heart is broken, I assure you God is near." 18-year-old camp counselor Chloe Childress is being remembered for her work with senior citizens. The head of her high school saying, "Chloe made space for others to feel safe, valued, and brave." Those who knew Camp Mystic's owner, Dick Eastland, say he died heroically, trying to rescue campers. His grandson writing, "If he wasn't going to die of natural causes, this was the only other way, saving the girls that he so loved and cared for."
He was, a man that made everyone feel safe and seen. He was just an extremely selfless person, and he showed that until the very end.
On Friday, hundreds of girls able to evacuate from Camp Mystic sang songs through their tears as they rode a bus through the devastation.
The NFL and singer Shakira are among those already donating to the flood relief effort.
Reddit atheist ass chat. I mean, honestly, these are victims of natural disasters. But I do sometimes feel like we have a severe case of medieval peasant brain. Like, how is this any different? We live in 2025, and we're treating these natural disasters when we know what the causes of it are, when we have significantly better technological surveillance mechanisms and prevention and warning systems that we could implement. We have fucking satellites that are mapping out every goddamn cloud, okay? And we just turn around and we're like, oh, God, God willed it. It's like we're not cavemen anymore, you know what I mean? We're not looking up at the ball in the sky and going oh, this is the sky gods taking out revenge. We have so much. We have so much scientific discovery and technological achievements that are supposed to, at the very least, mitigate some of the harm. It's not that the people themselves, I don't fault the people themselves for praying to God. That's understandable in times of crisis like this. That's the purpose that religion serves. But you also have to still remember, beyond the grieving mothers that are saying this kind of stuff, who is understandable for them to grieve in this way. It's always important to analyze the incident and what contributed to it with cold, rational, logical thinking.
If you want to help, donations can be made to the Kirk County Flood Relief Fund or to the World Central Kitchen.
We welcome you back to CBS Mornings.
Anyway,
now to the
we're gonna talk about the Department of Justice and the FBI memo with the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. We have a lot to cover today, obviously. There is a major disappointment, a major blow that the Trump administration delivered to some of its most loyal fans today. And I'll get back to updates from the flash floods that took place in Texas later, when there's new information that comes out. There's also ice raids in Los Angeles and many other places. What is this? Oh, with the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. Yeah, we'll obviously do Hog Watch Felt for It Again Award as well. And we still have Netanyahu to talk about as well. That's on the docket too.
The big news overnight about the Jeffrey Epstein files and the conspiracy theories officially being rejected. Overnight, the FBI and Justice Department releasing 11 hours of footage they say helps confirm notorious financier Jeffrey Epstein died by suicide in his Manhattan jail cell in 2019, awaiting his sex trafficking trial. According to a memo detailing the findings, investigators found the video showed no one entering the area in the overnight hours before Epstein.
I mean, I told you so's are in order for those who actually believed, even for a brief moment, that the Trump administration would ever actually reveal any of these details, if they would actually shed new light on this stuff. Of course they would not.
Hello, welcome.
And CoffeeZilla once again on the pathway to radicalizing from the Trump administration has a video on this. We'll obviously take a look at that as well. But interesting. Maybe after Trump dies? No, because only 30, 40, 50 years in the future, once every single person that's on the client list is long gone, would there potentially ever be declassification? Why would the federal government release information on the federal government's own intelligence community's blackmail operation and influence operation? Why would they do that? Y'all are crazy. Trump's labor secretary, Alexander Acosta, was straight up the South Florida prosecutor that gave Jeffrey Epstein his first sweetheart plea bargain deal. It's so funny to me that these guys go, oh my God, I can't believe that the Trump administration that is directly involved with Jeffrey Epstein are not revealing any new information and just basically saying the exact same things that they personally said, the previous administration said that they actively petitioned against. How shocking. Shocking, guys. I can't believe the Trump administration is not only protecting themselves, but also all of the same wealthy people that the Democrats also protected, that the Republicans have also consistently protected. That's, wow. Shocking stuff, shocking revelations.
Found unresponsive. But perhaps the biggest bombshell, investigators say they found no incriminating client list of Epstein's, no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals, and no evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. For years, Epstein has been at the center of conspiracies surrounding both his death and...
Oh, never mind then. Guys, I mean, it's concluded. I guess it's nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here. Pack it up. I didn't realize it was like that. Thank you for informing me. I guess there's no reason to investigate this any further. Please stop. Please avert your invested and interested eyes away from this incident. The government has basically told you what's what. Now shut the fuck up. Even Fox News was like, Cap.
Sure. Okay, so the FBI looks at the circumstances surrounding the death of Jeffrey Epstein. According to the report, this systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. So what happened to the Epstein client list that the Attorney General said she had on her desk?
Well, I think if you go back and look at what the Attorney General said in that interview, which was on your network, on Fox News. Go ahead.
John Roberts said DOJ may be releasing...
Dude, these guys, when they want to be, can become such amazing journalists, literally on the spot. It should remind you how indecent they are in every other instance. Okay? When every single one of these charlatans want to be a real journalist, like that follow-up is the bare minimum that every journalist is capable of doing. knowing full well what the immediate retraction is going to look like, what the immediate response is going to look like. And he came in hot. He didn't have to go back. He didn't have to like wait another day. Right on the spot. This is real journalism. And it's shocking that it's coming from a motherfucker like Peter Ducey of Fox News. Look at that. Shocking. He did not miss a fucking beat, dude. Look.
List. So what happened to the Epstein client list that the Attorney General said she had on her desk?
Well, I think if you go back and look at what the Attorney General said in that interview, which was on your network on Fox News. Go ahead.
John Roberts said, DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen? And she said, it's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Yes, she was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that. But again, when it comes to...
Wait a minute. Wait a dang minute. What? What happened? What is this, Lamau? I can't believe Epstein killed himself right before he was about to be acquitted due to a complete lack of evidence. Yeah, that's so crazy when you think about it, actually. Yeah. It seems like there was no evidence whatsoever, and he just felt kind of bad. There was a big stack of papers, and the papers were all empty, okay? It's interesting because they're not even doing the Democrats are the pedophile route on this one. They're not even doing the Democrat liberal elite were the pedophiles, and the Republicans are, like, they didn't even sanitize the list to, like, remove the Republican names from it or whatever. They just straight up are like, nope, no list exists. J.D. Vance in 2021. What possible interest would the U.S. government have in keeping Epstein's clients secret? ... Oh, Jack Posobiec. Are you paying attention yet? The DOJ and Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyers have made a deal that her little black book of contacts will never be made public. If you're a journalist and you're not asking questions about this case, you should be ashamed of yourself. What purpose do you even serve? I'm sure there's a middle-class teenager somewhere who could use some harassing right now, but maybe try to do your job once in a while. Yeah. A post-mortem acquittal to Jeffrey Epstein. We were so wrong. See? Further evidence that if Jeffrey Epstein actually didn't die, didn't get killed, he could have just done the podcaster route and became a prominent fixture of Republican politics. And therefore, he could have had his reputation sanitized. And all of these guys would be talking about how Sigma Grindset he is. And how dope he actually is. He was just actually just an ephebophile. And not a pedophile. Like, all these people would probably be fucking doing that. That was, of course, J.D. Vance in 2021 when he was not the vice president. Remember that. Now that he is the vice president, I'm sure he has a very different approach to it.
FBI and the Department of Justice, they are more than committed to ensuring that bad people are put behind bars. They have an operation going on right now called Summer Heat, which has our murder rate trending in the lowest direction in United States history. Their emphasis on violent crime and locking up violent criminals has led to the arrest of 14,000 violent criminals. That's a 62% increase from the same time period last year. So this Attorney General and the FBI Director are committed to putting bad people behind bars where they belong. That they promised an exhaustive review. That's what they did. For any further details, I would refer you to the Department of Justice.
Huh. Well, I'm now firmly on Team Epstein didn't kill himself after the mistakes they were made in this release. Let's break it down. This 10-hour video does not show Epstein's cell. It It's across the entire hall from Epstein's section. You can see that in the attached image. I mean, some of this stuff, some of this like armchair analysis is going to be wrong initially, by the way. I'm just letting you know. I don't know. I haven't looked into that person's statements, but we can potentially match it up with what we do know. But here, let's keep going.
And a rumored client list allegedly used to blackmail powerful men. Attorney General Pam Bondi, back in February, was asked if the Justice Department intended to release a list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Bondi saying this.
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that.
So have you seen anything that you said, oh my gosh?
Not yet.
And just last month, while feuding with President Trump, Elon Musk posting, "Time to drop the really big bomb. At real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, Donald J. Trump." But Musk later deleted that.
Guys, don't look at that. Musk deleted it. Elon Musk deleted that, okay? So it's not, you shouldn't use that. I mean, come on now. I mean, who amongst us hasn't accused their partner in crime of being a participator in an international sex trafficking scheme? It happens, you know?
And others saying he went too far in attacking Trump. The president saying he cut ties with Epstein nearly 2 decades ago, saying even Epstein's lawyer cleared him. This is the first time the Trump administration has officially contradicted conspiracy theories about Epstein, theories previously pushed by members of the administration.
To get to the bottom of what happened.
And the DOJ and FBI have now concluded there was no Jeffrey Epstein client list. What do you tell MAGA supporters who say they want anyone involved in Jeffrey Epstein's alleged crime?
It's so crazy because, like, this is the one thing that will brick some of the Trump camp. Like, I said this before. I said this last time they, like, did this, like, brief release, right? Where it was nothing at all. Remember when all of the MAGA influencers they brought into the White House were, like, all celebrating, like, libs of TikTok and shit? We're all fucking celebrating about, like, the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. It's coming out. This administration is so based. They're so based. You don't understand. Like, this is the one thing that those guys will actually not forgive nor forget. You can't create a base of support from conspiracy theorists, as the Trump admin did, and then have them not expect anything. Okay? You have to give them something. So when these guys also realize, like, it's the same with the anti-war people, right? If you run a campaign aggressively on being anti-war, some people are going to pay attention to that. Some people are going to believe that. Okay? So when you say you're going to be based in anti-war, and then you don't actually turn around and be based in anti-war, some people will get frustrated with that. I know people. I know people who are ironically also on the Jeffrey Epstein conspiracy side, which is not even like a conspiracy theory in my opinion. It's just the truth. But like, they're gonna be frustrated with this. They're gonna be like, where the fuck is the info? What is this shit? What the hell is going on? Yeah, Bradley Martin is the example I was thinking of. For sure. For sure. And there are plenty of people like him. You have to remember, a part of the reason why I do this is because, like, there are a lot of people in the real world who operate like this. What the fuck?
to be held accountable.
This administration wants anyone who has ever committed a crime to be held accountable, and I would argue this administration has done more to lock up bad guys than certainly the previous administration. And the Trump administration is committed to truth and to transparency. That's why the Attorney General and the FBI Director pledged at the President's direction to do an exhaustive review of all of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and his death. And they put out a memo in conclusion of that review. There was material they did not release because, frankly, it was incredibly graphic and it contained child pornography, which is not something that's appropriate for public consumption. But they committed to an exhaustive investigation. That's what they did, and they provided the results of that. That's transparency.
Follow up on that, Caroline. Okay, so the FBI looks at the circumstances surrounding the death of Jeffrey Epstein. According to the report, this systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. So what happened to the Epstein client list that the Attorney General said she had on her desk?
Well, I think if you go back and look at what the Attorney General said in that interview, which was on your network, on Fox News. Go ahead.
John Roberts said, DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen? And she said, it's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Yes, she was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that. But again, when it comes to the FBI and the Department of Justice, they are more than committed to ensuring that bad people are put behind bars. They have an operation going on right now called Summer Heat, which has our murder rate trending.
Yes, we just watched this. We just watched the last part of this.
Now, if you
but yeah, before we get to Elon Musk and his new party, let's take a look at
Back to
CoffeeZilla.
Boy. Today we're talking about Jeffrey Epstein. The big update, which is just that he had no client list and offed himself. That's according to Axios. In a big scoop, they apparently got a hold of this document from the U.S. DOJ and FBI, kind of a joint statement.
Yeah, guys, you don't understand. You don't understand. So he was trafficking in no one and killed himself for no reason. Yeah. You don't understand. He was trafficking for no one, and he was just doing it for the love of the game. He was just like a serial sex trafficker and pedophile, but just for himself. And all of the people that were, that he was hanging out with, like, they all just happened to really like his vibes, and they were not clients of his. The hours and hours and hours of videotapes that were uncovered in the raid, because his house, all of his houses were taped. Okay, all of his houses had a shit ton of security cameras everywhere. Okay, and there were hours and hours of tapes that were recovered from these raids, and the tapes were named, like the tapes had names on them, right? But that's just, he was just a guy who loves videography, and he was just doing it for the love of the game. He was not filming people in his mansion doing sex crimes. Those people were just there because they loved chilling with Jeffrey. And they had no idea that he was a pedophile, even though he went to fucking jail for it. What the hell?
We're going to go through it. They say, as a part of a commitment to transparency, the Department of Justice and Federal Bureau of Investigation have conducted an exhaustive review of the investigative holdings related to Jeffrey Epstein, sort of a re-look at the evidence, if you will, and they come to some very interesting findings. And it's interesting in that it's contrary to what a lot of what they've been saying all along, and that's what's kind of the problem here. For the last few months, we've been teased along with these statements about, oh, we've got the client list.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review.
We've got thousands of videos.
There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child.
And then, Kash Patel goes on Joe Rogan and says, hey, there ain't no videos. If I had a video of a guy on an island committing a felony, don't you think you know about it?
Again, logical play out. If there was a video
Yeah, come on, Joe. Don't you trust me? Literally the least trustworthy looking person that they could have found to do this. This was so funny because, like, Kash Patel always looks stressed up. He just looks so unimaginably stressed. Possibly on fucking some kind of upper. Like, he could be telling you what he ate at lunch and I'd be like, dude, I don't think you ate whatever you're saying. You just look like a fucking liar. No matter what you say, you look like you're a liar. But then, on top of that, the things he was saying on the Joe Rogan Experience were so crazy that even the Joe Rogan stands were like, yeah, this is not going to fucking float our boat. You know, doesn't. Trust me, Joe. Do I look like an untrustworthy person to you? Do I look like, as a part of the FBI's directive, I would hide information about a potential member, an asset of the intelligence community that was engaging in a high-profile sex trafficking and blackmail operation, Joe? I would not. That's why I was like, nah, no shot, dog. This motherfucker is definitely hiding it.
Of some guy or gal committing felonies on an island, and I'm in charge. Don't you think you'd see it?
It's already.
No.
Bit of a contrast.
No. Why would we? What have you done that would cause us to even have any confidence in you? What have you said or done that would instill confidence in me? You literally look like the least secure man in America, the least trustworthy man in America.
Now, Joe Rogan even tries to give him the out, like, oh, maybe you don't have it. And he's like, no, we're giving you everything.
If you have access to it.
If I have it, period. Right. If I have it. If I have it.
Right. If you have it.
Right.
But you can't say that you have it.
No, we're giving you everything we have.
So far.
Everything we have so far is.
Have you guys gone over all the video that's available?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. That's what takes so much damn time.
And so there already was a wedge with what we were sort of told we're going to get versus then they come out and say, hey, nothing to see here. And today is a little bit more of that. It's a little bit more of the finger wagging at the conspiracy theorists, which is ironic given that both Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, who have now come out saying there's nothing to see here, guys, were saying, oh, there's a lot to see here before they got it.
Who killed Jeffrey Epstein?
This doesn't look right. It doesn't look like a suicide.
It's unbelievable. The guy killed himself.
Now, maybe that...
Yeah, one of the funniest aspects of this is literally that the people that they task with this are the people that also played a formative role in the public increasing their curiosity. And I think this was a mistake. I think they legit thought, as long as we have these like conspiracy theory guys that have developed significant audiences in these spaces, as long as they are the primary communicators, that people will trust them. People will just believe whatever the fuck they say. Not realizing that people care about this shit. Like, they care about this shit a lot more than they care about Dan Bongino. Why would they even give a shit about Dan Bongino? Who cares about Dan Bongino? You know? The only reason why these people even developed an interest in what Dan Bongino was about was because he seemingly was trying to arrive at the fucking truth.
That because they did a deep dive and they're just being honest with people.
Again, you want me to get... I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
But I think you deserve criticism if you're going to engage in this type of conspiracy.
Also, yeah, I mean, listen, Coffee, you're not thinking about how much Dan Bongino has suffered, okay? think about how much Dan Bongino suffered. I feel like this is really messed up that CoffeeZilla is hitting him with this when...
I mean, I gave up everything for this. I mean, you know, my wife is struggling. I'm not a victim. I'm not Jim Comey. It's fine. I did this, and I'm proud I did it. But if you think we're there for tea and crumpets, well, I mean, Cash is there all day. We share it. Our offices are linked. He turns on the faucet. I hear it. He's there. He gets in like 6 o'clock in the morning. He doesn't leave till 7 at night.
Yeah, dude. I was a podcaster. You know, I was working in the trenches. Now I have to be in a tiny office, and I have to hear Kash Patel drop the nastiest shits in the room next door. Okay? Think about how terrible this is. Why does nobody care? Why doesn't anybody care about me? What the fuck? I don't get to see my family anymore. I used to see them when I was podcasting.
You know, I'm in there at 7:30 in the morning. You know, he uses the gym. I work out in my apartment. But I stare at these four walls all day in D.C., you know, by myself, divorced from my wife. Not divorced, but I mean separated, divorced. And it's hard. I mean, you know, we love each other, and it's hard to be apart.
But you're doing some great work. You're straightened out at the FBI. You're moving buildings. There's a lot of change.
I got one more thing. I mean, I gave up everything for this. I mean, you know.
He gave up everything for this, dude. I need you to understand something here. It's like, this is if whichever the next Democratic administration is, like, put me in charge of the FBI, okay? If I'm the deputy director of the FBI. Like, quite literally, in order for you to understand how psychotic this is, it's as though Democrats came back in charge and then they put my ass as the deputy director of the FBI, okay? Because that's him. Dan Bongino is the me on the other side. Okay? Think about how psychotic that is. Anyway, let's get back to the primary purpose of why they did this and how much of a failure it's been so far.
Thinking, and then when it's convenient for you, you expect the trust of the people. If you're the one saying, like, hey, those guys can't be trusted, you become that guy and you go, well, guys, you can trust me, right? When I'm going to say the exact same thing everyone's been saying this whole time. That's why it's so stupid. I mean, you guys set up all the wrong expectations. You told us we're going to reveal the truth, and now they're saying there's nothing to see here, and shame on you for thinking there was. And once again, this is more self-contradiction, because in this statement, we actually find immediately first page, second paragraph, saying that there's a large volume of images of Epstein, images and videos of victims who are either minors or appear to be minors. My question is, there's no one else in this statement. They admit.
Yeah, he was the one who was just doing all of the pedophilia. All of the people that have frequented his houses, they were always there for the vibes alone. Like, they were not there for the things that Jeffrey Epstein was doing. And also, given the density over numerous years, given the amount of times, like the amount of hours recorded in these fucking tapes, someone must have randomly encountered Jeffrey Epstein doing the deed, right? Even if he was just doing it himself.
That Epstein harmed over 1,000 victims. So you got 1,000 people, either some form of evidence that he harmed.
Like, what? This is what's so crazy. It's like 1,000 plus victims. So Jeffrey did it just himself. In what time frame? 1,000 victims. Jeffrey did it just himself. He was just like a serial fucking pedophile rapist. But while he was doing it so frequently, none of the people that were constantly going in and out, none of the wealthy clientele, well, not clientele, sorry, wealthy friends of Jeffrey Epstein that were going in and out of his house ever encountered this. Like former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, in 2016. Or even Kimball Musk, Elon Musk's brother, who was dating one of the girls that Jeffrey Epstein was flying around. Prince Andrew. Alan Dershowitz, Bill Clinton.
Nobody else was involved? Epstein's around the most powerful people on the planet. 1,000 victims. No, nobody else. There's images and videos, apparently. That's what they say. Nobody else is on camera, right? Because otherwise, that would mean that the FBI director went on Joe Rogan and told a lot, told a little fib.
If there was a video of some guy or gal committing felonies on an island, and I'm in charge, don't you think you'd see it?
No, I don't. Why would we think that you would reveal this information? What have you done so far that would lead us to believe that you would be an honest actor here? I don't think, and also I was right. We were right for not thinking you would actually reveal this information. Because, like, go back to the video that I did on the Joe Rogan Experience with Kash Patel and Joe Rogan.
But he says he's going to get the evidence out. So how do you square this, right? There's 1,000 victims. Was Epstein just filming himself the whole time? Did he put it in the evidence box? I mean, that's the ridiculous thing about this. Why would you film yourself committing these acts? That's where the whole blackmail angle came from. There's all these videos for what, right? And I'm sure those people, these powerful people, did not consent to being recorded. So what else was this being used for? It's just pretty amazing. This whole statement seems to absolve any third parties, saying that they really have nothing else that they can bring that would expose third parties to allegations of illegal wrongdoing. Saying later, this systemic review revealed no incriminating client list. Now, here's where I gotta say, yeah, what, you didn't find the little notebook that had every guy that did something wrong on it? Yeah, obviously that's probably not gonna exist, right? But if you have videos and somebody appears in the video doing something bad, it's not a client list, but that's a client, right? So I just find it so hard to believe. I just don't believe. I'm gonna be honest. I do not believe that you had so many videos, apparently enough to catalog over 1,000 victims, and not a single other person other than Epstein appeared on any of them, right? He's friends with all these famous people. He got rich, and nobody knows how he got rich. People suspect that it was some form of blackmail, but the FBI seems to basically say this is a conspiracy theory. They say perpetuating unfounded theories about Epstein serves neither of those ends of combating child exploitation and bringing justice to victims. You know, I actually agree with that. I do think we have to be careful not to jump to, conspiracy theories. The problem is when you release contradictory evidence, it makes people think that you're hiding stuff. That is not being helped in this release. I don't know if they're saying, oh, we're being so transparent here. Seems like...
Okay, to be fair to the FBI, I'm gonna say this once again, but they worked really hard on this blackmail operation. So don't you think it's a little inappropriate to demand that they ruin years and years of sexual blackmail material that they worked actively to cultivate? I mean, they worked really hard on it. In their defense, they worked really fucking hard on it, and you guys are just trying to fuck up the bag, and it's messed up. Okay? It's messed up. Joint CIA Mossad operation. It's disrespectful, really. Yeah, it is. It's disrespectful to demand that they turn over their work. Adam Sosnick defending the Epstein cover-up on PBD. Are you not value-tained? Oh my God. Oh, I am so value-tained. I'm about to get even more value-tained. And also, prominent MAGA influencers are now coming out, like Robbie Starbuck. Pam Bondi said the Epstein client list was on her desk for review to release to the public just a few months ago. Now the DOJ she leads claims that there was no Epstein client list. Sorry, but this is unacceptable. Was she lying then or is she lying now? We deserve answers. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Elon Musk also posted this last night. What's the time? Oh, look, it's no one has been arrested o'clock again. The official Jeffrey Epstein pedophile arrest counter. I think Elon Musk is doing this because he knows full well that the Trump administration will never reveal this information. Okay? That's it. Because I think he knows that every single person that's implicated in this is ultimately protected by the administration, by every administration. The entire purpose that the American government serves is to protect the super wealthy. Okay? That is their primary purpose here, chat. And Elon knows that he will never be implicated in this, or his brother will never be implicated in this, because they will never release this information. That's why he can posture like this. Here's a guy who has quite literally been around Ghislaine Maxwell at events. His brother directly dated one of the girls that were trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein, or one of the girls that were flown around by Jeffrey Epstein. His brother used to go to Jeffrey Epstein's mansion in New York, Kimball Musk. So he's just posturing this way to beef up his populist talking points to win support and take advantage of the chaos that the Trump administration is bringing about by cutting away at significant portions of the MAGA base that played a formative role in demanding these kinds of things. You know, I'm just gonna show this one more time. Obviously, as far as the people that are implicated with Jeffrey Epstein or connected to Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump's connections to Jeffrey Epstein actually comes after. Okay, as recently as his last tenure, when he, like I said, brought up Alexander Acosta and made him the labor secretary. Alexander Acosta is the person that gave Jeffrey Epstein, in his first sex trafficking charges, pedophile sex trafficking charges, a sweetheart plea deal that allowed him to literally leave the prison. Okay? Nothing. This has never happened before, and has never happened since. Alexander Acosta, after the new revelations came out about Jeffrey Epstein, including his involvement in the prosecution, had to basically quietly resign from this position. That was Trump's labor secretary. Okay? Trump's initial involvement with Jeffrey Epstein was famously in the first case against Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein used Mar-a-Lago as a hunting ground for new victims. That's the case. Straight up. And now you got even DC Drano, Rogan O'Handley, admitting the White House used them for a publicity stunt. As one of the influencers who was given the now infamous Epstein binder, I want to share a few thoughts. I understand the rage people have for demanding the Epstein client list and arrest. Every influencer there that day feels the same anger watching pedo elites get away with the most heinous crimes. We want justice, and almost all of us have called for the client list and arrest for years. We had no idea we would receive the Epstein binders that day. We were originally invited for a meeting with Vice President J.D. Vance in the White House, and that was it. We all paid for our flights and hotels out of pocket and carved out time to go. None of us even knew who else was invited. We ended up meeting with President Trump, Marco Rubio, RFK, Kash Patel, Caroline Leavitt, and basically half of Trump's cabinet in the Oval Office. We were honored to be invited. What a great honor. He's like, they used and abused us, man. This is fucked up. There was no advance notice about binders or any other meetings except our meeting with JD. We had a surprise meeting with the Attorney General and she handed us the Epstein file binders. We all heard on the news the night before that she would be releasing the Epstein files that day, so it was surreal to have a copy in our hands. The photo shoot was not planned. We were walking from the White House to the Eisenhower building and about 50 plus photographers were waiting outside. for the UK Prime Minister to arrive and meet with Trump. Myself and others held up the Bidens because we were enthusiastic about justice finally coming for the pedo elites after living for 4 years under a rigged and stolen presidency. We were told a lot of the info. Dude, first of all, these guys are careerists, okay? That's the reason why they were celebrating. They were like, oh my God, my conspiratorial career has finally gotten me entry into the White House. I'm like, I have direct access to the administration. They don't give a fuck about the truth. Everyone who actually cares about the Epstein case knew this, okay? Clearly, they never cared. Also, Jeffrey Epstein was murdered when Trump was the president. What are we talking about? It's not just Alexander Acosta. Jeffrey Epstein was killed in a federal facility when Trump was the president. These guys are so fucking stupid and so goddamn delusional. I do not understand how you could be this delusional. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Murdered, question mark? Yes. Unless you believe the Trump administration when they say, no, you see, that's not what happened. He actually killed himself because he was really sad. He's like, excuse me. Killed? I thought it was suicide. Where's your proof? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my. I can't believe if these guys are like memeing actively or if they just like, they're drones. This is literally what happened in the aftermath of the initial New York Times reporting on the matter too, where so many people turned around and were like, no, Jeffrey Epstein actually didn't kill himself. I read it in the New York Times report. Like, they didn't even reveal any information that was convincing. Like, you just read it and you took it as fact. That's it.
By the 9/11.
Reddit, the Reddit. It's crazy that the guy who was a known pedophile sex trafficker was allowed to operate in elite circles after it was known that he was a pedophile sex trafficker. And he has like known collaborators, including but not limited to fucking actual princes or former prime ministers of Israel like Ehud Barak and a bunch of the Democratic Party's elite. And we're acting as though and including Donald Trump, and we're acting as though like it's ridiculous that it's ridiculous to assume that he actually was murdered. I'm sorry, dude. That's fucking psychotic. Okay? That is, I mean, you are the biggest sucker of all time. Yeah, and now fell for it again award for the Hodge twins. I mean, they're the dumbest in the right-wing circle. I didn't vote for elite pedophiles to be protected. Yeah, there was also apparently 1 minute missing from the Jeffrey Epstein, alleged Jeffrey Epstein cell footage as well.
The first big release was a nothing burger.
Yeah, wouldn't you be sad if your former cop cellmate tried to kill you? That's why he, yeah, former cop, roid monster, okay, tries to kill you, and then you're put on suicide, well, that was him attempting suicide, actually. He just, the official narrative is that he tried to kill himself once, so then they put him on suicide watch, but then just, you know, video footage went away and the guards were sleeping. Yeah. Officer Tartaglio.
Then they said they had, you know, reviewing all of these videos. Then they say if we have videos of people committing crimes, we tell you about those. And then they say we have thousands of videos, but we're not going to show you them because there's nothing to see. There's nobody on there important. I mean, it's just unbelievable. quote, we did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. In other words, there's nothing we found that would be useful for a future investigation. That's what I find so interesting. Like, I get if you don't want to accuse someone in a press release of something that you haven't accused someone of, like, with criminal charges, right? I get it. That's kind of the Department of Justice's way. Even if they have a file on somebody, but they're not going to charge them, they redact their names, usually. But in this case...
Yeah, it's so interesting. Let's pack it up. It's just like the additional known affiliates were given a were basically struck from the official record in the subsequent plea bargain deal that Jeffrey Epstein took, if you recall, in the previous time he actually went and served a fake prison sentence. You know? It's just like, yeah, no known affiliates. Actually, there's nothing. There's no information here because, like, clearly there's no client list. There's no official client list. So there's no official elite pedophiles that frequented any number of different Jeffrey Epstein mansions.
They're kind of saying we didn't find anything that we would. I mean, it's such a strong worded statement. That's what's weird about it. Why wouldn't you just be vague if you had these pending cases, right? I find it so weird that the people in the FBI right now have come in with such a mission to, on the one hand, say, hey, we're going to be totally transparent, and then, oh, well, we're not going to show you that. We're not going to show you that. We don't want to re-victimize anyone. Okay, that's fine. But then how are you going to make a bunch of absolute statements that make no sense and contradict what you said earlier? Like, if you're saying we can't say anything, then don't say anything. Don't say, hey, we're going to tell you everything. Well, we actually cannot. You know, we can't actually show you. And that kind of overconfidence extends to also their, pronouncement about, hey, there's nothing to see here as far as the death of Epstein, because they don't really show much new here. We knew that this footage of the common area existed. Basically, they showed 10-hour footage of the common area during the time at which this all would have happened, Epstein's death. And so this is supposed to be like the absolute bulletproof, to show everyone that, oh, there's no way that someone could have gotten in here. But this is not actually Epstein's door. So, I mean, I don't know the exact layout of the prison. I'm not going to pretend to know everything there. But this is no more proof.
You have a big mouth, Hasan. Please return to Turkey and try again.
Than we already had. We already knew this existed. The questions were about all the security malfunctions of the much more important cameras than just the common area. I'm not sure how a 10-hour video of a common area definitively proves anything new. That's what I'm saying. You can't come in and go, hey, we got this bombshell. It's what you already knew, right? That doesn't make sense. And also, we've confirmed there's over 1,000 victims. Don't know who by. I mean, like, only Epstein? Really? Look at the charges of Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, it's insane. Are we saying they were all to Epstein? Every single one. Over 1,000 only for Epstein. The way he got his money, we have no idea. It doesn't make sense.
No, he was just a chill guy. That's why Lex Wexner, the founder of Victoria's Secret and L Brands, was just a homie and basically made Jeffrey Epstein be his money guy and have complete control over. Les Wexner allowed Jeffrey Epstein to control basically his entire finances because he was a fucking chill guy and a money wizard, you know? That's what it is.
So yeah, an incredibly frustrating day for anyone who was expecting anything new from this
Lex stole Victoria's Secret. He didn't found it. Oh, my bad. I thought he
administration coming in saying,
yeah, or the Dersh. Look at all of the wonderful individuals that were surrounding Jeffrey Epstein. I mean,
they were going to clean house, get rid of the corruption, fight for truth, release the truth. You know, you're not gonna catch me hiding a guy on an island, right? And so, I don't know. I was kind of stunned to see this report. I just thought, if you're gonna say this, which again doesn't really say anything new, only it's kind of like a backhanded, you know, hey, stop being such a conspiracy theorist, guys. You know, that is what I find strange. Just the absolute over-promising and under-delivering. I mean, again, if you're gonna open source everything, okay, that's fine. If you're not gonna open source everything, you're gonna say, hey, we gotta protect people, fine. Don't make a bunch of pronouncements and don't deliver them. Just kind of a complete self-own here. But it's also what you get when you say for years that the deep state is hiding something and then you become the deep state.
yeah, I mean, the deep state is the friends we made along the way. Here is Benny Johnson, February 2025. You say that the FBI has Epstein's list. They're sitting on it. Why is the FBI protecting the largest scale pederast?
You say that the FBI has Epstein's list. They're sitting on it. That doesn't seem like something you should do. You're protecting the world's foremost predator. That seems like an evil thing to do, regardless of who may be embarrassed in the release of that list. Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list.
You say that the FBI has Epstein.
Also, here's here's Jedediah Vance. Here is our boy JD. Our boy JD speaking on it, speaking facts. Okay, on Theo Vaughn.
Everybody in politics has a vice that's much worse than alcoholism. Is the way that I put it. But we
release the list.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
Here's a video of Trump saying he thinks the Epstein list has a lot of phony stuff in it.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would you,
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would. I guess I would. I think that less so because, you know, you don't know if you don't want to affect people's lives if it's.
Less so, I guess, less so. I mean, who amongst us haven't taken a short trip on the Lolita Express? My private plane is much nicer than Jeffrey's, Jeffy boys, but I have been on Jeffrey's plane before. Less so, lots of elite implicated. Some of y'all's faves will be implicated. Don't like it. Don't like that at all. Obviously, believe me, folks, don't like that.
Phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would.
Yeah. Let's see.
On pedophilia and blackmailing the most powerful people.
What do you mean we are built? Define that. Do you mean our entire country, our entire government, our entire FBI, CIA?
I'm saying this.
Or is this one little operation that they don't want to expose?
Whoever he was working for, Epstein, Mossad, CIA, everything. Apparently, the most powerful people on the world were flying to an island and having sex with underage kids because she said it. There's tens of thousands of hours of them doing it. If we're built on that and the most powerful people that are running the show are in charge, the guys telling Cash to tell, oh, the thing that you just read, shut up. Shut up about it. Hold on, you know who I am. He knows who I am. I want accountability for everybody. If it's Trump, if it's Bill Gates, if it's Bill Clinton, I don't give a shit. If it's the president of anything, expose them because, Adam, the truth has to come out.
Okay, so I only have one question for you, my dear friend. I agree with you. But at what price? But hold on, hear me out. At what price?
At any price, Adam.
So you're saying to expose whatever happened on Epstein Island,
Bro, what do you mean, at what price? What happened? Are your homies involved or something? Like, what the fuck? What do you mean? At what cost? Yeah, the cost is what? We get to fucking know who the villains are? At the cost of justice? At the cost of unearthing tremendous amounts of evil? I think it's a good cost. You know? What do you mean?
What to do whatever this looks like.
Yes.
Tear down the government. Expose all the secrets. Put America basically in harm's way. Just to find out what's up there.
What do you mean, Adam?
Because these are the most powerful people in the world.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my. That's bullshit.
In this island.
Adam, so let the truth be told or the heavens fall. I don't care. Yeah, Adam. And that's who Vincent Oshana is. I am 100% accountability, and I don't give a... Adam, if that's what we were built on...
But at what price?
I don't give a shit. There's no price. Guess what the price is, Adam? God.
So
God's the price.
You're going
to answer them anyway.
You want to rule a city of ashes.
I don't give a shit if it's built on pedophilia and raping kids. Yes, because...
You're being emotional.
No, I'm not. I'm being real.
You have to understand, the whole concept of do you want to cut your nose off to spite your face? There might be an issue. But do you want to cut your whole nose off and ruin your entire face because you care that much about this entire issue?
If the machine is running right now because pedophiles are running the show and they're telling him, shut the hell up because we're all pedophiles, knock it down. And my last thing, pal, what bothered me about what he said is we're not going to re-victimize the girls and the victims. We're not going to do it.
Cash?
Cash. Guess what? Nobody wants to see any girl. I don't want to see any kids, male, boy, underage. Blur them out. But who's the guy that's touching them? Who's the guy that's molesting them and raping them? This is a horrible...
I can't believe I'm in agreement with Vinny Redface over here. I mean, he's right. And he's getting the same tomato complexion he got when he was talking to me. But this time for good, as opposed to for evil. I like that the defense here, the reasonable, quote unquote, reasonable defense here is basically saying, well, you know, the whole government's run by pedophiles, and this would be far too disruptive to the pedophile schemes that they have designed if we were to find out who the pedophiles are. It is what it is. Like, how do you not feel embarrassed saying that? Unless you yourself are personally one of the pedophiles or know someone who is one of the pedophiles. What would Epstein conspiracy theorists say about this fact pattern if it was about anyone other than Trump? Yeah, here are some of the Trump links to Jeffrey Epstein. Trump was quoted in a 2002 profile describing Epstein as a longtime friend and terrific guy, about whom it is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them on the younger side. Trump was among the politicians and celebrities who hitched rides on the Epstein private plane in the 1990s. In 2019, shortly before Epstein's arrest on sex charges, longtime Trump advisor Steve Bannon prepped Epstein for a potential interview. Yeah, we've never gotten those tapes out either, by the way. Shouts out. Steve Bannon literally fucking was potentially working with Jeffrey Epstein in a mock trial. Okay, there was that part too. Trump chose Labor Secretary in his first term, Alexander Acosta, who was a U.S. attorney who oversaw a sweetheart plea deal for Jeffrey Epstein that a judge later ruled illegal. Alan Dershowitz, a Trump supporter. Hold on. There is no world in which this many incidents do not lead people scrutinizing the individuals in charge. Okay? And I don't even know how the Trump administration is going to get away with this, if we're being honest. Epstein's 2019 suicide occurred while he was in the custody of a federal bureau of prison, an agency overseen by Trump-appointed attorney Bill Barr. After longtime Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell was arrested on sex trafficking charges in 2020, Trump told reporters, "I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach, but I wish her well, whatever it is." That's what he said. Trump waffled about whether he would declassify the Epstein files. We saw that already during a Fox interview, but the network edited out a portion of his answer. Trump appointed as Attorney General Bondi, who was Florida's Attorneys General in 2011 to 2019. A period of time when Jeffrey Epstein's plane records became public, victims' lawsuits were filed, and a lot of new evidence against Epstein surfaced, but she did not take action. Interesting. Interesting. Lot happening here in the Epstein situation. Meanwhile, Elon Musk is using the Epstein situation, knowing full well that they'll never actually fucking Trump will never actually fucking reveal this information. Pierce calling out Alina Habba over the list.
This case, in Epstein's case, it is.
I have to pee.
We have flight logs, we have information, names, that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals that were hidden and kept secret and not been held accountable. Let's talk about the reverse. I believe in accountability, so you have to now go through your process. Now, I won't say they're guilty until they go through their time in court, but again, now it's time for accountability. We have seen for so many years, Pierce, in this country, many investigations, subpoenas, testimonies in Congress, et cetera, but there's a general frustration with accountability. We take it halfway, we don't take it home. And I really believe that now with Cash and Pam, there will be accountability. But in this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names, that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
Not for Alina. He looks worried. That's funny. Release the list, baby. Come on. Oh, no list, please. No list here. Nothing to be seen here. It's pretty wild that the far right expected Trump, the guy who Epstein himself described on tape as his best friend, to chase down Epstein's client list instead of just closing the case. Here is the Trump is a white hat pedophile arguments coming in. Okay, this is something that I've joked about before. It's still, while I have joked about this being a possibility in the line of defense, it's still funny seeing it take place in real time. That's right. Trump DOJ investigated his ties to Epstein and found nothing. I love Trump. He's the best leader in our lifetime, maybe in history, but no one in MAGA thinks that he's not a pedophile / into incest. It's not ideal, but it's a flaw we live with, and I doubt he still acts on it. No one is perfect, but Trump comes awfully close. Move on. I like that, as I told you before, when people ask me, Hasan, do you think that, like, if Trump was outed as, like, a trans person, if Trump was actually, if he came out as trans, like, what would the MAGA supporters say? They would turn trans themselves, okay? If you think that there is anything that Donald Trump could do that would cause some of the most diehard, some of the most loyal fans to turn around and be like, yeah, this is a bridge too far for me, you're delusional. There is nothing that Trump could do that these guys would consider to be a bridge too far. Their loyalties will always lie with the big guy. Nobody's perfect. Just a little bit of pedophilia. This is going to be one of the trickier conspiracy theories to wiggle their way out of, but God bless, they're going for it. Look. Exclusive analysis. Was Epstein video evidence destroyed by the Biden admin? Roger Stone claims Kash Patel is telling the truth, not covering up crimes because Epstein files and hard drives no longer exist. Let's watch. I need to see. Does anyone have any good videos of Alex Jones coming out and like defending the Epstein client list and shit? I would love to. I would love to see this man grovel. Oh yeah, who could also forget? Here's RFK Jr. openly saying straight up, I was on the plane.
You were on Jeffrey Epstein's jet, were you?
Yeah, I was on Jeffrey Epstein's jet 2 times.
You weren't ever.
Yeah, you said it. Hey, Matt Wallace, since you saw the leaked files back in February, why don't you tell us what the White House won't?
Well, I woke up this morning and turned my phone on, and there were hundreds of text messages saying, oh my God, the DOJ just put out a letter, we've all seen now, saying there is no Epstein client list, there never was any blackmail operation, Epstein killed himself, and the investigation's closed. So everybody wants to know what I think.
I love that he's driving. I love that he's driving and neither hand is on the wheel. Watch as he uses his hands to communicate.
Well, I know what's going on. And so I'll tell you. Trump had 2 ways to go with all of this. He could prosecute all of these incredibly prominent people, household names, or they could use the information to blackmail the deep state. I've done deep research on a lot of contacts in Trump's MO. And he's not into kids, he's not into being peed on, Russian hotels, all that was lies. We now know from the CIA and Brennan. They're very...
Oh, he's using the pedophile blackmail to blackmail the blackmailers. Oh, I get it now. Oh, that's why. Chat, you were misguided into thinking that he was engaging in ass covering for all these pedophiles. Doesn't that make him the same as the deep state then? If he's refusing to reveal this information and using the blackmail, the pedophilia blackmail, doesn't that literally make him the same as the very people that you supposedly despise? Interesting.
Through running the Epstein operation. But the reason that you are seeing this deep sixth is because the CIA with the Mossad and MI6 was running Epstein, and it was an official U.S. government operation, multinational. And it was a family business going back to President Maxwell's dad, and that's all on record. So if Trump was to actually prosecute this, it would bring down the CIA. And so that's why you've had Comey, who controlled the files of the FBI, with the CIA, but on that end of the DOJ, having his daughter do all the main cover-ups, not just for the Epstein and Maxwell case, but obviously people in the rest of it. So this is the swamp winning. The question is Trump's DOJ actually using this to control the deep state? Or are they just so overwhelmed by it, they are tapping in? Because, let me explain logic here.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's like sources.
Yeah. So, the thing that I was jokingly saying, it's like, well, you know, they used all of that time and effort to do these pedophilia operations, these pedophilia blackmail operations. It'd be a shame to waste it. That's his actual opinion.
Rogan, whistleblowers, Boyle and others, Seraphin, all of this.
Have you seen the More Pegasus video about how you're apparently getting arrested? Who the fuck is More Pegasus? What the fuck are people... Dude, stop watching morons on the internet who try to create controversy and then believe their own fucking hysteria. Okay? I'm gonna ban you permanently. Some of you dumb fucks literally go out and watch the dumbest people, the absolute dumbest people on the internet create hysteria around something and then believe their own hysteria. And then you're supposed to be smarter than this, but you literally also will come in and bring that kind of dog shit hysteria into this space for no fucking reason. I'm gonna get arrested? What the fuck are you talking about? What? Okay, whatever.
First they folded it 5 months ago, as opposed to they had this 14 terabytes and sent it out to the FBI field offices for investigation. They brought it on Fox a bunch of times, so it's U.S. attorneys in New Jersey. Said, oh yeah, we've seen it, hundreds of the victims and videos and all this horrible stuff, kids being raped. Hundreds of the victims are going to be releasing. So you wouldn't say all that if you were planning to cover up from the beginning. So something has changed along the way, and it all points towards this being used to blackmail the big state. I'm not endorsing it. Clearly.
It's kind of sus that you banned him, though. It gives more credence to his comments and video. Okay. No, it doesn't. You want to know why it doesn't? Because you can watch the video on your own and arrive at this fucking conclusion that this is completely fucking idiotic. Okay? And if you are, while we're amidst actual news coverage, if you come in here and you're like, well, some guy came in and made a fucking ridiculous claim in an effort to basically farm the dumbest people, the dumbest drones in existence, and you try to make this a serious, if you try to act as though this is a serious claim, or turn around and defend another chatter who came in with this idiotic claim, then I'll ban you too, because drama is simply drama. It is a way to derail. That's all it is.
Is what Musk learned about a few months ago and looked like he aged for 10 years overnight, completely freaked out. The conscience had to come out and say what he said. Even people like Cat Turner, who was just quintessential, will not question anything, Trumpization. She's completely freaked out now. No one is buying this. Patty McDavid's had really good breakdowns of it all. Jackie Sobek said, okay, so Ghislaine Maxwell is innocent. She was found guilty of sex trafficking. So how do you say there's no trafficking or blackmail or any of this? It's just absolute horseshit on its face. And it's a disaster. It's an absolute disaster. You know, Trump is doing a lot of good, and obviously Deep State's trying to destroy me for supporting him. It's been hell. And a lot of good's happening. I'll say this. This is very, very painful and nauseating. I'm actually physically nauseated in the last 3 hours since I got up and just trying to collate this. Of course, I instantly knew what was happening when I saw the information. I've talked about the different scenarios here. Obviously, there's nothing the globalists wouldn't do to keep this from coming out. They've already tried to kill Trump repeatedly. Have they rolled over? I see a lot of signs that, Trump's pretty much in charge now.
Dude, this is amazing. The mental gymnastics. You guys understand what he's doing here, right? At least when we watch guys like this, they're entertaining in their conspiracies, and the conspiracies revolve, and they're like directly connected to the president. They operate on the same fucking idiotic wavelength as like drama farming slop tubers, but it's like the drama farming slop tubers are significantly lower effort and are putting someone as powerless as myself in the crosshairs. Like I am an irrelevant actor here. At least when we watch other dumbasses like this, we're talking about a dumbass who is a prominent media figure who literally has interviewed the president and has the president's ear at certain points. And after being one of the most important conspiracy theorists of the past couple of decades, now he's trying to actively defend the Trump administration. Incredible. Basically claiming that the Trump administration has actually gotten this blackmail evidence and is now using it against the deep state. Doesn't that make Trump the deep state?
All evidence points towards them using the information to control the deep state. So meet the new boss, same as the old boss. The Who song won't get fooled again. But I'm going to say this in closing. I'll be covering it all today at 11 a.m. Central when my show kicks off. Infowars.com/show and on X and radio stations across the country. We are seeing 96% reduction in smuggling of humans across the border. They have raided a lot of people and found human traffickers. They have saved a lot of kids. It's in the federal filings, but they're little kids, and you won't see their names in the news. That's the way that works. These are juveniles. That's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of missing kids, millions of kids total. And so I'm not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, but at the same time, the fact that this is a key, the fact that they didn't just shut up about this, even though they're going to use it for blackmail.
Bro, that's crazy. Lesser of two evils. Listen, Trump is doing deep state pedophile sex trafficking operations, but he's also cut some of the deep state pedophile sex trafficking operations. All right. Donald Trump is actually doing the deep state pedophilia, but in a woke way. I mean, anti-woke way, sorry. He's doing it in a way to undermine the deep state. This is so stupid. How is America this stupid? Lead poisoning, severe crippling of education. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. 56,000 likes. And then the first guy goes, the Mossad, have you believed the anti-Semitic conspiracy theories? Epstein was Mossad on record. Your anti-Semitism magic word doesn't work. Does Alex Jones know better? I mean, he's just a charlatan. What do you mean? He is just an opportunist charlatan. What made you think that he was anything but? Yeah, he is a pedo-incrementalist. He's like, slowly but surely, we're limiting the number of pedophilia here. AlexJones.com, Infowars.com. The deep state is reeling back. Trump has become Trump has become the nice pedophile sex trafficker. That's right. Which goes back to my initial point, which was if Jeffrey Epstein came out and was anti-woke and he wasn't killed and he survived and he came out as anti-woke, these guys would defend him 100%. Okay? Further proof.
Or it was too dangerous, seismically for the system to bring it out. And I'm not defending that. I'm saying that would be the thinking. You don't then have Cash Patel and Bongino like deer in the headlights. Belong to hostages saying, "Oh no, we've seen everything. There's nothing there. I know he killed himself." And put out this stupid video from outside the cell bay with cops dragging trash cans around going, "Look, this proves he killed himself." You don't do all that unless it's part of a deal with the system that you've got to go out and say that so that you're not complicit in the lie. And that's why they look like they're being tortured, because I think both men have had integrity, and I think you see them losing their souls on live TV. This is going to be an unmitigated disaster. I don't know how they got Trump and the DOJ to do this, because the public is not buying it. No one is buying it. So I never saw any evidence of Trump involved in any of the stuff that came out. It was all fake. The fake Jane Does, all the crap. Eugene Carroll, the crazy leftist cat lady, all of it. So now, by coming in and being part of the cover-up, the Trump administration has become part of it. I mean, it's just, you cannot see it any other way. So I just got to the office. I'm going to go throw up, actually. And I think it happens every few years when something really, really bad happens or something. I mean, I'm physically going to puke probably right now. My mouth is watering right now. Because I have integrity. And I just really need the Trump administration to succeed and to save this country. And they're doing so much good. And then for them to do something like this, tears my guts out.
This is why he's a master of the craft. I'm sorry. This is fucking cinema, okay? This is why he is the master of the craft. There are a million car guys. There are a million weepy car guys who do this exact same line of defense for Donald Trump, okay? But none of them can do it like Alex.
The left, they're all complicit. They're openly promoting pedophilia. We know they're pure evil. And they'll think it's all funny. Oh, look, Alex is sad. MAGA's tearing himself apart. Your globalist masters literally want you to eat bugs.
That's not gonna work, big dog. You just spent the first 5 minutes talking about how Trump is actually doing this to blackmail the deep state. That's not gonna fucking work. How does that work?
In a 5G 200 square foot coffin apartment. Look at the left. Look at them all posing with their Pfizer shots, looking like dead zombies. I mean, come on. You guys are sick. And so you shouldn't look at those of us that have a soul still and have integrity in pain over this and celebrate, you dumb pieces of fucking shit. You're going against your own self-preservation, serving this evil global system of BlackRock and the New World Order and Hakeem Jeffries and all that stuff. So I'm just processing this right now. I don't know on what planet Trump is doing all this good stuff in the real world and still being demonized by the corporate media. and constant lies. Like, oh, there was no weather alert for flash floods in Texas by the National Weather Service. It was the day before, over 500 times. It's just constant lies. I need to defend Trump. He's being lied about. And then this type of shit happens. I don't even know what to say. I mean, it's just, it's beyond insane. You couldn't try to hurt yourself worse. You couldn't try to discredit the FBI worse than what they've done. Pam Bondi, all of them. All those videos are saying, yeah, she's seen the videos. It's all coming out. And then now it doesn't exist. I mean, what? What? What?
Remember, understand something here. Alex Jones is not mad that Trump is potentially, by his own estimation, complicit in the cover-up of Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile sex trafficking case. Alex Jones is mad because it makes Trump look bad. This video is basically like a video that he could have just sent to Donald Trump and be like, sir, it is really difficult for me to defend you right now. I built an entire career off of this case. Do you not understand? If you don't give me a single thing here, we're cooked. Do you not understand how damaging this is to everyone's reputation? That's it.
Damn it.
But he's not mad about the cover-up. He's already...
No matter whether...
He's not mad about the cover-up because he's already figured out a way to massage it. To claim that Trump is doing the cover-up because he wants to, like, blackmail the blackmailers in the deep state. With the same blackmail, by the way. But he's saying that this was a tactical misstep because it makes it really hard to defend.
As information goes, I'll always report the truth. God bless you.
I think he's behind it.
I think if Donald Trump wanted to see this stuff out, then he would make sure that it got out. I think if Donald Trump doesn't care if it gets out, then it probably doesn't get out. And if he wants it not out, then it doesn't get out. So,
well, you know why I say that?
Two out of those three mean he doesn't do it. Let me read.
Well, just real fast. There's 3 or 4 interviews. I want your expertise, and I've listened to you. That's why everything you said, I know you said before. I'm listening, Kyle. I respect you.
Sure.
You're giving us your intel analyst on the ground, like reporting back what you saw. I get it. But I want you to go up, to a higher level here. I've got clips played at last hour, started the show with, where Trump's like a year ago, well, it might hurt some people that are innocent. I don't know. Yeah, we'll probably release it, maybe not.
Yep.
And I get from that, he's like, no, I'm going to shut this down. And I do see them shutting down a lot of the human trafficking things, but we're thinking about using it.
This is what I think is the problem. The folks that you're relying on for your analysis when you're in those positions, you have to have good people feeding you intel. At least 80% of the overall intel agencies, the USIC, the United States Intelligence Community, they're academics, they are left-leaning, they think government is the answer, and they know that they're going to survive to the next administration. They won't be bothered, especially the people.
It's the permanent state.
Permanently, that's okay. Permanent Washington, administrative state, deep state, they're all the same thing, right? This is something that Machiavelli wrote, and my buddy sent this to me. He was an intel analyst at DHS, sharp guy. He said this is 500-year-old information. This is something we used to all know. This is why every single government, when they turn over power, they exile everybody from the old government.
And this is from the intense city-state wars where the modern political science was developed and the ultimate ongoing cloak and dagger from what is Italy today.
That's right.
What the fuck? Okay, no. No. Fox News is taking this well, lol.
Do you think it's fair, Bucks, here? Okay, I'm looking.
Oh, this is, what is his name? Buckley Sexton or whatever. He's also literally a former CIA guy, if I'm not mistaken.
Looking at this memo, it says there's no, quote, client list. Well, I don't know what that means. There's no Word document. There's no Notes app on his phone. There's no printed out piece of paper with lists of names on it. But there are clients, right? We've been led to believe there were clients. There were other people involved in this, either in helping to, either patronizing Jeffrey Epstein or helping to coordinate this. And do you think it's fair, Buck, to say, okay, I'm looking at this memo. It says there's no, quote, client list. Well, I don't know what that means. There's no Word document. There's no...
Don't worry. The marching orders will kick in. Yeah, Buckley Sexton. Pretty sure he's a former CIA guy as well. So Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison for 20 years for what? For being a woman. So that's what it is. Breaking: DOJ releases 10+ hours long surveillance footage they say proves no one entered Jeffrey Epstein's cell prior to his death. The only tiny sliver of a staircase leading to Jeffrey Epstein's can be seen. This is what they argue proves no one approached his cell that night, despite it almost being entirely out of frame. Stairway to L tier is the second images, is what leads to this block. So it's not actually the cellway that they're his door of his cell that they're showing, because the camera footage actually doesn't exist there. In each of these tiers is A cells with 2 inmates. Epstein is L tier in view of the guards. Circles, who is diagonal to the camera. The first flag is that this footage is existing at all. The first red flag is this footage existing at all. We know from OIG reports that most cameras were not recording that day, except for the one in the stairwell and this camera. But we frequently have conflicting stories about which footage still exists. To suddenly have 10 hours released of it is odd. There are also multiple entrances, which isn't showcased. This means it's easy to enter and go up the staircase to L tier, keeping up the right of the staircase and not be seen. For example, here's a screenshot we'll talk about later of 2 people rushing up the stairs, and you can barely see them. I mean, lack of consistency is signs of a shoddy cover-up. I'm just more surprised that the fucking cover-up is so shoddy. I genuinely don't understand how these guys had so much fucking time to actually cover the story and create like an airtight cover-up, and they seemingly were unable to do so after years and years. Like, what more do you need? What is Fox News covering today? Zoran's race controversy.
Crushed by the left for telling the truth.
Having the audacity to tell this story when you know that if this had been a Republican candidate, they would have been cheering on and criticizing the New York Times for not running if they had.
But they're not Republican candidates, are they, Jessica? They're Democratic office holders. What is it with the Democrats? This guy's got to lie about his race, and Elizabeth Warren spent, gosh, decades lying that she was a Native American, said that she checked the box because her grandfather had high cheekbones. Harvard Law School from 86 to 95 claimed her as a diversity hire, minority law professor. Isn't this a disqualifier? I mean, do you want a bunch of people lying about their race and ethnicity like Elizabeth Warren and Zohran Mamdani to represent your party?
I'm a bit Pocahontas out and have been for several years. When Mamdani applied to Columbia, there was no Indian or South Asian box on the application, which I think does not reflect well on Columbia. And that's certainly a big enough set of demographics that you should have that optionality. As Greg said, he did write in Uganda. He said, I wanted it to explain the totality of my experience. But I think he could safely assume that if his father is an employee of the administration, they would know where he came from and what he looks like. And obviously his mother isn't someone who we haven't seen a picture of. And he's never identified as black as far as the reporting has gone. You know, he hasn't gone to a rally and been like, as a black man, you know, I just like to say.
He just did it, it didn't matter.
Okay. Well,
when we wouldn't know about it. This was
listen, I think it matters that the true boxes were not available to him. But I do want to say the most important thing that's happening as we get these trickles of information and people are unearthing old tweets that he hasn't even tried to hide is that the Cuomo campaign did no opposition research. They absolutely took a flyer on this one and thought it would be a cakewalk. I don't know. This stuff is just sitting there.
Are you okay with these
Yeah, Jessica doesn't even like Zoran, by the way. Which is why she's not even defending him sufficiently.
It's a bummer that Colombia didn't have the right box. Well, that's your fault. You guys instituted the idea of identity boxes. Now you're going to be in that box, whether you screw it up or not.
Well,
Jesse.
I'm pro boxes. I mean, if I show up freshman year and like the entire class is Asian, I mean, what happened there? You got to know who's coming in. I mean, these things can happen, Greg. You got to be a little more precise. Okay? It's not about ethnicity in its totality. It's about something you need to know about the student. Not everything, just something. This guy, 2 Indian parents, born in Africa. That's like 2 Mexicans having a baby in Africa. The kid's not black, okay?
Bro, that's crazy. One guy said, abolish all racial categorizations. The other one said, no, I need it so I can be racist. The diversity of opinion on the right is amazing.
That's a great idea. They're always looking for South American applicants.
And my kid is actually Mexican.
Now, okay, so Elizabeth Warren was 1,024th.
You said the parents.
No, that's a nationality. That's a nationality, Dana. It's different than an ethnicity. Ethnicity is bloodline.
This is your fault, Jessica.
And I do know his SAT scores. Rufo got it.
21.
And they're subpar for Columbia.
For Columbia, but they're good.
What were they?
2,100 out of 25.
But I don't even know what 2,100 out of 2,400
He
is.
can't stick us in one. Up next, a gunman opening fire on Border Patrol agents as Democrats crank up.
Bro, what the fuck? He didn't go to Columbia, man. His dad was a professor at Columbia and he still didn't get in. All of these conversations that's taken place is over something that he didn't even fucking do. It's also really funny because they're like, oh, his SAT scores are bad. They're not. They're actually really fucking good. They're just not like clearly Columbia level good, even when your dad is the fucking is an academic there. None of this makes sense. How is any of this newsworthy? I don't understand it. It was such a non-newsworthy incident that it was more newsworthy than the New York Times even went with that story to begin with. Context about a Zoran tweet that is supposed to be an own. Lol, the context for this was a shitpost about getting more Twitter followers. Can we please help Zoran catch up to me in followers? A quarter of Astoria tenants spend half their income on rent. Investors are buying up on our rich neighborhoods to build luxury housing. It's just a huge burden having all this clout and needing it to use to help my comrade all the time. Each according to their need, each according to their ability. Wait, what? What are they mad about? Wait, so what? Why is that like... Bro, no one cares about this. Why would anybody be like, I can't believe he said each according to their need, each according to their ability? How is this in any way like... Oh my God. One of the things that I personally despise, I cannot stand this at all, especially because I'm victim to this so frequently, is a method that the right regularly applies to the left, where they will manufacture outrage over something that is not outrageous at all. And simply the act of pointing the finger of blame and saying, shame on you for this, is enough for many people to go, oh, that's actually shameful. We're experiencing a smaller version of this already in this community. A much smaller and less impactful version of this is the whole Hasan fucking wanted to kill a random YouTuber shit that they just, these right-wing YouTubers decided to whip up out of nowhere. It's just not real, right? It's not a real situation at all. But simply because enough people are saying this is real, people have to act as though, people have to basically fake themselves and delude themselves into believing that there is a real story here. It's just concern trolling. You waved a gun, what do you mean, bro? See, like, this guy is literally in the process of doing it while he's in the chat, okay? He is in the process of doing it. A dude whose name is like Apex Crypto YouTube with a fucking YouTube page, he's a content creator on this website, comes in here and says, you should be hanged for treason. You know, that Zoran should be hanged for treason. You should be hanged, like issues death threats. I turn around and flash my fake airsoft gun and I say, good luck, okay? Good luck to you. And then people act as though this is like the most impactful thing that's ever happened. Why won't this guy get arrested? This guy has to get arrested. This guy has to get arrested. And it's not a real situation at all, but it doesn't matter. Everyone will keep like creating this environment where it's a big deal. Please, why is this not a big deal? And then they'll move on to the next thing. And the same goes for this. It's nothing. This is not a real thing at all. Okay? You waved the prop gun, bro, so now they're playing their part in acting scared. Yeah. So it's just fake. And a part of what's like so annoying about discourse nowadays is that people don't even care to come across like they're honest, okay? They know that they're being dishonest, and the audiences will not turn around and punish them for their dishonesty. The audience demands dishonesty. So they'll just like act as though they are personally offended or personally scared. Same thing with like older tweets. They keep pearl clutching around older tweets that Zoran posted, right? About like, I don't know, like Christopher Columbus. He has like a photo of him like flipping off the Christopher Columbus statue and being like, this is so messed up. Or yeah, saying take it down, right? This is not a real controversy at all. You're desperately trying to make this a real controversy. And I think in this day and age, Democrats broadly should not entertain this stuff at all. Okay? They should broadly refuse to entertain this stuff because it's completely ridiculous when you even remotely call into question or even act as though this is like somehow an embarrassing thing that you did. You're lending credence to these fucking charlatans who themselves don't believe the actual impact that they're suggesting this has. You're giving it more credibility. It's that simple. Let them fucking chirp into nothingness and say, oh, you're just avoiding accountability. It's like, what? Accountability from what? It's incredibly fucking stupid. Accountability from what? Why are these guys behaving like fucking 2016 era SJWs? I thought we had moved on from this. I thought we had fucking moved on from this. This is a classic case of a disingenuous weaponization of concern trolling. It's pearl clutching. These guys don't give a fuck. Why do you? Why should you? Why should anybody care about this? Now, are there things that Zoran could have done in the past that meets the standard that deserves scrutiny? Certainly, everyone has done shit that meets that standard. But none of the things that they're trying to whip up into a controversy here is actually a real controversy at all. So there's no reason to fucking ever cave or give into it, or even like offer any sort of analysis to be like, oh well, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry that I did this, I'm so sorry that I did that. Like, fuck that. Because if you apologize or even come across like you've done something indecent when you've done nothing indecent, you basically have turned it into an issue. You literally have given your enemy ammunition. You've given your ideological opposition a real struggle all of a sudden, a real battle that they won. That's it. Don't lean into it. That's also part of the reason why I get fucking mad when dumb fucks in this chat will bring shit like this up and be like, well, what do you have to say to this? This guy, this like barely literate moron said this about you. And it's like, I don't care, man. What am I supposed to do? Yes, brother, people make shit up. People also fake being upset or angry. It is utterly unproductive to hyper focus on that at all. Yeah, Josh Gottheimer is of course coming after him because he's one of the worst Democrats. But one of the things that the New York Times did in this story, for those of you who don't know the details of the story, Zohran Mamdani is an Indian man, originally from Gujarat, his family is at least. He's Indian Muslim whose family comes from Gujarat, who was born in Uganda, okay? And when he was applying for colleges, in the college application, he picked African American, and then in the other box put Uganda, okay, alongside I think Asian. And it was for a college application that actually didn't go anywhere. He didn't go to Columbia University. His father was a professor there, and he didn't even end up going there. And I guess like some hackers actually hacked into the database to uncover these files of all of the people that had applied to Columbia over the course of many, many years, and they went through that file and they found his information, his hacked material. But the problem here is that there is nothing relevant in this. Like, there is nothing, like, he didn't get a leg up from this, you know what I mean? And his response was pretty clear, which is that he wanted to showcase the complexity of his background. It's understandable. He does have a very unique background. And I don't really give a shit about this at all. But it is yet another line, a desperate line of attack against a very popular socialist, because people don't want a Muslim anti-Zionist socialist, an anti-Israel socialist, to actually win any power in the party whatsoever, because then people will get the wrong opinions that you can actually be this way. You can actually be someone who's anti-Israel openly and not get punished for it. You can actually be someone who is in favor of uplifting the working class and win elections. Like, that's terrifying. It's a terrifying prospect for a Democratic Party that doesn't want to do anything of the sort. It's a terrifying prospect for the Republicans that know that they will lose if there were more people like Zohran Mamdani out there running campaigns. So there is a full-scale assault from every angle. And here is a Democrat, Representative Josh Gottheimer, also leaning in on the nonsense.
Confused by how people go ahead with a lot of the ideas that he's put forth, you know, and if you saw this weekend when he was asked to condemn globalize the Intifada, right, and he refused, which is, you know, a call for a wave of terror. It was a call for a wave of terror against Jewish people around the world, and he refused to condemn that language You know, and as far as I'm concerned, somebody who refuses to condemn hate speech is not acceptable, and I'm looking for him to clarify that, as well as his other socialist policies. So, you know, there's got to be a lot of clarification before I start to warm up to the idea of him being mayor.
He says it's not the language that he would use when he was pressed on that by Kristen Welker on NBC. What do you think it says?
Yeah, but he refused to get...
Yes, dude. Yes. I don't even think he should have said that, but whatever. Like, because that's not the real issue here. The real issue is saying anything that's remotely anti-Israel. That's the real issue. That's what these motherfuckers are mad about. Globalize the intifada. They'll try to grab on anything they can. This is exactly what I was talking about. This is exactly what I was talking about, chat. They are desperately trying to make a mountain out of a molehill. This is outrage farming. They are manufacturing outrage where no such outrage exists. The average person does not give a shit about this, okay? They care about whether you're pro-Israel or anti-Israel. Everything else is optics. Everything else is optics. Okay? That's it. He should have explained that it just means struggle. He didn't, the uprising. He didn't the last time he was asked. No, he did. He did actually say that. He said it means uprising in Arabic. People are scared of an Arabic word. Even the fucking Holocaust Museum actually translated the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising as Warsaw Ghetto Intifada on their website. Except the problem is the Holocaust Museum, and I can't believe these are a sequence of words that I'm using. Like when I was growing up, I never thought I would say these words. But the Holocaust Museum is indecent and is working at the behest of Israeli interests. And therefore, they literally changed the Arabic translation. They changed it last year in the March of 2024 because people had brought this point up already. That is fucking crazy. No, that's not Trump appointees. They did it before Donald Trump. The current Holocaust Museum Board is all Trump appointees, but they did this in March of 2024 last year before Donald Trump was in office. They did this under the Biden administration. They changed it to Mukawama. I think I'm saying it incorrectly, but it's the ironically, it's the Arabic word that Hamas, the M in Hamas is, okay? That's what they changed it to. They changed it to a more radical word. Yeah, Mukawama means resistance. For those of you who don't know, because everyone's always shocked, Hamas is an acronym. Okay? It's an acronym for Harakat, which means movement, Al-Mukawama Al-Islamiyya, which is the Islamic resistance movement. Mukawama, the word that the Holocaust Museum changed in the Arabic translation from Warsaw Ghetto Intifada to Warsaw Ghetto Mukawama, is Warsaw Ghetto resistance. That's what Mukawama means. And it is what the M in Hamas stands for. I will repeat once again. Harakat al-Mukawama al-Islamiyya. The Islamic resistance movement. Mukawamat. And one of the most insane aspects of this New York Times reporting was that they were worried, according to Semaphore reporting on the matter, because this is more newsworthy. The fact that New York Times took this hack material from a fucking eugenicist who spends most of his time talking about like black people's IQ and how it's inferior to Jewish people's IQ, how it's superior and all this other shit. Okay? They got this from a account called Cremio, who they literally hid the identity of, by the way, for no reason. He was already outed. He is a straight-up prominent white nationalist by the name of Jordan Lasker. Okay? New York Times got this from, like, a Richard Spencer type. Like, can you imagine? The New York Times is collaborating with Richard Spencer to take down Zohran Mamdani. What the fuck are we doing? Why did the Holocaust Museum change it from Intifada to Mukawama? Because Zionist groups pressured the Holocaust Museum to change it because people kept saying Intifada just means uprising. It's just the Arabic word for uprising. You're being fucking ridiculous. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising translates to the Warsaw Ghetto Intifada in the Arabic language version on the fucking Holocaust Museum website. And because they kept using this as a talking point, the Holocaust Museum quietly changed the translation to a different word so that people like Zoran, when they point to that, could turn around and say, it's not the case, actually. It's not. It's Mukawama. It's incredibly stupid. It's an incredibly stupid fucking back and forth anyway, because who gives a fuck? It's the truth. Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was translated as Warsaw Ghetto Intifada because it's an Arabic word for uprising. That's what the Intifada is. They didn't change it to the Arabic word for tickle party, you know? They didn't go Warsaw Ghetto Tickle Party in Arabic. They changed it to a different word, resistance. Who gives a fuck? It's still the same, it's the same energy. It's all the same shit. Now, the New York Times came out and had their like standards and editorial board basically come out and say like, we thought this was newsworthy. Then Semaphore actually investigated it a little bit further and found, this from a senior New York Times reporter, about the reductive political economic worldview that drives much of mainstream corporate U.S. journalism, says that the widely criticized Mamdani piece must have been legit because it created conversation and debate. Okay, after a lot of people, classic New York Times fashion, got mad at the New York Times for doing this because they were like, who the fuck cares? Why is this newsworthy? What the fuck are you doing? Like you, the New York Times, working with and sheltering the identity of a known white supremacist is infinitely more newsworthy than the fact that Zoran Mamdani ticked a box that said he was African when he's from fucking Uganda, like in a college application that he didn't even get into. Who gives a fuck? His dad is a part of the fucking, his dad is a part of the college. His dad was a professor at Columbia and he still didn't get it. Despite some public criticism and internal grumbling, the paper's leadership has continued to back the piece. One person familiar with the editorial process noted that the Times senior editors were aligned on whether to publish the piece, which was read and greenlit by multiple top editors before its publication. Others on staff that spoke with Semaphore on the condition of anonymity said the reaction to the piece showed why it was important to tackle it. The fact that the story engendered all the conversation and debate that it feels like all the evidence you need that this was a legitimate line of reporting, one reporter told Semaphore. Like, it's so stupid. They're literally, the New York Times is now doing, I was just pretending to be stupid as a fucking line of defense. Wow. Seems like we kicked the hornet's nest here. But the most damning aspect of this from Semaphore was that the New York Times pushed ahead with its story about Zoran Mamdani's application to Columbia University to avoid being scooped by Christopher Rufo. Christopher fucking Rufo, man. The guy who is the guy who works for the Manhattan Institute think tank, whose entire job is to basically find out if there's like trans people existing anywhere and make that everybody else's problem. Like, these are not normal people. These are fucking evil villains, okay? And in Christopher Rufo's case, not even like successful evil villains, but just like dumb charlatans in general. How are you worried about getting scooped by Christopher fucking Rufo, man? Who gives a shit? You're the paper of record. Write a story about how stupid this is after the fact. But here we are.
Is to condemn. But why wouldn't he just outright condemn the language? Why would you not condemn anti-Semitic language? You saw it happen.
It's not anti-Semitic language. You didn't prove that it was anti-Semitic language. Something that offends you as a Jewish American does not automatically mean it's anti-Semitic. Okay? I'm a Muslim American. If someone were to say, Hasan, like, I don't know, I like bacon, or I think that your distaste for seafood is disgusting, that doesn't mean it's something that's offensive to me, okay? But that doesn't mean it's actually fucking anti-Islam or Islamophobic, okay? Or if someone were to say sacrilegious things such as LeBron James is not the greatest athlete of all time, I, Hasan Piker, a Muslim American, find that to be unconscionable. I find that to be sacrilegious. I find that to be completely insane. But this still does not make it Islamophobic, okay? Something that offends me personally does not automatically make it Islamophobic, okay? This is so stupid. I apologize to everyone else for even uttering the words that LeBron is not the greatest athlete of all time. I did it again. Apologies once again for saying that. It's obviously sacrilegious, but it needed to be done so that I could prove a point here. Okay?
Washington, Boulder, Colorado, and the surge of hate around the country, why would you not condemn hate speech? You know, and that's not something that should be confused.
Oh, it's anti-Semitic and it's hate speech. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Anti-Semitic hate speech. Globalize the Intifada. Anti-Semitic hate speech. Globalize the uprising. Anti-Semitic hate speech. Like, what are we doing here? What the fuck do you mean it's hate speech? These people unironically do the same thing that white racists do when they miscalculate what the N-word actually means. They think it's just a word that, like, hurts the feelings of black people, okay? They don't understand that in order for something to be hate speech, there needs to be association with dehumanization and some form of, like, tangible systematic harm that the word is associated with, okay? It's not just, the N-word is not bad because it hurts the feelings of black people. The N-word is bad because it's historically been deployed as a mechanism of dehumanizing black people, and successfully been deployed as a mechanism of dehumanizing black people. So when someone says the N-word, they're basically relitigating all of that and reminding black people the ongoing violence and systematic harm that they have to endure, that they have to experience even in modern society. There is no equivalence when you say globalize the uprising, but in fucking Arabic. There's no equivalence when someone is engaging in the emancipatory slogan of saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. We do not actually decide something is anti-Semitic or something is a form of violent bigotry by the feelings of a couple of people who claim that it's scaring them, okay? Oh. Like, this didn't happen for the N-word in particular. This did not happen because, like, a bunch of black people got together and they were like, let's find a word that white people can't say. It'll be like our little secret. We'll act like it actually fucking hurts our feelings so we can, like, cynically claim that, like, white people are racist when they use it. Like, that's not the etymology behind it. That's not how this word came about. And that's not the reason why it's, like, considered a fucking slur for understandable reasons, okay? It is associated with systematic harm. It is both a reminder of the historic harm that has happened, the historic dehumanization that has happened, and is a reminder of the ongoing dehumanization that continues, okay? There is no fucking equivalence between something like that, a real form of bigotry, like the K word for Jews. There's a word for it. There's a word for it, okay? That is anti-Semitic hate speech. Why? Or even Shylock, when Trump was using the word Shylock, like, this is a consistent form of a persistent form of anti-Semitism. Oh, like, Jews are notoriously shitty money lenders, like they control all the money. Like, that is actually anti-Semitic, right? For those of you who don't know, obviously there's also a varying degree of terms. Obviously, Shylock is multi-use. Like, for example, when you're talking about the fucking Shakespeare usage of it, even though that is also inherently an anti-Semitic stereotype, like, there's a difference between saying that versus saying the K word, for example, which I will not say. There's a difference between, like, the word queer versus the F slur, for example. I think you guys understand this. Anyway. I find it wild with slurs you are willing to say even with an academic context. What do you mean? I think there's a pretty well-established, like, no word. There's a bunch of words that you shouldn't say and can't say, and it's understandable to not say it. And from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free does not meet that, okay? Does not meet that standard. Huh. I agree with you that it shouldn't be said. It's just off rhythm for you to say one, then skip the next one. Say what and not the next. Say which word and not the next, chatter. Do you feel like both of these words are to the same severity? They're not. Okay? They're not. That's why I gave you an example from a different marginalized group of queer, which is multi-use. Okay? Versus the F slur, which is not multi-use. At least in its contemporary application. Do you understand? Imagine if he said the C slur for white people. Oh, you mean cracker? Exactly. How do you draw the line? You'll just know it when you see it.
No,
Okay? You'll just know it when you see it. And you all know it. You all know it, and every single person that is acting as though this is completely unacceptable or offensive is doing it to concern troll so they can fucking farm clips after the fact. Okay? Stop. If you're not sure, just don't say it. I never said I wasn't sure. Oh, you're talking to the other chatters. Anyway. Also, something that is, I guess, unique, surprising, is you find allies in the strangest of places when the New York Times is so off base. This time, it's Curtis Sliwa. This is the second time where Curtis Sliwa has gone on Fox News, who is running as the Republican in the New York mayoral race, by the way. For those of you who don't know, the beret guy. Okay? Curtis Sliwa, who famously said, don't go after Zoran's religion, it doesn't matter that he's Muslim, has now come out and talked about the Mamdani piece in the New York Times. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
This broke just before the show. According to the New York Times, he identified on his college application as Asian and African American. He doesn't consider himself black, but said the application didn't allow for the complexity of his background. What do you make of that, Curtis?
Well, I do know he is a practicing Muslim, and I've advised our colleagues, of which there are many on our side of this issue, because we know Zoran will destroy the city. Do not attack his religion. Leave the religion alone. If you don't want to see him elected, there are 1 million Muslims in New York City who can vote. Many of them with conservative values. Many of them who voted for Donald Trump for president. So
but he's made that background the center of his campaign.
Right. You can criticize him as being a communist, socialist, anti-Semite, Czech, but leave the religion alone. Now, he would consider himself Southeast Asian, although he's of Indian heritage, his mother and father. He grew up in Uganda. So I guess you could sort of put it in the blender. I don't have a problem with how he self-identified.
It is unbelievable that motherfucking right-wing fascist Curtis Sliwa is more reasonable on this issue than the fucking New York Times, dude. Anyway, to give some more context that the New York Times failed to add, here's the comparable section on Baldwin's undergrad application from 2009 where Zohran Mamdani ended up going. It included birthplace, first and primary languages, included African, and split Asian into 2 categories. Okay? As opposed to the questions that Columbia had here. When he said that the Columbia application lacked options to more accurately describe his identity, so he made do, the primary context is all the other college applications he was filling out at the time, and this corroborates that point entirely. Bowden, sorry, not Bowdoin. I always say it wrong. But once again, it doesn't fucking matter. It does not matter. Yeah, also, there's apparently a massive Israeli occupying force ambush that took place in the hands of the Harakat al-Muqawwama al-Islamiyya, also known as Hamas, the Al-Qassam brigades. We're waiting on more details on that, but here, let's wrap this up.
By the way, against anybody, whether you're talking about against Muslims, against African Americans, against anybody, you should right away not hesitate and condemn hate speech. And so I don't understand where any confusion is there, and I'm expecting him, I hope, to clarify his position. But listen, I believe the Democratic Party needs to move in the direction of common sense and reasonableness, of affordability, and I that's where we should be
Shut the fuck up, Gottheimer. Curtis Sliwa should be controlled opposition when America has a communist dictatorship. Sliwa doesn't care about Mamdani's Islam or the college app stuff and refused to be paid off to drop out so Trump's GOP can replace it with a more racist candidate law. Respect. Anyway. Houthis claim Red Sea ship sinking, exchange missiles with Israel. Okay. We'll look at that too. But, yeah. Oh, there was one other Tim Pool tweet. I can't tell if Tim Pool is like joking here or if he's just like legitimately saying this, but this also goes along with the Trump boosters running with the narrative that like it's too damaging to reveal this information. Okay. As far as the Jeffrey Epstein stuff goes, think about the economic fallout of, say, hypothetically, Bill Gates was revealed to have been flying around with Epstein, and then we got videos of him abusing underage girls. We absolutely cannot risk shareholder value by telling the people what really happened. I think he's being sarcastic here. I'm gonna go ahead and say that's sarcastic. If it was about Israel, he would not have been implying that sarcastically, but I think in this circumstance, he is implying it sarcastically. All right, let's continue.
President Trump and Elon Musk.
Speaking of Elon Musk has ambitions of creating a new party. We talked about it briefly when he launched it. I think it's a fucking bullshit initiative. It's not going to go anywhere, but here it is.
Late this morning, the president called the world's richest man a train wreck who's going completely off the rails, mocked his idea of forming a third party. Our chief Washington correspondent John Carl is here. And John, you've got two men here who have very little impulse control over their social media.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Good morning. Look, not long ago, President Trump called Elon Musk one of the greatest business leaders and innovators that the world has ever seen. He gave him broad authority to reshape the federal government. But now, as you say, George, Donald Trump is calling Elon Musk a train wreck and blasting his plan to start a new political party.
Donald Trump's alliance with Elon Musk was already in tatters after Musk attacked Trump's big tax and spending bill. He called it a disgusting abomination. But now Trump is taking aim at Musk's plans to create a new political party that he is calling the America Party.
Third parties have never worked, so he can have fun with it, but I think it's ridiculous.
Minutes later, Trump went further, writing on social media, quote, "I am saddened to watch Elon Musk go completely off the rails, essentially becoming a train wreck." Trump had made Musk arguably the most powerful person serving in his administration. Just 5 weeks ago, he praised him as a, quote, "incredible patriot" for slashing government spending through the so-called Department of Government Efficiency.
Elon's service to America has been without comparison in modern history.
But Musk hated the big Republican tax and spending bill, what Trump called the big beautiful bill, saying every lawmaker who supported the legislation should hang their head in shame because of how much it will add to the debt.
Holy fuck.
It's like
This is so long. Oh my God, you know his ass is bent. Oh, he's pissed, bro. He's fucking pissed off. That's crazy to see. I'm not reading all that. I'm sorry.
Disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it, and undermines the work that the Doge team is doing.
The president signed that new spending bill into law on Friday. Over the weekend, Musk replied to one ex-user asking what the heck was the point of Doge if he's just going to increase the debt. Musk even issued a threat to every Republican voting for it, saying they will lose their primary next year if it is the last thing I do on this earth.
Oh. What the heck? What the heck is the point of Doge? I mean, I don't know. It feels like you got everything you wanted out of this. You know, you were for a brief moment in charge of 8 regulatory agencies that you worked to cripple, that had numerous investigations launched into all of your businesses, you know.
Trump says that Musk is just upset because he has slashed government support for electric vehicles, hurting Tesla.
He's losing his EV mandate, and he's very upset about things, but, you know, he could lose a lot more than that. I can tell you right now. Hey, Elon can lose a lot more than that.
Seemed like a little bit of a threat there. It doesn't appear that Musk has filed formal paperwork for his new political party yet. He's got the money, if he does, to get things started. But, George, he is a long, long, long way from creating a party that could actually be a threat to Democrats and Republicans.
It's been more than a century since we've seen one in this country. Okay, John, thanks very much.
Elon Musk says he's launching a new political party after Trump signed his big, beautiful bill into law.
Madeline Rivera is live in Washington with the latest. Maddie. Good morning.
I think a lot of people don't realize, like, oh, what if Elon Musk tries to... what if Elon Musk tries to, like, primary Trump and Trump associates by saying Trump was a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate? I don't think you guys understand that people give a shit about that. Like, there are some in the conspiracy world that actually do care about Trump not fulfilling the promises But those people will just stop. They were already low propensity voters that came on board the Trump train because Trump was offering them something, and they'll just leave. But the hardliners in the MAGA squad will never go against Donald Trump. They will literally welcome Jeffrey Epstein with open arms if Trump was openly a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate, and he kind of is. They don't care.
Emily and Charlie. On July 4th, Elon Musk posted a poll on Ask asking his followers if they would be interested in a new political party. He followed up the next day with another post saying, when it comes to bankrupting our country with waste and graft, we live in a one-party system, not a democracy. Today, the America Party is formed to give you back your freedom. Musk says his strategy would be to just focus on 2 or 3 Senate seats and 8 to 10 House districts. He adds that would be enough to serve as the deciding vote on contentious laws, given the tight margins in Congress. Musk has been critical of the One Big Beautiful bill, saying it will increase the deficit. But some Republicans say a third party could split the conservative vote and help Democrats win more easily. President Trump is slamming Musk.
I think it's ridiculous to start a third party. We have a tremendous success with the Republican Party. The Democrats have lost their way, but it's always been a two-party system. And I think starting a third party just adds to confusion. It really seems to have been developed for two parties. Third parties have never worked. So he can have fun with it, but I think it's ridiculous.
Musk's announcement to form a new political party comes after he said just 2 months ago that he was going to cut back on political spending. And this morning, Tesla shares and stocks are down, suggesting that investors may be nervous.
Bro, you know this shit is bunk because Elon Musk is linking up with Andrew Yang, okay?
This entire...
A Musk-led third party makes as much sand as selling sand in the desert.
entire thing makes very little sense to me. It makes about as much sense as selling sand in the desert. What are we talking about here? What is the size of Elon Musk's base? Well, I calculate it to be about 4%, just 4%, 1, 2, 3, 4% of all voters. What is that base made up of? Well, it's those who view Elon Musk favorably and the GOP unfavorably. We're talking just about 4% of all voters out there, because it turns out most of the people who like Elon Musk already like the GOP already. That is, they already have a party for him. In my mind, there is just no base for Elon Musk's third party in the electorate, at least initially speaking.
All right. When we talk about third parties...
Dude, hold on. I think this is really important information. Holy Toledo. Maybe the Democrats should have learned a thing or two from this. I'm just saying. I said this already. Elon Musk, with his money, was able to try and jump on the Trump train. He did not make the Trump train choo-choo harder, okay? I think he's so stupid that he personally thought that all of the glazing that he got from Trump and prominent figures actually led to some kind of like real transitive property Elon Musk love. That is not the case. Okay, $250 million gives you access, unprecedented access in the Trump administration. Okay, it goes a long way, but you can't buy people's actual loyalty, especially if you position yourself against Donald Trump, who is a historically charismatic cult leader for his own cult.
At the presidential level, the candidate who most recently had the most success in terms of getting the most votes was Ross Perot. So how does Elon Musk compare to Ross Perot?
Yeah, we'll go all the way back in the time machine to 1992. And we will note Americans with an unfavorable view, i.e. essentially that Musk starts off with far more against him than Ross Perot ever did. Americans with an unfavorable view of Ross Perot was only 14% back in 1992. Now, the vast majority of Americans are already against Elon Musk, 58%. So what we're essentially saying here is that Elon Musk is going to go into an electorate that already dislikes him, is already against him, while there were far more people who are open to the idea of a Ross Perot third-party or independent candidacy as compared to an Elon Musk third party in which the vast majority of Americans have already sided against the man from Tesla.
So Elon Musk says he's going to play, forget, the presidential election is years away. The congressional election next year, he says he wants to play there. What's the history of third-party candidates in congressional races?
Horrible, awful, terrible, terrible, terrible. What are we talking about? You're elected to Congress from a third party since 1970. Just 0.2% of all winners were either third party, independent, or write-in. We're only talking about 24 out of over 13,000 winners. The bottom line is third party, independents, they just don't succeed. Donald Trump is right when he's talking about the fact that third parties, simply put, don't work.
I will leave with this one coda, though. When you're talking about 4% here, it may not be about winning the race, but 4% has been enough to sway an election back and forth.
Ralph Nader in 2000, as we were talking about, he could spoil it for the GOP, but he probably can't win it himself.
Ariane, thank you.
Thank you, my friend.
Holy Toledo, 1994. I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to swing the elections. There's, like, if Elon Musk wasn't such a fucking baby, if Elon Musk wasn't such a thin-skinned man-child, he would recognize that any association with him is immediately going to ruin the chances of any party. He would, if he was a real one, he would try and fund a party with a successful opposition figure that is charismatic and would try to do it as quietly as possible. But he wants all the glory, and he wants to feel like a powerful man. And what he fails to consider, what he fails to realize, is that there's no one. He has no one in the base that actually fucks with him. That's it. Huh. What is this? Governor David Patterson? Why are you sending this to me? I've been very clear in my position that I simply do not believe Zohran Mamdani is the best person to lead New York in these extremely turbulent times. We just saw a federal budget passed and signed into law. I don't care about this. It's already quite difficult to launch a third-party initiative in this country. But it is extra difficult, virtually impossible if Elon Musk is going to be spearheading that effort. Okay? God is God alone, and there is only one God. Man is not God. I don't know why she's saying that.
About Musk's latest political venture. Charlie and Emily.
Thank you, Maddie.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart.
I'll let you go. It's not a big secret that you had your difference.
Okay, I don't care about this.
Well, let's begin in Washington with...
It's tariff time. Hey, guys, remember when our big, beautiful boy, Donald, said he was going to tariff everybody on the day of liberation, and then the markets took a nosedive because he was just, like, doing a tactical nuclear first strike on all global trade for no reason other than the fact that he wanted to molest the money. And then he slowly had to scale it back, but in the process of scaling it back, he also simultaneously kept claiming that he was going to have 90 days and 90 deals. That his administration was claiming. His administration was fucking claiming that they were doing hundreds of deals. If not, they were doing more tariffs deals than there are actual countries on the planet. Okay? Like, Donald Trump literally came out and was like, we're doing 250 deals. It's like, there's not that many countries. Like, what are you talking about? He's like, no, we're doing 300 deals. And it turned out that there weren't any fucking 200, 300 fucking deals, okay? That was not happening at all. And I told you at the time, I was like, this is bullshit. It's not going to happen. Well, July 9th is the deadline for the 90 days, 90 deals. And now the Trump administration is going to start releasing letters on some of these countries that haven't come to the table, I guess. Okay? And he's also announcing some of the tariffs that are going through regardless. Here it is.
With latest news on the tariff front, and Megan Costello has the details. Megan, we had heard things were a little contentious with the Japanese, which was supposed to be one of the first deals announced, and now this.
Yes, now this, Kelly. The president did post overnight on Truth Social that he would start sending these letters at noon today, telling countries what their exports would face to send them into the U.S. And now just... Dude,
that's so funny. Here is the latest list of countries President Trump has sent letters to in the tariff rate he says he will face, that they will face on August 1st if a deal isn't made. So he pushed it back. He pushed a new deadline. Now it's August 1st. It's no longer July 9th. Laos, 40%. Myanmar, 40%. Thailand, 36%. Cambodia, 36%. Bangladesh, 35%. Serbia, 35%. Indonesia, 32%. South Africa, 30%. Bosnia, 30%. South Korea, 25%. Malaysia, 25%. Japan, 25%. Kazakhstan, 25%. And Tunisia, 25%. What the fuck is Laos supposed to do? What is Myanmar supposed to do? Incredibly stupid. And I thought they had locked down something with Japan. China is at 30% and Vietnam now 20% for consoles. Given these are likely to be stable figures for the rest of the year, gaming hardware manufacturers will be making a final decision on whether/how to best pass on additional costs to consumers soon. What I can say with 100% certainty is that these tariffs will increase import costs for U.S. businesses, so Americans will feel the cost of everything going up across the board. And even if there is no individual increase on X gaming item today, it'll be factored in for new SKUs or hardware releases, etc. Also, for anyone wondering, the new percentage values means there is zero chance for that Xbox, PlayStation, Asus, etc. reduces price back to levels from earlier this year, prior to some of the price hikes we saw. He's fucking over the gamers, man. Bangladesh, what the fuck did we do? Yeah. What did Laos do either? It's just like, it doesn't matter. He's just bullying smaller countries, I think.
Just the last hour, we got the...
He's literally bullying smaller, like, not smaller countries necessarily, but poorer countries in an effort to make himself feel powerful, I think. Because a lot of the countries that are mentioned in that initial list were ones that people were making jokes about, because it's like, what kind of trade surplus could you fucking make up for with Myanmar? Like, with what money will they purchase American goods? You know what I mean? It's akin to tariffing fucking Penguin Island. Like, it makes no sense. What are they supposed to do? Purchase F-150s? And I think the real reason, or part of the reason why he's doing this, is because these are like BRICS plus countries, like countries that are aligned with China in trade. So I think he's just trying to punish them as best as possible. Yeah, they do trade with China and a part of the Belt and Road. He wants to decouple them. Yeah.
The first of those, the president posted full letters on Truth Social that he says he sent to the leader.
But there are so many other countries that he could do. There are so many other countries he could do that to, but he's not really, because it's a little different to do it with like Brazil as opposed to Myanmar, which goes back to my point initially, which is it's not necessarily just about trade surplus, it's about who he can bully.
Of Japan and South Korea. Very long letters here, but some top line details to get into. These would be 25% tariffs on all Japanese and South Korean exports into the U.S. effective on August 1st, on top of any tariffs that are already in place or that are forthcoming in terms of the sectoral tariffs. He also said any retaliation would lead to a commensurate increase in the tariff rate, meaning if they retaliate, he's going to lift this tariff rate even further. Trump also said that he would consider an adjustment if countries do open their markets. And that's the key, Kelly, is that there is no certainty here. He goes on to say, hinting at further changes, saying, quote, these tariffs may be modified upwards or downwards depending on our relationship with your country. So interesting there that while the markets and investors have been craving certainty, they're not exactly getting it with this letter. And Kelly, the way I would sort of characterize this, even though we are seeing market reaction here, is just to remember that what this is essentially doing is kicking back in the reciprocal rates for these two countries that were announced on April 2nd. South Korea was already seeing 25%. Japan was at 24%. The White House has been threatening for weeks if they didn't strike a deal with these countries, we'd see those rates kick back in on.
What happened? I thought he dealt with Japan first and foremost. I thought that was the #1 country that he dealt with. Interesting.
July 9th.
Japan about to sell off that American debt that they own.
Now that date changes to August 1st. But otherwise, everything else pretty much holds the same. So despite all the bluster in these letters, we are seeing them follow through on that threat, just delaying down the road a little bit further. Kelly?
It was interesting to hear the Treasury Secretary, Megan, who also talked about effectively how with 100 countries that are too small to really affect the trade deficit that much, we may not have the capacity to even do any deals. And I wonder what that means.
Yes, that's going to be interesting. That's where I think you'll just see these blanket tariffs have to take effect because there isn't enough there. There isn't enough bandwidth to sort of negotiate deals. And they have said from the beginning that they're focused on something like the top 15 to 18 largest trading partners. It would be significant if we suddenly see huge tariffs imposed on very small countries. It's headline worthy and it doesn't bode well for certainty and for the path forward. But I would also say that outside of the top 15 or 18 markets, we're not getting a ton coming in from those countries, but we would still see, importers having to pay those tariffs when they do import goods from whatever the country might be.
Yeah, I mean, you add it all up, we do seem to be tiptoeing back to the landscape that was initially set out for us on April 2nd. But Megan, the market's up like 15% since then.
Yeah, the market is not responding to the volatility because they just, I think, are operating on the notion that Donald Trump is going to do taco. He's going to chicken out. I mean, the very fact that he pushed the tariff limit past the initial deadline that he suggested from July 1st to August, or July 9th to August 1st, implies that he's just, I don't know, he's not going to shock people, I guess, or that's what they are. That is what they're waiting on.
Yes, and that's really interesting, I think, is that so far there's been a lot of shrugging off of everything that we've seen.
But you should get your subscriptions into the Piker Broadcasting Service before these tariffs increase the Amazon subscription prices. That's right. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. For $6 a month or for free in the form of a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster, the Piker Broadcasting Service. This allows me to maintain an ad-free experience for everyone and editorial independence. The Piker Broadcasting Service is brought to you by the viewers, for you, the viewers. Viewers like you. Thank you. Cap Kona, thank you for the 10 gifted.
So far, and I would say that's because things aren't in place yet. We continue to see these tariffs, and even though this looks a little bit like an escalation that he really means business, he has set these letters, they're doing it in conjunction with delaying the deadline from July 9th to August 1st. By doing that, they say it's not kicking the can down the road any further. Officials get defensive when you try to talk to them about that, but it does allow for more negotiation. So it means that even while the market is reacting today, they probably have one eye on that deadline and say this could very well change again between now and the end of the month.
All right, Megan, appreciate it very much. Megan Casella at the White House.
A lot that we still don't know, Brian, but we're learning more now. So 5 new letters were just posted on Truth Social announcing tariff rates set with 5
Planty Andy, thank you for the 25 gifted subs, allowing 25 individuals to be a part of the Piker Broadcasting Service. Just a Dude 447, 8. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Different trading partners. It was Laos, Myanmar, South Africa, Malaysia, and Kazakhstan. It's ranging from 25% to 40% are the new ranges of tariffs for all of these countries. Now, the letters, as far as we can tell, guys, are verbatim what we already saw sent to Japan and South Korea. So that means all of these tariff rates will be effective on August 1st, and all of them are subject to change, either higher or lower, depending on how negotiations are going. So once again, sort of kicking that deadline down the road and allowing for more talk here, even as these tariff rates are set. I'll also flag, guys, that in pretty much every case, these rates that the president is announcing are at the same level or lower than what he announced on April 2nd. So for Laos, for example, they're getting a 40% tariff on all exports they're sending to the U.S. On April 2nd, that was 48%. For Myanmar, they saw 40%. On April 2nd, that was 44%. Kazakhstan, 25% when it was 27%. So in many ways here, guys, a softer stance actually than we've been seeing for the last few weeks, both in terms of tariff rates so far and in terms of that deadline, kicking the can down the road just a little bit more. That's for now. We do expect something like 5 to 7 more letters throughout the day today, so we'll have to see what those look like.
I wonder, Megan, we're looking at these names, Myanmar, Laos, what else do we have? Kazakhstan, and then we had South Africa. And I was just looked at Kelly, and as you brought that up, I thought to myself, who's from South Africa originally? Elon Musk. And it just made me wonder.
What? What kind of financial association does Elon Musk have with South Africa, man? If anything, he wants to punish South Africa because of the ICJ genocide case.
Wonder if this was, you said kick the can, I wonder if this was a kick of a different kind, because South Africa doesn't have a lot in common with the other 4 nations that are now on this list. Don't have to respond. I'm just throwing that out there.
No.
It's an interesting ad at an interesting time.
It is obviously a much more developed economy than the other ones on this list. I don't know off the top of my head the amount of trade that we do with South Africa, but South Africa and Malaysia on this list are probably the largest trading partners of these 5, but they're not really our largest trading partners. I would say, though, Brian, that while, yes, it is coming at an interesting time, there were about 60 trading partners, remember, that got these so-called higher rates back in April. And for South Africa, seeing a 30% tariff now, that's exactly what the president did announce back in April. So actually no change.
If anything, their connective tissue is bricks.
Welcome back. So Zoran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee for New York City mayor, and the party's new poster boy, has a history of anti-Semitism, including this highly offensive video making fun of Hanukkah that he posted back in 2024.
What? Wait, why is this offensive? Also, I don't want to be racist, and I don't know if I'm being racist, but is that just rain? Like, am I being... Like, are my eyes deceiving me?
Yeah. Fox News reached out to Mamdani's campaign about the video, but has not heard back. And Mamdani's still catching heat for reportedly lying about...
Admitted he got caught? I don't understand what he did here. Take the L, bro? Take the L for what? Is Zoran even in the video? What the fuck is this? No, he just posted it. Wait, so this group does songs for different holidays? They just look like that? He even posted one for Christmas? I don't get it. What's anti-Semitic? Like, what is the... Like, is it just that, like, they're Indian? Is that why? Like, they're brown? Like, is that unironically the point of contention here? Is that, like, they're brown guys that made a video celebrating Hanukkah? I'm not... Guys, normally, I'm a little tuned in. I'm a little better tuned in to, like, the mind of a racist. And I can kind of comprehend, like, what the argument is. Wait, it's coming. Why is Drew Pavlov getting so much fucking playtime here? Like, this motherfucker just goes through Zohran Mamdani's shit and then it makes its way to Fox News. What is going on here? Getting them to do it is an existing YouTube comedy account with 1 million subscribers. Zohran celebrated Hanukkah by getting an Indian comedy trio to dress up as Jews and spin a dreidel. Literal blackface minstrel show tier racism. This is the most mask-off shit ever. Getting them to do it is an existing YouTube comedy account with 1 million subscribers from 2012. And they have a holiday series for Christmas and Kwanzaa. It's literally just them dancing with Punjabi music, but foreign language must be so hateful, right? They're just trying to make up shit at this point during dancing with foreign music, so it must be scary. Also, dressed like Jews, they're sick. They don't cut their hair, they look like that. But the got them to make it is still hilarious. Wait. So this is just it, huh? Like, this unironically is just because they're brown. I know who Just Rain is, chatters. I know. He's the GOAT. I'm saying I couldn't even comprehend why this was considered somehow anti-Semitic. Like, this is a bridge too far for me. Normally, I'm pretty tapped in to the mind of a racist. But I didn't understand what the offensive act here was. Like, I didn't get it. It's like if a Chinese comedy trio or a comedy troupe in Mandarin sung like Happy Hanukkah or sung a song about like Christmas, and then people were like, this is the most racist thing I've ever seen. This is like anti-Semitic. The offensive being Arab? They're not even Arab. They're Indian. They're Sikh Indians. They're not Muslim. And they're not Arab. This is new. I mean, like, there's nothing offensive here unless you literally think that it's like automatically offensive if someone you suspect of being like a Muslim Arab guy is doing a video to celebrate Hanukkah in a different language other than Hebrew. Like, that's why on its face I didn't even fucking understand what like the anti-Semitism was here. These are the lyrics only scary to race because they're in another language. Hanukkah, more lights, more lights. Hanukkah, where you play with a dreidel. Hanukkah, where the roti is kosher. Hanukkah, more lights, more lights. He's saying candles. You look too deeply. You need to look without brain. I can't even. They did a Merry Christmas one too. And Zoran posted that as well. Is Zoran also anti-Christian? This is fire, by the way. I mean, actually, both the Hanukkah song and this one they kind of go hard. I'm not saying this because like I am a Zoran supporter, but like everything that they find of him, like I've yet to even see something that they bring up that I think would get people to scrutinize whatever he's doing. Like I don't think they found a single fucking thing. Like at most the stuff that they got on him is like the whole you know, classic 2020 era of tweeting of like queer liberation can't happen without defunding the police. Like that's it. But he's already woke. It's not like he's against wokeness now. So it's like it's already who he is. So they can't be like, oh, he changed, like he's lying now, he changed. He's like, he still says like, no, I want to keep the police at the same head count. I want to keep the police at the same head count and like restructure the way that we utilize cops. Allegedly, it found him being pro-Assad. What? Zoran Mamdani faces new criticism after unearthed. Dude, this is like the same. The Zoran Mamdani shit is so funny because, like, I'm sorry, this is exactly what people do to me. It's so crazy. Sharing a pro-Assad article denying chemical weapons use is like remember when I wrote, remember when I famously, at the time, wrote an article for the Huffington Post and made a video about how people actually did not care about Syrian refugees at all. And I tweeted the sarcastic tweet like, oh, now it's time to care about Syrian children because the media told me so. And people always point to, you're much more attackable. No, dumb fuck. The reason why I'm much more attackable is because I'm not running for a fucking major seat and have a tremendous sea of support. And for years and years, they've been doing exactly what they're doing to Zoran to me. So much so that it doesn't even matter if something is true or not, which is the example that I was about to give. No, it's because you're annoying. Oh. I was in the process of explaining the Assad thing. I wrote an entire article, not defending Assad by any means, but talking about how the Western world was not opening. The Western world was not opening their fucking doors to Syrian refugees after this like massive crisis that we also played a role in, and how fucked up it was. And people love pointing to that tweet of me being like, people don't give a shit about Syrian refugees, sarcastically, and saying Hasan was actually fucking pro-Assad. Look at him being pro-Assad. Like, no one cares. No one cares about what the truth is. The major difference here between me and that was a callous tweet. What? See, this is what I mean. That tweet was in poor taste. Let's be real. Look, 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 look. I quite literally have also a legion of fucking weirdos that will relitigate all of the manufactured fucking crises that are not real. It's not a callous tweet. You misunderstood. And now I'm in the process of explaining it to you. The truth is that both sides are bad. No, the truth is that you're a fucking moron. This is it. This is the problem. The truth is I'm an endlessly accessible person, which is precisely why all of the manufactured outrage that has calcified over years, regardless of what the truth is, doesn't fucking matter. It just like stays in your head. Do you see what I mean? That was not a fucking callous tweet at all. That was me literally fucking criticizing people not giving a shit about Syrians. That's the problem. But most people, instead of fucking recognizing that they're wrong, will just continue relitigating the same issue. Same goes for this. The brothel thing doesn't help. Zoran doesn't fake laugh as much. This is what I mean. What brothel thing, dumbass? I went to a fucking brothel that was, still is, legally operational, that they successfully sued the fucking state for falsely claiming that they were doing sex trafficking. And motherfuckers still bring this shit up. Again and again and again and again. And it's like disingenuous. And at first, I spent so much time explaining to people like what the truth is. And it doesn't matter. It literally does not matter at all. Also, what fake laughing? I don't even know what the fuck that means. But the playbook is always the same. Like, there are content creators who have done horrifying things to people, whose victims are out there trying to defend themselves and get attacked by their fucking fans. Meanwhile, there are people in here who get whipped away by completely made up nonsense like outrage farming that unironically worked on them, and instead of understanding that this was just like outrage farming that worked on them, they turn around and relitigate it over and over again. This is the point I was making, which is that this is completely fucking made up. Outreach farming, outrage, manufacturing outrage. Something that would otherwise not be considered outrageous is considered outrageous because enough people say it's outrageous, and then people get whipped away in the fucking panic of it. The greatest example of this is me buying a house for myself and my family. Everyone still fucking talks about that. The propaganda against you is infesting everywhere. I review on almost every day. My partner asked today how you came from being so right-wing to where you are now. I know. I was never like a fucking right-wing person. I have reactionary opinions that I've never actually hid. I made misogynistic jokes 13 years ago in a satirical show that I tried to make and then quickly subsequently deleted, that neo-Nazis initially fucking unearthed it to be like, oh, I'll cancel this guy. And also transphobic opinions as well, transphobic jokes that I made. And it's a very formative and very important part of my evolution. And it drives my worldview. It's something that I've never hid. It's something that I actively will talk about. It's also part of the reason why I always explain to people, like, you can't hold people to positions that they had in the past, especially if they have evolved from said positions. Everyone has a different starting point. Anyway. It is what it is. I don't have anything in my beard. It's just I have white beard hairs. What do you mean, bro? This is the first time I'm hearing of it, therefore you're hiding it? Yeah, exactly. All right. But yeah, getting back to this, there's nothing here. There's literally nothing here.
Yeah. Fox News reached out to Mamdani's campaign about the video, but has not heard back. And Mamdani's still catching heat for reportedly lying about his race on his college application. But that doesn't seem to bother the far left. They'll keep defending Mamdani, including House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who dodged the question last night.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams is attacking Mamdani over reports that he identified himself as African American and Asian on college application. I mean, is this a real issue to you?
I think to me, the issue that we have to deal with in New York City, which our Democratic nominee did talk about extensively during the primary campaign, is affordability.
Kaylee, I seem to think that Mamdani's appeal is much like Gavin Newsom's. It's almost aside from policy. It has to do with his persona, how he carries himself, how he looks. He has some charisma. We talked about this last night, actually. And then some of those policies that he's putting out there are very appealing to a younger audience. We were talking about that earlier. What are your thoughts on it?
I think the charisma is a big part of it, especially for young voters my age. I think his social media appeal was a big part of it. I do think that the talk of affordability was also a big deal for younger voters in New York who might be struggling. Of course, I think they lack the political and life experience to understand that the solutions that he's putting forward are nothing but...
Yeah, thank God you have the fucking political and life experience commentator at Fox News. Yeah. If only people my age also got paid to be a fucking reactionary charlatan.
Empty promises.
Everyone, it's a lower and lower constituency that insists on hating as you. As far as I can see, thank God. I don't get how chatters can see you walking the streets of LA and anime expos and whatever, and everyone says they fucking love you. You make their day just showing up and still go chatting. I think I know why everyone hates you. Yeah, it's people that spend most of their time online. That's what it is. And there's a lot of people who increasingly spend all of their every waking moment online, and that's the only way they can, like, see the world. So if people online are constantly fucking farming outrage, but the much, much larger group of individuals that are out there existing in the real world don't see it, then it doesn't make... like, as long as you never go outside, you will never have that opinion be challenged. And that's it. It's just mostly hate. The reason why I'm bringing this up when we're talking about Zoran is because it's just like I see so much of the identical lines of attack trying to fucking create. I'm using my own personal experience in this situation because, like, background-wise, we have a lot of similarities, but it's the primary, the driving factor of all of this discourse is still the same. It's just like attacking the messenger rather than the message, because they're fearful that the message itself might reach a larger audience. That's it. Did seeing the attacks on Zoran help you understand the attacks against you better? I mean, I already know what the primary focus of the attacks against me are, so it's not new to me.
But what's notable is that, you know who did see through that? Actual working class New Yorkers. If you look at the demographic breakdown of the primary election, it showed that black New Yorkers, Hispanic New Yorkers, New Yorkers making under $50,000, they did not vote for Mamdani. They voted for Andrew Cuomo because they see through socialism as, you know, the failure that it would be for this city.
Arthel, I understand there's been a push on the right. Curtis, I always say his name wrong. Sliwa. He came out on Fox and said, listen, don't talk about this race on the college application thing, talk about his policies. But when you go and make a video like that, which is essentially making fun of both a race and a religion, you kind of put yourself out there and you need to kind of walk a straight line.
He's not making fun of anyone's religion, big dog. They have not made an argument as to, they have not even proven, they've not even shown anything. He didn't even make the video, and not only did he not make the video, but the video itself is not even like making fun of Jews. Do they think he's in the video? Oh my God. Do they think he's in the fucking video, dude? Oh my God, they definitely think he's in the video. Not that it fucking matters, because it's not an anti-Semitic video at all. Oh my God. Oh. Some do. Zohran Mamdani celebrated Hanukkah by releasing a video of himself as an Indian comedy trio dressing up as Jews and spinning a dreidel. Imagine the outrage if a white politician did this with any other religion. What the fuck? Dude. God, Eyal Yakubi is so fucking annoying. I mean, it's just like these guys, Drew Pavlov, Eyal Yakubi, all these like fucking people, they're so stupid and so fucking racist. And you expect them to just like kind of go away because people will like recognize they're stupid and racist after the 700th fucking time that they're outed as being stupid and racist. But then you realize, no, actually, everyone is just as stupid and just as racist, so they love this shit. The whole conversation is so fucking funny. There are literally videos of people making Hanukkah raps, and we don't hear a fucking peep out of those people. It's not mocking the Jewish faith. It's pure fucking racism, unironically anti-Semitism for basically saying that Jews can only be white. Yeah. $31,000 likes. Resurfaced video of Zohran Mamdani shows the New York City mayoral candidate mocking Jews during Hanukkah. I'm sorry, dude, but if there was any sort of like institutional protection against Islamophobia, these people would be getting called out right now, not the other way around. Okay, it goes back to the thing that I said over and over again, which many people in my former podcast co-hosts' community got mad at me for, which is objectively the truth. While anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are unacceptable bigotries, anti-Semitism has no institutional permission, whereas Islamophobia has all institutional permission. There is no punishments for being Islamophobic. You can be as openly Islamophobic as you want to be. That's all that, like, you can just get away with saying whatever the fuck you want. This is only offensive if you're literally just super racist. It's true. Like, you just genuinely either A, think that these are like Arab Muslims, and even then, like, there is no mockery of Judaism here at all. And you just personally are racist enough to think that they're, one, A, Arab Muslims, and B, making a mockery of Judaism by singing a song in a foreign language about Hanukkah, which automatically means it's a mockery.
And why is it that in the Democratic Party, the three most compelling figures, the mayoral candidate, Bernie Sanders, and AOC, the three most compelling figures since the election have been far left of, let's say, the mainstream of a lot of Americans? Why?
Are they? Joe Scarborough, why is it in the Democratic Party the three most compelling figures have been the mayoral candidate, Zohran Mamdani, Bernie Sanders, and AOC? Why can't moderate Democrats make that same compelling message?
Can't moderate Democrats, why can't conservative moderate Democrats like you make that same compelling message?
Great question. Great fucking question. Perhaps it's actually the message that is important here. I don't know. Why are our dog shit institutionalist, cowardly, no motion arguments not actually cutting across? Why are they unpopular? I mean, at a fucking certain point, you have to realize that maybe it is the policies that make these people popular. It is the fact that they can earnestly communicate these changes that they want to implement that are actually popular. I don't know. These guys have deluded themselves into thinking that there's some other reason as to why Zoran's popular. He's a politician. He's a politician, okay? Before he ran for mayor of New York, he was a state assembly person. Not a lot of people knew who he was. So why is it that when they encountered him in this setting as a politician, advocating for these things, did they actually like what he has to say? Perhaps it has something to do with his policies. Maybe they should spend another fucking $40 million trying to figure out how they can get Pete Buttigieg to be on board with this. On how Pete Buttigieg can maybe make themselves as popular as Zoran. Yeah. Emma Vigeland had this to say. DC brain rot is so pernicious that these guys can't conceive of left-wing policy driving electoral success. They don't have that problem with Trump and issues like immigration, notably. They keep searching for a manipulative secret sauce to be the counterweight to tax the rich. Yep. It's true. Net support for Mamdani's policies raises tax on corporations and millionaires, plus 43%. This is from a YouGov poll that was conducted on June 30th. Free childcare for children under 5 years, plus 38%. Freezing rent for lower income tenants, plus 38%. Government-owned grocery stores, plus 20%. Eliminating fares on public buses, plus 10%. This is really net support for tax the rich to give more free stuff? Yeah, exactly. It's a democracy, jackass. I wonder how. I wonder why he's so fucking popular. I wonder why. It's got to be something but the policies. Because if they recognize that it's the policies, stupid, then all of a sudden they have to change trajectory and actually offend the bottom line, offend the interests and harm the bottom line of their true constituents, the only constituents they care about, which is their corporate benefactors. It's that simple. Here is also yet another instance of Fox News doing the thing.
People get to know him, and I'm hopeful more people get to know him, the more we'll make sure that he is rejected at the ballot box come November.
Yeah, that's right. Well, November's a long way away. Congresswoman, thank you for joining us, of course. A disturbing new poll reveals that the growing anti-Semitism on the left in 2017...
Growing anti-Semitism on the left from 2017 till now is that they are finally on the right side of this fucking conflict. Those who have been wronged historically. Those who have been murdered, ruthlessly slaughtered. This is anti-Semitism. To not be on board with Israel's genocide is anti-Semitism. Okay, good luck, dude. I don't even think this is going to be an appealing argument to make with like a younger generation of Republicans. So keep hitting this line, baby.
42% of Democrats supported Israel, but that has completely flipped, and now just 12% of Democrats support the Jewish state. So unfortunately, it's not surprising Democrats elected Mamdani to represent them. He has a...
People get to know him, and
line, and I don't know that lying about your race is walking a straight line for a record.
No, you shouldn't.
Yeah.
And I think that, you know, I think one of Mamdani's appeals is that, as you said, Kaylee, because he does
he knows how to use social media. And he has some sort of charisma that these young people are being galvanized by. But because you do understand how social media never...
I love that both the Republicans and the Democrats are saying the same thing. Like, the Democrats are like, what's the method to the madness? What's the secret sauce? And how can we copy it? It can't be the policies, obviously. And the Republicans are like, what's the method to the madness? Oh, his powers of doing Shia style hypnosis. It must be that he is a 12er Shia, and therefore he has arrived at the power of hypnosis and been able to hypnotize New Yorkers with his sexy dancing hips and rap music.
Go away, you don't make a video like that. It's going to come back to haunt you, and it's inappropriate, quite frankly.
He's not in the video, you fucking moron. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. We should be tarring and feathering these fucking people, dude. It's so crazy. It is fucking insane. Not only is the video not anti-Semitic, unless you literally think like brown people can't do a Hanukkah song in brown people language, which is already racist in and of itself, but it's doubly racist that you think he's in the fucking video because there's Indian dudes in the video and he's an Indian guy. What the fuck?
But, you know, listen, I think that I noticed that Minority Leader Jeffries didn't necessarily answer Mr. Sharpton's question, and I think that's where the Democrats are having some big problems. I think they need to offer Americans something to stand for and to be drawn to, as opposed to just telling them to run away from something that they say is not bad.
Joe, I know you've got something to say about this. Let me introduce this, and then you can double up here. While most Democrats hail Mamdani as their socialist savior, a few are worried this lurch to the far left could cost them in the midterms.
I was very surprised that he won. When you talk about, you know, free child care and free buses and all of this stuff, it's like free, free, free. It ain't gonna work. If you're the Democrats, and you hear me and hear me good, if you...
Bro, stick to fucking ball, okay? Stick to fucking ball. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Stick to like which Pokemon you'd fuck, okay? Or which Pokemon you think is like cool. Just get the fuck out of here, dude. Oh my God, going on the Sean Hannity show. Like, what is his pedigree? What the hell is this shit? Bro said LeBron's a bad dad for letting his son play. I will never take him seriously ever again. Oh.
A chance in the midterms. If you want a chance for the presidency, you better not lean far left the way that you did in 2024.
Right, Stephen A.
It will not work.
Yeah, it seems like there's fear among the Dems when they're already floating unhinged conspiracy theories about the 2026 election.
Do you worry about vote tampering in the midterms? Do you worry about Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and some of these types monkeying around with the midterms and the way we do elections in this country?
In the short word, yes. In the longer word, very. I don't put anything past him. Nothing. To try to call the election off, to do anything you can.
Yeah, it seems to me like they're worried about the midterms. They only hold a 2-point advantage in generic polling. And a drastic...
That is abysmal, dog. I'm sorry. The fact that the Democrats, which have historic levels of unpopularity, are still able to get, on the RCP average, a 2-point marginal edge over the Republicans is so insane. I think we are officially arriving at the Felix Biederman, 60,000 voter election. Like, that is mind-boggling, dude. The fact that the Democrats are so fucking underwater within their own base of support that, and even with all that, they're still able to marginally beat out the Republicans broadly is insane. Did Hasanabi just tell Stephen A. Smith to shut up and talk about dribbling? I said stick the ball. You know, that's his fucking area of, I guess, reasonable success. That's his thing, you know? Yeah, the RCP average is also, like, favoring the Republicans, too.
Difference compared to the 7% lead they had ahead of the 2018 midterms. It's not just Congress where Republicans are surging. President Trump is winning over America. His approval rating is 10 points higher than it was in his first term. Concha, throwing a lot at you. Go where you want.
Okay, so if we're at a point where we get to 2026 in the midterms, and it is shown that Iran's nuclear facilities were obliterated, as many believe they were, and we have inflation in the 2% range, about where it is right now. The S&P just had its best month in many years. Consumer confidence at a 4-year high. Unemployment down around 4%. We have more job openings than we actually have people looking for jobs at this point. So if the economy continues to take off, especially after this big, beautiful bill, and we have peace and prosperity, to Arthel's point, then what are Democrats going to run on in terms of not so much...
How long could they just, like, deny observable reality, you think? Every time I click on a Fox News report, it just feels like they're speaking from an alternative dimension where things are great. When the president is Donald Trump or a Republican, obviously, because when it's not, things are still shitty. But at least they like accurately reflect on how shitty things are when it's a Democrat in charge. But when a fucking Republican is in charge, they're like, dude, the economy is great. Everyone can afford multiple homes. Okay. There are so many jobs. There are job postings with hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line. People are just not even going after these jobs anymore because everyone has a job. Everyone's so happy with the availability of jobs and how much money they make.
Trump is bad, we're going to save democracy, but what are you going to offer up to the American people if the economy...
There's so much peace and prosperity around the world, too.
...is going well, and we have peace in the Middle East. I don't see where they go with this from here, especially when you have... How do you pronounce his name again? Sharpton called him Mandam Annie. He added 9 letters to the guy's name. It's remarkable. Yeah, Mamdani is the... correct way. But again, if you're an anti-Semite, you're basically a communist. You want government-run supermarkets, free universal child care, free busing, the NYPD replaced by social workers, and abolishing ICE. If that defines...
Is photoshopped? Wait, what do you mean is photoshopped? Oh my God. Did they make his hips smaller or something? What is this distortion? Oh my God. It makes it look like his ass has gravitational pull. What the hell? Bro, what the fuck is... Oh my God.
Democratic Party, they're going to have a lot of trouble winning in the midterms. That what works in New York will not work in many swing states. That's certainly for sure.
Kayleigh, I think what defines the Democratic Party right now is just simply being anti-Trump. And Joy Reid has put out another conspiracy theory. Let's hear it.
This is somebody who is behaving as an autocrat because they don't anymore believe. He said it during the election. I don't need your votes anymore. And he doesn't. I don't think Trump intends to leave office. I'm very clear about that. I think he intends to stay in office like Putin till he dies.
What do you think about that?
You just wonder if they ever get tired of this narrative, of these talking
Not at
points.
all.
Listen, I'm bullish on 2026. I understand the historical precedent, and I know it's typically hard for the reigning party to keep going. But let me just say this. If there's one thing that the past couple of weeks have proven, it is never, ever, ever bet against the guy who has managed to fulfill just about every campaign promise that he made in the first 6 months since being back in office. And never, never overestimate a party that is caught in a death spiral of its own making, refusing to learn any...
Yeah. The only organically popular figure... The only organically popular figure in a party that is, like, experiencing unimaginable unpopularity is actually signing off on their death sentence. If it is... and you guys hate the Democrats, why the fuck are you advocating for them then? This doesn't make any sense, right? If you want the Democrats to lose over and over again, you should be talking about how great Mamdani is. So what is it? Why is it that you guys are constantly fucking railing against the guy? Why don't you do the same thing that the Democrats did to the Republican Party? The strategy of highlighting some of the most reactionary elements within the base of support, which was supposed to be this massive success, right, for the Democrats. And it seemingly did not happen. It actually just turned the Republican Party even more right-wing and even more psychotic, created an underlying base of support for Donald Trump. Donald Trump himself was the Pied Piper strategy. Why won't the Republicans use the Hillary Clinton-style Pied Piper strategy on Zohran Mamdani if they think he's such an unfavorable person? Net favorability, Mamdani plus 5%, Cuomo minus 5%, Sliwa minus 9, Adams minus 29. American Pulse from July 1st.
Lesson from the past 6 months. The Democrats are destroying themselves. Trump is doing everything that he promised, and voters are paying attention.
All right. Well, anything?
No, I'm just going to say I'm going to defend Reverend Sharpton. It's an easy name to say, but when you come across a new name, that just can happen.
No,
you know, this is going to happen.
It's been the news for 3 months.
You know, come on now, come on.
Donnie, it's easy.
Oh.
All right.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox.
I think everything in war is kind of...
Yeah, let's do some Israel here. Some Israel news as well. Oh, also, the girlies are calling out Hakeem Jeffries for not defending Zohran Mamdani on anti-Semitism. This was your moment, Hakeem. This is the kind of cherry picking because of who donates to Hakeem Jeffries. AIPAC donates to Hakeem Jeffries. I've had a podcast popping off.
I think our nominee...
Friends of the show
is going to have to convince folks that he is prepared to aggressively address the rise in anti-Semitism
in the
city of New York, which has been an unacceptable development.
Okay. First of all, he has addressed the rise of anti-Semitism, and it's not performative. It's very, very real, and he understands that it's real, and he has the endorsement of other Jewish politicians that aren't propagandized by a corrupt Israeli government, Hakeem.
Yes.
Secondly, this was your moment, Hakeem, to also stand up against Islamophobia, because here's the thing about human rights, you guys. You don't get to cherry pick. If you're against anti-Semitism, then you have to be against Islamophobia, homophobia, racism, and down the line. Also class warfare, this bigotry towards poor people is just abhorrent, which disproportionately hurts people with the color of Hakeem Jeffries' skin. And so this kind of cherry picking, because of who donates to Hakeem Jeffries, AIPAC donates to Hakeem Jeffries. How on earth right now is the government of Israel helping calm and quell anti-Semitism? How? How are they doing it? They're not. They lie and they propagandize and they say, we get to do all this stuff with impunity, and that if you criticize us or you do anything wrong towards us or you speak out against us, then we're going to call you an anti-Semite. The people who preach against anti-Semitism should be joining Zohran Mamdani and standing up against the Islamophobic attacks on him. He has not said anything disparaging about Jewish people. He stands with them in solidarity, and this type of crap is so disgusting to me, and it is a cancer within the Democratic Party. And I'm just going to tell you guys something. We lost these last 2 elections to an idiot because of these centrist policies, and you're being beholden to special interests. And by God, it's not going to happen again. You can either be a part of the problem or a part of the solution. But if you want to try to box us in when we can clearly see with our eyes and clearly hear with our ears exactly what's happening with Israel and Gaza, and try to propagandize another way, we're not dumb like MAGA. We're not fucking stupid. Your base is smarter, and y'all are going to have to adapt or get the fuck out.
My goats, my queens. Who is she? That's the I've Had It podcast. I've had them on the Fear and podcast. They're amazing. They've actually done some big interviews as well they've interviewed Barack Obama. Trump's Lebanon ambassador calls Hezbollah a political party and broke with 27 years of bipartisan U.S. consensus. At a presser in Lebanon, Ambassador Tom Barak broke with 27 years of bipartisan U.S. consensus that Hezbollah is a foreign terrorist organization. Hezbollah is a political party, and it also has a militant aspect to it. Oh my God. Is that Hasanabi Piker? Am I the fucking ambassador to Lebanon, dude? Remember, when I said this, everybody fucking lost their minds? Because it's the truth. Okay? This person is not saying something that's crazy. He's just saying the fucking truth. And of course, Benjamin Netanyahu's favorite Foundation for Defense of Democracy. This is like the most... This is basically just a pro-Israel operation, a pro-Israel think tank, okay, is freaking out because he said the truth. Hezbollah is a political party, a fairly popular political party. In Lebanon, an incredibly diverse country. Hezbollah needs to see that there's a future for them and that the road is not just harnessed, just solely against them, Barak said. Wow. While some European governments distinguish between Hezbollah's political and military wings, successive U.S. administrations, Republican and Democratic, insist that Hezbollah is a single terrorist organization. In December 2015, after the Iran nuclear deal, President Obama signed the Hezbollah International Financing Prevention Act, approved in Congress by a sweeping 422-0 vote. In no world is Hezbollah a political party with militant aspects to it. Hezbollah was conceived, again, another Foundation for Defending Democracy guy, funded and trained by Iran as a terrorist group to focus on destroying Israel. Barak is attempting to normalize Hezbollah. He's fucking right. He's 100% right. Hezbollah has 13 out of the 128 parliament seats in the Lebanese parliament. They are a significant part of the coalition. ICE raided MacArthur Park today in full military gear. I know, I haven't gotten to that yet. Do you know about this? What is this? They've started importing their right to rape riots to the U.S. What? Mass protests continue. Lakewood, New Jersey is in uproar over the 1,000 Jews protesting outside the police station. There are claims that a 15-year-old Mexican illegal filed a false report accusing an American Jewish citizen of propositioning him, and the local cops threw a father of 8 into jail on his word only over the July 4th weekend, and as of now has not been released. Lakewood police officers are manning the entrance of the department's headquarters with more than 1,000 protests outside. What the fuck? Oh, shit. What the fuck is happening here? Read the comments. Let's put out the facts. He asked the kid standing in a spot like Home Depot where to get someone hired. The kid instead took a picture and told the cops he was being solicited. They didn't take a statement from this individual and instead locked him up. Lakewood resident Rabbi Binyamin Kubani arrested for allegedly attempting to lure minor. According to a criminal complaint filed on July 3rd, the 15-year-old complaining witness was riding his bike near a car that was at 201 Ocean Avenue in Lakewood when he was approached by Rabbi Binyamin Kubani. The complaint allegedly Kubani then asked him if he had a job, and when the 15-year-old replied no, Kubani asked him if he would like to make some money while gesturing in a way that indicated masturbation. The complaint states that 15-year-old was snapped a picture of Kubani in the car he was driving, later reporting the incident to Lakewood police. The minor, according to the complaint, stated to the police that Kubani had mentioned masturbation verbally during the encounter. Kubani was later arrested by Lakewood police and charged with attempted second-degree luring. He's currently incarcerated awaiting his arraignment. Prosecutors have requested pretrial detention. Surveillance footage of the encounter has been released by a number of sources. In the video, Kubani's van is shown inside the area of the car wash while the minor is on a bicycle in the corner. The minor approaches Kubani. There's no audio, so unclear why passenger window, and appears to talk to him. At some point stands up straight, pulls out his phone, appears to snap a photo of Kubani through the window, and then again in the back of the van as it drives away. Community outlets like Matzov claimed that Kubani was simply trying to hire the minor to clean up some meat juice that had leaked in Kubani's van a few days prior. Many members of the Lakewood community showed up to the precinct to protest his release. I mean, I don't know. He's been released without bail, limited release conditions imposed. I mean, it sounds fucking nutty, but I mean, I don't fucking know. Binyamin, I mean, this will get the fucking anti-Semites going crazy. Binyamin Kubani has been released with limited conditions. No bail was set for his release. The risk assessment done by authorities recommended he be released on his own recognizance, but the judge, based on the submissions by the prosecutor, added limited release conditions. The prosecutor laid out the case presented in the complaint and the police report, adding that Kubani had given an interview with the police with his lawyer present and admitted to flagging the minor down in the car wash lot and saying that he had not known the minor prior to that interaction. The prosecutor also said the police had interviewed the minor's mother, whom the minor had called following the incident. Kubani's lawyer spoke about how Kubani gave a statement at the police precinct with his lawyer present to attempt to clarify what had happened. He also submitted 7 letters written by Rosh Yeshiva of Beis Midrash Govoa, Rabbi Shmuel Tendler, on behalf of Kubani to attest to his character and demonstrate his close ties to the community. In other words, that he poses little flight risk. Given no prior record of contact between Kubani and the criminal system, the letters, and the ROR recommendation from the assessment, the judge released Kubani ahead of his next court date on August 18th at 9 a.m. with the following conditions. Kubani is not to commit any new crimes, must appear for the proceedings, must let pretrial know where he lives and provide contact information, must check in with pretrial services by phone and in person once a month. What does this have to do with Israel? I don't think this has anything to do with Israel, but the account that posted this was Beitar, which is a pro-Israel terrorist group. That's how we started the conversation. Kubani's first language is very clearly not English. He spoke with a heavy accent and seemed to have difficulty at times understanding the judge. I'm not going to say anything until there's more information. Good Felix reply here about claims this is a fake report. What? Another amazing cause for Beitar to throw their way behind. 15-year-old undocumented Mexican immigrants love making unsolicited false reports to the police. I mean, was he actually undocumented? Oh, Beitar claims that he was undocumented. We don't even know if he's actually undocumented. I mean, look. Look. I don't know what happened here. And I'm not going to say I know what happened here. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to say anything at all. TRUMP+NETENYAHU
In a
lied.
different way. We're going to be open to that, but essentially that's the way it is right now, yeah.
Mr. President, is your Palestinian relocation plan still on the table? Is there a plan? Has there been any progress in finding countries?
Yeah, maybe why don't I let you answer that question?
Mr. President,
wait a minute. Wait, he's got to answer the question.
I think President Trump had a brilliant vision. It's called free choice. You know, if people want to stay, they can stay. But if they want to leave, they should be able to leave. It shouldn't be a prison. It should be an open place and give people a free choice. We're working with the United States very closely
to make it unlivable.
Seek to realize what they always say, that they want to give the Palestinians a better future, and those who, and I think we're getting close to finding several countries, and I think this will give, again, the freedom to choose. Palestinians should have it, and I hope that we can secure it close by.
And we've had great cooperation from surrounding Israel, surrounding countries, great cooperation from every single one of them. So something good will happen. Brian, did you have something?
Mr. President, you've mentioned before you want to go down with your legacy as the peacemaker. Are we in the last chapter of closing out peace amongst this conflict now and all the other ones that we're working on?
Well, I hope so. Look, we did a job with India and Pakistan and Serbia, Kosovo, and Rwanda and the Congo, and this was all over the last 3 weeks or so, Marco, right? We did, and others that were ready to fight, and we stopped a lot of fights. I think a very big one, frankly, a very, very big one was India and Pakistan, and we stopped that over trade. We're dealing with India, and we're dealing with Pakistan, and we say we're not going to be dealing with you maybe at a nuclear stage. They're both, nuclear powers. And I think stopping that was very important. We're trying to help out with a Biden-created monster, this whole thing that's happening with Russia and Ukraine. It's a horrible thing, and I'm not happy with President Putin at all. But this is something that would have never happened if I were president. This was a war that was never going to happen. Go ahead, Ron.
I was going to say, how would you address your critics that in the election they said that you would cause the next World War III, but in fact you're solving all the problems.
I'm stopping wars. I'm stopping wars. And I hate to see people killed. Like, as an example, Ukraine and Russia. They're not Americans there being killed. They're not Israelis that are being killed. These are all Russians and all Ukrainians. But it's 5,000, maybe 7,000 last week, 7,500 last week, mostly soldiers. But people in towns and cities that are getting hit, but mostly death is mostly soldiers. Now, so they don't come from here, but it's 7,000 last week souls. And if I can stop that, they have parents and they have sisters and brothers and getting married, and who knows, they're just people, but they're souls. And if I can stop a war, because I have an ability to do so, I'm disappointed, frankly, that President Putin hasn't stopped. I'm not happy about it either. Yes.
President, on the Iran talks, can you say if you've scheduled the next round of Iran talks? And then also on strike.
We have scheduled Iran talks, and they want to talk. They took a big drubbing, I think, when we hit the The three sites, really, I would say the three sites, not just the one. The one was a big one, and it was deep in granite, and it was obliterated. It turned out the Atomic Energy Commission said it is obliterated. I would just want to take our hats off to those incredible flyers, the people that flew that big machine, and frankly, the mechanics and everybody else. I mean, they had zero. They flew for 37 hours with zero problem mechanically. I mean, when you think in carrying the biggest bombs ever, the biggest bombs that we've ever dropped on anybody, when you think non-nuclear, and we want to keep it non-nuclear, by the way. But they did a phenomenal job. It was an amazing job, and I think that was, I was talking to Bibi about it before, that was the very beginning of the end. It ended very quickly after that. I don't want to say what it reminded me of, but if you go back a long time ago, it reminded people of a certain other event, and Harry Truman's picture is now in the lobby, in a nice location in the lobby where it should have been, but that stopped a lot of fighting. And this stopped a lot of fighting. When that happened, it was a whole different ballgame.
On future Iran strikes, what might make you have a desire to do another strike on Iran?
Another what?
Another strike on Iran.
I hope we're not going to have to do that. I can't imagine wanting to do that. I can't imagine them wanting to do it. They want to meet. They want to meet. They want to work something out. No, they're different. They're very different now than they were 2 weeks ago.
Is there a date yet for the Iran conference or a city? Do you know when and where the next round of Iran conference will be?
Well, I can tell you. I'd rather not say, but you'll be reading about it tomorrow or seeing it tomorrow.
Mr. President, what is the hold currently in ceasefire with Hamas?
In which?
In ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, what's currently the hold?
I don't think there is a holdup. I don't think there's a holdup. I think things are going along very well. They just, left each other, and it was not a pleasant period of a few days. It was a little longer than a few days, but this was not a pleasant period of time. And we were at the end. 14 missiles were shot, and every single missile was shot out of the air. It was pretty amazing. That was sort of the end. And they told us they were coming and where they were and what time they were coming. And they said, if you'd like to have a different time, we'll do that. And that's respect when they do that. I appreciated that they did that. There was no surprise. We got the soldiers out of the base in Qatar, in this case. But they knew they were coming. 14 missiles were coming. 1 o'clock, they said, would you like to make it later? I said, no, let them come at 1 o'clock. And at 1 o'clock, everybody was, as you know, over 5,000 people left the base. And we had 3 gunners and 3 assistants. And out of the 14 that were shot, all 14 were knocked down. And that was the end. That was about it. And we had a rough time. But sometimes, sometimes you need the rough time in order to get. I think things are going to be really settled down a lot in the Middle East. And they respect us, and they respect Israel. They respect a lot of things that took place. Nobody's ever seen equipment like what we sent over to knock out those sites. But when those sites were knocked out, it essentially, that was the end.
Do you think that there can be a two-state solution that could be independent?
I don't know. I'd ask Bibi that question. You have the greatest man in the world to answer that age-old question, two-state. Go ahead. You give him your honest answer.
I think Palestinians should have all the powers to govern themselves, but none of the powers should threaten us. And that means that certain powers, like overall security, will always remain in our hands. Now, that is a fact, and no one in Israel will agree to anything else because we don't commit suicide. We want life, we cherish life for ourselves, for our neighbors, and I think we can work out a peace between us and the entire Middle East with President Trump's leadership, and by working together, I think we can establish a very, very broad peace that will include all our neighbors.
Mr. President, I have a question on Iran. You asserted that there's complete and total destruction of their nuclear facilities. So what is the basis of the talks going forward? Is it to cap future nuclear activity? Is it ballistic missiles, terror support, economic-based opportunities? What are the
It's really a good question, because if you remember when it was done, I sort of said, what's the purpose of talking? It's been knocked out and knocked out completely. but they've requested a meeting, and I'm going to go to a meeting, and if we can put something down on paper, that will be fine. That'll be good. I think they've gained a lot of respect for us. I think they've gained a lot of respect for Israel also. But they would like to meet, and we're going to have a meeting. Steve, when is that meeting going to be? Do you want to say it?
Rather, very quickly, in the next week or so.
So we'll see what happens. I think it would be nice to memorialize it, put it down, but because of the incredible result of that attack, if you want to call it an attack, I didn't think it was necessary to have it in writing. I think we spoke. I mean, that speaks much louder than writing. But I can also understand why they'd want it. And they've been very nice. They've been very respectful. And it began by them telling us about 14 they had to do. You know what 14 represents, right? Do you know what 14 represents? Right?
Adolf
Hitler.
Hitler.
Right? The number of bombs dropped. So it was,
1 and 4. A and H.
Got them all. Yeah, please. Behind you, please. No, you.
So this is question to the Prime Minister. The lobby next mayor of New York City for Democratic Socialists, the local critic of Israel, and yourself, has said he would arrest you if you came to New York City if he was mayor. Is that something you take seriously, or are you concerned about that?
Yeah, no, I'm not concerned about that.
I'll get him out.
Look, there's enough craziness in the world, but I guess it never ends. I mean, you have this is a folly, and it's it's silly in many ways because it's just not serious. But what is serious is the question I was asked before.
Trump said, "I'll get him out," about an American Democratic candidate of mayor of New York. Or fuck, 8 is Heil Hitler. 14 is the 14 words. I fucked it up. All right, whatever. Shut up. I was making a joke anyway. He just said at the behest of Netanyahu,
We'll work out a peace with our Palestinian neighbors, those who don't want to destroy us, and we'll work out a peace in which our security, the sovereign power of security, always remains in our hands.
Or he means he'll get Netanyahu out of prison.
State. It's not a state. It's not that. We don't care. You know, we vow never again. Never again is now. It's not going to happen again.
So we'll see you in New York next year?
Oh, well, look, I'm going to come there with the President Trump, and we'll see how do you know who the mayor will be? I don't know that. Do we know that?
He's going to be very fine, and who knows? We don't know who the mayor's going to be yet. But this is a communist. He's not a socialist. He's a communist, and he said some really bad things about Jewish people, and he said some really bad things about a lot of people. And I think he's going through a little bit of a honeymoon right now, but he might make it. But, you know, it all comes through the White House. He needs the money through the White House. He needs a lot. He's going to behave. He'll behave. He better behave. Otherwise, he's going to have big problems. But it's a philosophy that this country is not ready for, and it never will be. By the way, we have a man with us who thought this was going to be a very glamorous, easy job. He's the ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, former governor, former everything. I'd say he's a former everything, and respected and loved by everybody. And he loves Israel. He loves the state of Israel, and nobody loves it much more. And he's not Jewish, and he loves Israel. And he wanted to be there. I said, you know, Mike, it could be dangerous. No. Well, at least I was right about that. He was in every bunker you could be in. He was running around from bunker to bunker, but he's still with us, fortunately, and he's done a great job. Would you say a few words, Mike?
Just want to say what an honor it is to serve you, Mr. President, and to see a historic horizon that we are looking at in the Middle East. And when the President made his trip to the Middle East, and then he really reached out to the new Syrian government, knowing they needed a partner, and knowing that they could pick the wrong partner. And what the President did, which took us all off guard, but the strategic move in that has set up something that is absolutely historic. And Mr. President, I don't even think you fully comprehend the impact that you're having on the region in a way that is so remarkable. And it was your leadership, your the celebration, the sense of partnership that you gave with the Israeli people was so dramatic. But the message was bigger than to Israel. It was a message to the world. America's friends can trust us, but America's foes had better fear us. And that is a message that the President sent to everyone on the planet. And it is a message that will resonate toward a matter of peace, the likes of which I don't think we've ever seen. So thank you.
Great job you're doing, too.
Thank you.
They love you over there. They respect him and they love him. You know, it's very, very interesting. We had the pilots here yesterday, as you know, and they were incredible. And we also had the mechanics. We had a lot of people here that had to do, a lot of people, I think about 170 people that had to do with that incredible journey, a journey that could have been horrible. You remember what happened with Jimmy Carter with the helicopters and all of the problems, and ultimately hostages. We had the exact opposite. Everything was perfect. It worked perfectly. But I didn't realize, I was saying to one, is this something that you felt strongly about? Absolutely, sir. I couldn't wait. I said, better than you, really better you than me. But they couldn't wait. He said, sir, we've been practicing for this mission for more than 20 years. From just after 2000, they've been thinking and practicing to go into that area. I guess you probably know that better than anybody, Pete. They've been looking at going in, but they never had a president that would allow them to do it. And perhaps right, perhaps wrong. I don't know if that's true or not, but I didn't realize they were preparing for that journey from just a little bit after 2000, the year 2000. And I was pretty amazed by that. They knew it. They knew every inch of it. And they came back and they said, we got it better than we ever did in practice. But they've been practicing for more than 20 years. Can you imagine? Yeah.
On Ukraine, Mr. President, are you planning to send more weapons to Ukraine?
We're going to send some more weapons. We have to. They have to be able to defend themselves. They're getting hit very hard now. They're getting hit very hard. We're going to have to send more weapons. Yeah, defensive weapons, primarily, but they're getting hit very, very hard. It's very sad. So many people are dying in that mess.
Mr. President, the one big beautiful bill now signed into law by you, what would you like congressional Republicans to turn their focus to?
All they have to do now is talk about how good it is. The biggest tax cuts ever.
American foreign policy is uniparty. Trump had a little bit of a weirdness with the whole I love Vladimir Putin stuff. But back to business as usual, it seems.
1 year deductibility, you know, things that from a business standpoint you'd understand. The jobs that are being created. And one of the things that is, and this is also that, but it's also because of the tariffs, a tremendous success. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. One of the things that is so exciting is the number of companies and car companies where they're building plants. AI is the big thing. We have over $15 trillion announced already, and it's been, I mean, really, I would say it's been during the last 3 months, but we're here for a short period of time, and some administrations never had anywhere near that number for a whole term, probably for a whole 2 terms. But we're up to over $15 trillion coming into our country. There's never been anything like it anywhere in the world. There's never been an investment like that anywhere in the world. We, look, I told this story, and I just told it to Bibi backstage. I was talking to him, and I said, you know, the King of Saudi Arabia, smart guy, and also we went to Qatar, and we went to UAE. Really 3 strong leaders, smart guys. They all told me the same thing, and then that was reiterated at NATO just recently when we got back, where they agreed to spend $1 trillion a year, by the way, which is about 3 times what they were spending. But they all said the same thing. We thought your country was dead. Horrible term, right? We thought the United States of America was dead, and now you're presiding over the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country in the world. I think Bibi would admit it, even hotter than Israel, though Israel was pretty hot about a week ago, I can tell you, for the wrong reasons.
Oh my God.
But we are the hottest country in the world right now.
Yeah, you got 25 people killed, Bibi. Very hot. Lasered them right out of the sky with those Iranian missiles.
Building, and that means things like we've never seen before. So All we can do is keep working hard. There'll be always surprises. Some of the surprises are going to be bad surprises. Well, I would say that the best man to answer that is the Prime Minister. But I will tell you that in my view, I hope it's over. Yeah, I think Iran wants to meet. I think they want to make peace, and I'm all for it. Now, if that's not the case, we are ready, willing, and able. But I don't think we're going to have to be. But I think Bibi would answer that question very well.
I think the partnership between Israel and the United States, the partnership between President Trump and me, produced a historic victory. It's an incredible victory, actually. It brought the greatest capabilities of the United States that are unmatched with the great capabilities of Israel and the army of Israel, pilots of Israel, soldiers of Israel, and the Mossad.
While this guy is doing this
extraordinary,
very important dick riding session, Israeli occupying force soldiers got potentially smoked, according to reports from the ground in Gaza. IDF chief of staff threatened to resign over the incident. Dozens of soldiers burned and mutilated in a complex multi-stage ambush in Beit Hanun.
They were planning to build 20,000 of these things and launch it on a country the size of New Jersey. No country could withstand that. So what do you do when you have two things that are going to kill you? You have to remove them. With our combined effort, we did. But when you remove a tumor, it doesn't mean that it can't come back. You have to constantly monitor the situation to make sure that there's no attempt to bring it back. So we've had a great achievement, and I think part of the effort of consolidating
5 soldiers killed.
that we don't have to repeat this is to monitor this carefully. Of course, the President and I are talking about it, our teams are talking about it, but there's no question this is a historic victory, and I think, as was said here today, this has already changed the face of the Middle East. But I think that there is an opportunity here to create a historic expansion of the Abraham Accords, which were themselves an act of history, that deserve a Nobel Prize for the President. But I think the opportunities are much bigger, and I hope, I'd like to believe that Iran would not test our fortitude, because it would be a mistake. It's better to go a different way.
Yeah, they're looking for a second green light to hit Iran again, except it didn't go the way that they planned it to. Unless America gets involved, it's not about a green light to strike Iran. It's about whether or not America will join in and how much America has the capacity to join in.
Are you comfortable with the pace of change with the security situation vis-a-vis Syria right now?
I think there's an opportunity to explore. I think that everyone understands that the situation has changed. Before that, Iran was essentially running Syria, okay, directly through Hezbollah. Hezbollah has been brought to
Hezbollah.
Iran
Hezbollah
is out of the picture. So I think this presents opportunities for stability, for security, and eventually for peace. And I think that's been opened up also by the fact that the President has opened up a channel. So they have something. There's a lot to lose by going back to conflict. And there's a lot to gain by moving towards peace. And I think that opportunity has been opened by the President and by the changed security situation which we brought about with the collapse of the Assad regime.
Are there direct talks with the Hasanabi government?
Now, let's suppose there were. Would I answer yes? No, right?
That's my duty to ask.
Right? It's your duty to ask and my duty to ask you back. So.
You know, at the request of a lot of countries in the surrounding area of the Middle East, including Bibi, we took the sanctions off Syria, and I met the new leader. I was very impressed by him. And somebody said, well, he comes from a very tough background. I said, well, you know, I'm not that surprised. It's a tough part of the world. But I was very impressed by him. But we took the sanctions off because we want to give them a chance. They would never have had a chance without the sanctions. And one of the things we have with Iran is, you know, we have they call biting, they are very biting sanctions. And I would love to be able to, at the right time, take those sanctions off, give them a chance at rebuilding, because I'd like to see Iran build itself back up in a peaceful manner and not going around saying death to America, death to the USA, death to Israel, as they were doing. You know, they were the bully of the Middle East, and now they're not the bully anymore. But they were saying terrible things, and would like to see them. They have such potential. You know, they have the oil power, and they have great people, smart people, energetic people, amazing. And I know so many Iranians from New York. I have a lot of friends, and they're great people. So it's a shame when you see a thing like this happen. But I think that taking the sanctions off of Syria is going to give Syria a great shot at making it.
Congressional question. Are there any executive orders that you'd like to see Congress focus on when they come back in session? Do you have any that you prioritize to go first?
Well, we've done a lot of them in the last, as you know, and I always say the great, big, beautiful bill. I add the word great. But it was the largest bill of its kind ever passed. We were talking about it before. It was beauty. But, you know, a lot of the things that we did, executive orders, have been codified in the legislation that we just had passed. And we're going to be sending in a lot more over the next period of about 2 months separately. But a lot of it was part of that beautiful big bill.
President, on tariffs, what happened to 90 trade deals in 90 days?
Oh, we've spoken to everybody. We know it's all done. I told you, we'll make some deals, but for the most part, we're going to send a letter. We're going to say, welcome to the United States. If you'd like to participate in the greatest, most successful country ever. I mean, we're doing better than ever. We have, I don't think, and you're going to see these numbers soon. We've never had numbers like this. We've never had investment like this. We have more than 90. We're going to have much more than 90, but most of those are going to be sent a letter. This is exactly what I said. Now, we've made a deal with United Kingdom. We've made a deal with China. We've made a deal. We're close to making a deal with India. Others we met with, and we don't think we're going to be able to make a deal, so we just send them a letter. If you want to play ball, you have to. This is what you have to pay. So as far as I'm concerned, we're done. We're sending out letters to various countries telling them how much tariffs they have to pay. Some will maybe adjust a little bit depending if they have a cause. We're not going to be unfair about it. And actually, it's a small fraction compared to what we should be getting.
It's really cool of Trump to be able to speak like this with Benjamin Netanyahu's dick shoved so far down his throat. You know, it is impressive. And in any case, it is. I need to figure out the lighting in here for later in the day. But also, I'm going to end it on this note today at 6 hours and 30 minutes. I apologize for the half-day, short day. I am in New York after all. I'm ending it quite early, as a matter of fact, at 5 p.m. because I have a phone call that I need to take and also dinner that I need to go to. And that is all I got for today. A half day once again, a half day nonetheless. But I will be back tomorrow. What the fuck is going on? Oh, this thing can't handle 2 videos at the same time. Anyway, what is happening? My internet connection is so ass here. Not the upload speed, thank God, but the download is bad. Anyway, love you guys and see you tomorrow. Hopefully we'll have some IRLs mapped out for tomorrow as well. I'm still working on it, but love you guys. And I'll be doing a majority report in the morning, tomorrow morning, and then after that I'll be live on my channel. Peace, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Streaming, Hasanabi